this path of investments that we need. So a club, if we want to create a framework in which countries feel comfortable to move forward, we have to address these concerns. And that's, I think, what the Climate Club should allow us to do.
Thank you so much. As I said, we have the proponent or the co-author of the Global Climate Alliance for Accelerated Climate Action, not with us yet, but he's going to come around, and also you know enough about that to share the ideas with us later. But Vera, of course, the German government, when it held the G7 presidency, put forward this idea of a climate club. And I think there's still a lot of, let me say, haziness around it, whilst you get people on states on board. Could you just sort of take us along, in a nutshell, why this club? And it seems that they're not just the northern countries in it, but they're also countries of the south. So it is not just this idea of climate equality and financial solidarity.
Yes, well, the Climate Club was initiated under our G7 presidency, but it is not at all a G7 or developed country club. It is an open and inclusive club, and the goal of the Climate Club is to support ambitious action on mitigation approaches, and it has a special focus on industry decarbonization. And it also supports non-developed countries in also being a part of this club. But so why these different clubs? As you said, I mean, we're very far away from reaching or keeping 1.5 within reach. If we look at the NDCs that we have right now, even if they were all implemented, they wouldn't get us to 1.5. This is why we need ambitious action. And this is why there are several coalitions, clubs, alliances, whatever you might want to call them, that address different aspects, and they have different members to be able to get to 1.5. So, and the Climate Club itself, as I said, focusing on mitigation approaches, on industry decarbonization. This is where it is different from other clubs, alliances, like which we are also part of, where we address different topics. And the idea is that we look at the different mitigation approaches we have. We see how they also compare and how they can also be ambitious in their own way. And with that, address the risk of carbon leakage so that those countries who have ambitious climate mitigation approaches, they are not lagging behind, and then the carbon emissions move elsewhere. So we want to create a field where all can be ambitious. And the focus on industry decarbonization is especially important. There are not very many alliances yet that have this specific focus. And industry carbon is around 1/4 of the energy-related emissions. Heavy intensive industries from steel, cement, chemicals are around 70% of that. So we need to target this, and this is what the Climate Club does. We are looking to have standards, methodologies, front runners around these industries to create green lead markets. That's why the club is attractive in itself to countries, because if we create these green lead markets, all will profit. And of course, it has to be just. And the Climate Club supports countries in being able to, together with us, reach these common targets to actually create the right framework conditions for decarbonized industries, green markets on that. So this is essentially what the Climate Club does. But let me underline again, it is not at all a northern club at all. It was never intended as such. We have 20 members as it stands right now, and there are many countries also from the global south.
And gearing up to get more until COP28 in Dubai.
Of course.
Okay. Now, Kurt, you've been listening, and as I was preparing for this session, I thought, I mean, in a way, the EU is already a climate club in itself, just by definition of having this one unified strategy, by having the Green Deal, by going 55 by 2030, by having up to 20 different changes to existing regulations. So what of this strategy that the EU follows could actually be transferred into the international discussion and into international frameworks?
Yes, good morning. Happy to be with you. And it's interesting to think about the EU as a club, indeed. We want to expand the club as far as climate action is concerned, for sure. I think climate is, and we all agree, is a global common good for humanity. Not so much for the planet, but for humanity. So we need global cooperation and we need global governance. That's why for the EU, it's very important that we remain within the multilateral system. The UNFCCC, the COP, the yearly COP, but also other organizations like WTO are very important. But as you said in your introduction, time is pressing. We can't wait for the whole world to agree. So we need a lot of alliances, partnerships, bilateral cooperation to really go much faster in climate action. And with the Paris Agreement, the principle now is that international climate governance is rooted in domestic action. It is really through nationally determined contributions that the whole world together has to take care of the climate. And that is exactly what European Union is doing with the Green Deal. As you said, we now have agreements on the Fit for 55 package. We know that we will achieve an emission reduction of at least 55% by 2030, and Europe will become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And that is because climate in the EU is no longer only an environmental policy. It is really a new growth and innovation strategy, as the professor was also saying. What we now need is to reach out to the rest of the world and make sure that we work with all countries in the world as part of this Paris Agreement and make sure that everyone benefits from this economic and societal transformation. And it's in that context, indeed, that initiatives like the Climate Club are very welcome. The Climate Club is inclusive. It is not exclusive. And we certainly from the EU want to work with our partners in the world, showing how our policy mix in the EU of combining pricing of pollution with regulation, with target setting, and with mobilizing of funding, how this can help us achieve our climate goals. So we are very much supportive of initiatives like the Climate Club, which should be, and I think that's important, prosperity enhancing for the countries in the South, so that climate action is not a restrictive policy to push down economic growth and development, but quite to the contrary, that climate action becomes a growth-enhancing, sustainable prosperity-enhancing agenda for everyone, including and notably in the Global South.
Thank you so much, Kurt, for the kickoff of the idea. We need to go a little bit more into detail in a moment. Yeah, Peter, I still like you to sort of have or keep the eagle's view with the global structure that we have. We know, and I'm just repeating what's out there, that the cause of climate change, the climate crisis, of course, lay historically with the northern countries, the countries of the so-called Global South are the ones that are suffering most right at the moment from it. And of course, there's always been this discussion about, well, you caused it, you've got to pay. These days, the idea that with the growth, especially in the four most populous countries, there is also a certain responsibility of the countries of the South to participate in reducing carbon emissions, but they want money for it. So how do we go about it in an equitable way and also in a way that in the end serves our goal? What kind of structures do we need?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I wouldn't quite frame it as they want money for it. I would say they have a huge challenge, much larger than in the global north, because they have to grow at the same time as replace their capital stocks. Yeah. And over the next decades, the vast majority of the capital stock that we're going to have in 2030 is yet to be invested in the global south, and even more so by 2050. And a key problem there is the cost of capital. It's not so much that this is a sort of a budgetary issue or a cost in the narrow sense of the word. These are investments. And I think by and large in the global south it's well understood that these are investments that will eventually also be sort of yield growth, but they have to be financed. And the numbers there are quite staggering, and the cost of finance is very high. So when in India today you want to do a 20-year investment in renewable energy, you have to expect 3 or 4 percentage points more in the interest spread than what you would have in Germany. You do that over 20 years, it becomes by far the biggest share of the cost of these investments is the cost of finance. So what the Global South collectively wants is action to increase the volumes and reduce the cost of finance. And this, for the most part, we're not talking about charity. We're talking about investments that have a commercial sense, for the most part. The second thing that we will need, though, is also an increase in concessional finance, because we have a huge adaptation problem. And if we look at what you said, the Global South is generally, hasn't caused the problem, but is suffering most of the consequences. That also means there has to be action to deal with these consequences. And adaptation finance is generally less amenable to commercial investments. Adaptation investments would be less often revenue generating. And so the need for concessional finance is also very important. And so this is one thing I wanted to perhaps mention. There's a very important focus of the Climate Club on sector transition, sector decarbonization path, especially in the heavy emitting sectors. And I think there's a great logic to this because it's a win-win. Most countries have an interest in coming together. But we also have to address the finance dimension. And for the Global South to join this club, it will want to see solutions on the finance side.
Thank you so much. Which, of course, I turn my eyes to Vera straight away. What kind of actions does the German government at the moment already take in the direction of, let's say, looking at adaptation, looking at loss and damages, and maybe you look even beyond the boundaries of your ministry and look what AA does, the Foreign Office, and what the Ministry for Economic Cooperation Development does?
Well, I mean, this is a broad field, so you have the whole aspect of climate finance, and Germany is one of the countries when we are very engaged to living up to our commitment of having the 100 billion.
Yeah.
And we are striving to have 6 billion in climate finance by 2025. So already we are very involved in that. Of course, our ministry has many projects in the International Climate Initiative, where we support countries in the transition to sustainable, also sustainable, profitable, in not only industry but economies. also on biodiversity, climate action. So we are very much involved there. Many of these projects also support the just transition. We are also partnering with other countries in just energy transition partnerships, many of which were launched during the last years. On adaptation, there's much going on adaptation. We are at one point, we had all together come up with deciding on the loss and damage mechanism at the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. Germany presented the Global Shield there. We are supporting adaptation finance, and we know it's even more difficult to get private investments for adaptation than it is for mitigation. And one key aspect is having the right framework conditions for mitigation, but possibly also for adaptation. Then linking adaptation to mitigation, because there are always those two aspects. We are looking also how can we increase private finance in both. We have to look at de-risking instruments. We have to look at the currency exchange risks. And coming back to the Climate Club, which is specifically in the fields of industry decarbonization all over the place, we have to get the framework conditions right to get private investments there. But of course, I mentioned at the outset, we are also very involved and committed to public finance and concessional finance, as I mentioned.
Before we get more into finance, let's still stay at one level. And of course, shifting the trillions was already something that the World Bank put out a number of years ago. So that's nothing new. Kurt, let me get back to your start. And of course, I did not want to compare the EU to being a club. What I'm saying is it's a group of many nations that are endorsing the same policy and therefore are even there at different levels of speed going along with the ultimate goal. What would you say, and I didn't hear the answer to that in the last statement, what would you say from the learnings that you have had in the last couple of years trying to get speed? What could one transfer to the North-South dialogue and to a North-South framework?
Yes, let me first say that I don't feel personally offended at all by your comparison of the EU to a club. I think sometimes we would do well by feeling more like a club in the EU. But to your question, what are the learnings from us? Well, first, I think what is very important is political will, leadership at the highest level, to have a consistent course for climate action. I think that is what the European Union has been doing, also with at the instigation of the European Commission, I dare say, because when we launched the European Green Deal in 2019, we were often told, well, why does Europe does this on its own? You're completely isolated. We're now in 2023, and we see that the whole world is moving very quickly in this space of climate action. And through the pandemic, through the Ukraine war, the very dreadful Ukraine war, and the challenges we face for energy in Europe, we have stayed the course on climate action. And that is because there is political will at the highest level in the EU. But more than that, I think there's also an increasing understanding that protecting the climate is not just good for the climate, but it is also a new growth and innovation strategy. A model of economic growth based on fossil fuels and wasting of resources is finished. There is no future in this. And we need a lot of investment and innovation in Europe to enhance our productivity and a new form of growth. And that is also what the European Green Deal, together with the digital agenda, has been able to do. And then thirdly, what we also learn and have learned is that it is very important to have a proper mix of policy instruments. What we have done with the Fit for 55 is putting a price on pollution because nature cannot bear the price of pollution anymore, the cost of that. So we price pollution through an emission trading system. that generates revenues. Last year alone, the ETS in 1 year generated 38 billion euros of revenues, which we are reinvesting in climate action, both for industrial innovation and for social justice, so that we leave no one behind. That's essential, that the climate action is combined with a proper social policy. And we couple this with regulation there where the markets are not moving quickly enough. We set targets, for example, for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and other areas, some binding, some aspirational. And we have a framework for unleashing public and private investment. And it's that policy mix that will enable us to achieve our goals, and which we would also like to export to the rest of the world, so that we all move in the same direction. But I would say, in wrapping up, political leadership, a very strong social agenda, and a big emphasis on combining the legal instruments with incentives for investment and innovation are probably what are needed everywhere in the world.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Now, Peter, I'm just going to, Hans-Peter, I'm going to put sort of something on you, which simply because you've talked with him on so many panels before, you probably can run it off, and you were also involved in the other report. Seeing that Jayant Sinha is obviously not with us, even though we would have liked to have had the voice of a representative of the G20 presidency here, and of course also a person who has actually put forward a Global Climate Alliance for Accelerated Climate Action. Could you, having been involved with both, one as a lead author and one as one who was involved, could you just point out the major differences and maybe even explain why we need two ideas for the same goal, two concepts?
Yeah, let me try to do that. And it's a pity that Jayant isn't here, because he's a very powerful advocate of the idea. And one difference is important. It's called an alliance. It's not called a club, and that's quite consciously on their part. The concept, the notion of a club, especially in sort of the Anglo-Saxon understanding of it, suggests exclusivity. The idea is that it should suggest inclusivity. Therefore, it's called an alliance. I think we should call this the climate fan club, or the climate support club. And it would make it clear what we're really intending to do. The other major difference is not so much of content, because the Climate Alliance idea touches all the issues that Vera has set out from the G7 perspective as well. It's more a matter of emphasis. And the emphasis there is very clearly on finding solutions for the finance problem. So a good part of the report is about finding solutions, and it's very innovative in a sense. It asks the question: look, we have talked about billions to trillions. You said that for many years. We know that we need all this money, but it's not happening. In fact, if you look at the past few years since the Paris Agreement, net finance flows to developing countries have declined. They have not gone up. So what is it? How are we going to get there? And it provides a range of ideas for how an alliance could come together to push solutions to the finance problem. And that ranges from official finance. So can we scale up ODA? I think most of us have very little hope that this would be scaled up very considerably, but maybe there are other sources. Maybe we can tap carbon markets for global climate action. Maybe we can have a global IRA or a global Fit for 55, and use tax credits to encourage investments, for instance, by institutional investors in the global south. So maybe we have to widen our range of options there. The second thing that it looks at is private finance and how we can scale up private finance. And there are regulatory obstacles to scaling up private finance. For instance, Basel III tends to make it hard for banks to finance long-term investments in the global south for a variety of reasons. Can we take another look at that? Basel III was not designed with the needs of the global south in mind. It was not designed with the needs of the climate transition in mind. But other things as well. So blended finance options can get more bang out of the blended finance buck. Right now, it's pretty pitiful, actually, what we're getting there, and other options. And then the third area is how to use the multilateral development banks better than we do. And you mentioned I'm on this panel, the G20 panel on that, and we concluded that there was considerable space for scaling up at very little cost to anyone, scaling up climate finance through the multilateral development bank system. And that's perhaps the lowest hanging fruit of all. And for a climate alliance, a climate club of major shareholders in these institutions to come together and say, we're going to push this now. That would be, for me, something we should do today.
As much a reform of the World Bank that you're quite familiar with?
The World Bank is part of it, but it's a multilateral development banking system, which today finances about $180 billion a year in provides a new finance. And that can probably scale up to 500-600 billion if one does it in the right way.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm turning to Vera, and I'm going to ask you the next question, just get ready. We would love to have a round with you, sort of taking 3 questions from the members of the audience, targeted questions. Again, Vera, sort of, holding up the hat for the whole of the German government. The question is, there are many aspects and many screws that you're trying to turn right at the moment, many hubs that you're trying to get going. One of them is, and right at the moment we don't have a member of the business community here, giving the incentives for business to do the right things. Again, what kind of framework does business need? What kind of framework are you envisioning as far as international cooperation is concerned?
Well, that's a very broad question. Just coming,
you pick out what you want.
Just one. Let me say one thing. Even though the Climate Club is called a club, it is not an exclusive club. I think there is a misunderstanding there, and I would just like to underline it. It is basically a club which you can join if you will have the goal of ambitious climate action in line with the Paris Agreement and the decisions there under, and are also willing to extend that to decarbonizing industry. Then you can join. So just to make that very clear.
May I quickly chip in? It's of course, Hans-Peter, what you said, it's sort of this idea of London clubs, which are exclusive, and the idea of a football club in Germany where everybody can chip in as long as they go in the right direction. So I understand.
So what we do for businesses or also private finance, and I already alluded to that in my last answer to the last question, is really, I think it's important for business to have a certain amount of certainty to get the framework conditions right, to know to get the signals right, what do we need to invest in, what to no longer invest in, because it creates lock-ins for a world which exceeds the boundaries of 1.5 and other planetary boundaries. So that is very important. And this is the clearest signal we can give in Germany and in the EU. We are giving it through our legislation where we are saying, look, this is the path we are on. This is what you have to invest in. These investments, if you invest there in fossil technologies, in sooner or later, and actually rather sooner, you will be having stranded assets and giving the right signals there and working on that with partners over a range of topics. And this far exceeds the topic of the Climate Club and heavy industry, to see that in all these fields, be it business, industry, but it's also agriculture, it's infrastructure, which is very important to give out the right signals. How can we create the right infrastructure together with our partners to not have these lock-ins?
The right infrastructure, and I'm looking at Kurt again. A number of EU regulations have either been introduced or enhanced in the last couple of years, like, for example, the deforestation supply chain regulation. So, how important are those regulations that may not have sort of the proper names and the big names, but are quite effective on the EU footprint?
Well, they are important and they are part of an overall strategy. I think we have our act together now in the EU with the Fit for 55. We are confident we will reach our targets. But obviously, if the EU, which represents about 7% of global CO2 emissions, does it on its own, it won't make that much of a difference for the climate. So we need to get the rest of the world on board. How can we do this? Well, first, by succeeding in the implementation of Fit for 55. We really are, if I could say, condemned to succeed, so that we have leadership by example vis-à-vis the rest of the world. Secondly, it's to go for win-win, lasting, sustainable partnerships with the Global South, where we help these countries to move up the value chain in pursuit also of climate action, so that it is prosperity enhancing for them, as well as helping the climate. And thirdly, and that's where I come to your point, it's about clearly signaling and saying that Europe will remain open to trade, but it will increasingly want to buy clean products and not dirty products. And that's where regulations come in, like the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, like the deforestation regulation, but also increasingly our whole program about eco-design, which will enhance sustainability requirements on products. So Europe will always be open for trade. We're not in the business of setting local content requirements, but we will go increasingly for sustainability requirements. And we will help the Global South through these partnerships and with sufficient investment and climate finance, so that they can also benefit from this transformation and continue to export to the European market, and in this way enhance their prosperity. I would just like to say that as far as climate finance is concerned, we are working, as Vera was saying, towards the 100 billion goal. This is very important. But may I say that Europe is doing more than its fair share. Chancellor Scholz last week or 2 weeks ago at the Petersburg summit pledged another 2 billion euros. We are close to 25 billion euros, I believe, as far as Europe is concerned, which is much bigger than what other developed countries in the world are doing. But I agree, of course, with Hans-Peter that this will not be enough. We need a massive program of investment in the South. And for that, we're also putting into gear our Global Gateway program.
Thank you, Kurt. I reduced to 2 questions due to time, but still, who might have, I think the lady at the back and one person from that side, the gentleman over there. So could you please get the microphones to them? Madam, could you quickly just give us your name?
Good morning. My name is Syed Aisha Farooq, and I'm honored to be one of the Young Global Changer 2018. Coming from one of the country from Global South, Pakistan, it took me many months to understand the recycling at home. And once I understood it, I found it's quite an interesting hobby. My question to everyone here, please try to invest on the projects in countries like ours, where we can educate women about the kitchen gardening and waste management at home. Because in our societies, no matter how much investment you bring, once the corruption is socially accepted, you cannot bring any change, trust me. So educate women about global changes in the capacity of waste management and kitchen gardening at homes. I run as a researcher from my own finances because my government in Pakistan doesn't have any interest in such nonsense. So please think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, my name is Obogu Kalu. I'm actually a student here at ESMT. I would like you to talk more, if you could, on how you plan to monitor like decarbonization, like in an international context, and if you have like measures that are equivalent to how you monitor it like in a European context. So I don't know if that's clear enough, but get the issue of decarbonization and investing on ways to reduce decarbonization. But in terms of measuring, like how international partners are meeting this goal, could you talk a bit more about that?
Thank you so much for your questions. Apologies to everybody else who had questions and couldn't pose them. I'd like to have a very, very brief, because otherwise we're going to be pushed off stage, last round. So in less than a minute, could you, maybe I'll start with Kurt. On the road to COP28, what do we need to do most urgently in the next half year?
Well, clearly for us, the priority is more ambition in mitigation. All the rest is very important, but we are in a critical decade, so we need the world to come together to increase drastically the ambition for mitigation. The rest is needed for this, including climate finance, including adaptation, etc. But a higher urgency for mitigation is really what is needed, and that's what we're working for in the run-up to COP28.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for sticking to your time, Vera.
Totally agree. Making it a little bit more concrete on the focus on mitigation next to adaptation and finance. We need to phase out coal, and we need to have, and we are working on this, the G7 already agreed to it, and we want to extend it on the way to Sharm el-Sheikh. Also global goal for renewables deployment and energy savings and energy efficiency. And just to that question, the UNFCCC has mechanisms around reporting and measuring MRV, etc. So look into that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hans-Peter.
I think mitigation is absolutely important for the world, but if you look at it from Africa, adaptation is the much more pressing concern. So we cannot really de-link these two things. If we need a package solution, and that's also what the Climate Club is in fact about. It is about bringing countries with different motivations together so that they can address their most pressing concerns. We need adaptation solutions as well.
Can I say thank you to all the panelists and also in spirit to Yayan Sinha, who probably has had a very important reason not being with us. It might just be the IT that didn't work. Kurt, thank you very much for taking the time, the two of you, for having been here. And ladies and gentlemen, just one last word. We need to keep up the speed. We need to be earnest and honest about it and just do things. There are so many solutions out there. Let's do it not just in the next half year, but until 2030, because otherwise it's not just time that's running out, but nature will just turn. And I think that's something that we've said at GSS many times, many years before. It is getting more urgent. Till then, bye-bye.
So I'm going to ask you. Thank you very much to all four of you for the thoughtful wrap-up, Connie, of a topic that we're not going to completely wrap up today, but we're going to understand what you said as inspiration to carry us through the day. I am very obviously not Bob Moritz, the global chairman of PricewaterhouseCoopers, but I am announcing the change of plans, because not only is my husband having a flat tire taking my kids to Kita, there's people glued to Alexanderplatz and it's all blocked and everyone's late, but also the plane of Bob Moritz is late, and so we're going to push his keynote that you're expecting now to 10:45 at this very point, and instead give all of you a short break. And the program's going to continue at 10 o'clock at this point. And in the other auditoriums, we're also going to change the program on Talk on your conference app for everyone who's in Berlin at ESMT, so you can follow how exactly the program goes. In a nutshell, nothing happens now for 10 minutes, but we're going to change the scene. You can grab a coffee and find your next room. And at 10:45, if you wanted to see Bob Moritz, he's going to be standing right here. Thank you.
Our next session will be The Building Blocks of a Digital Architecture for the Public Good. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Manjeet Kripalani.
So I apologize.
Manjeet, you're wrong.
Ready.
All right. There we are. Lots of notes.
So thank you all for coming here today. We are in the hot seat here at the center. We're discussing the most important session, and the topic of discussion is really digitalization. There's been climate change, of course, but digitalization is really the most important of all. So I'm going to start with I'm not going to go into the, everyone has the session details. So Huli, I'm going to start with you. Let's talk about digital public infrastructure, what you're doing with it, how does it apply to you, particularly with a city like Buenos Aires, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you define it in Latin America.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say that I think that this digital governance model that Paul, Janice, and the colleagues from GUIDE has outlined, I think it's a very good example of what we are trying to do here with the Global Solutions, identifying a global problem and then going for a solution that has a compelling narrative about how making human-centered digital governance, and also trying to advocate for this proposal. So I would like to congratulate Paul on this. And there are some specificities of Latin American region that I think are important in terms of how you could implement this type of digital public infrastructure. The first is that this report is based on mostly on privacy data privacy, and there is a huge problem in Latin America still of access to internet. And I think it's, although they are connected, I think it's important to take to bear in mind that connectivity is still an issue in Latin America. We have the pandemic has an increase and has a positive effect on how digitalization increased in the region. We went from half of households having access to fixed internet connection to 2/3 after the pandemic. But in terms of what we call meaningful connectivity, not only access, but also having an appropriate device, having a fast connection, there are a lot of problems instead still. And then there is another specificity of the region that I think is important in how you implement these models, is that the lack of government capacities. So there was a huge controversy in Argentina during the pandemic about a leak of public information. The national ID database was leaked, and there was a huge debate about what were the weak infrastructure of a state. So I think that there is a huge problem of state capacities in how you build these infrastructures in the region. And I think that when you try to think of these models, of guide models, how to implement in Latin America, connectivity and state capacities are very important to take into account.
I'm going to move to you, Cheryl, because you can respond to her. GUIDE they have put out a very good report on this, Julia. Really, congratulations on that. How would you respond to it? Because I think India has taken care of some of these problems of state capacity, building state capacity, and also having access, meaningful connectivity. So.
Yeah, no, I think GUIDE is an excellent initiative because it frames the problem in a very clear fashion and then provides a kind of a regulatory framework that almost any country can use as they go forward. And I think it's very complementary to the Indian approach. And the Indian approach is actually a very simple one. It says that if we can infuse public technology into the ecosystem, then three issues can be resolved. One is you can actually accelerate your quest towards SDGs, and therefore many of the welfare activities can be taken care of in much effective fashion. You know why? Because there's digital public infrastructure to enable that to move faster, right? So things like direct benefits transfer become possible, focused benefits programs become possible. And then you can have de novo welfare programs that can roll out very quickly to a large population. India had to do that for COVID vaccination. We had to vaccinate 1 billion people twice in a year, and that was entirely digital in nature. So there's very little exclusion that happened. Why? Because the building blocks of how to manage the flow of people, flow of money, and flow of information were already in place. So one benefit of public technology is that it actually addresses the SDG journey of any country. The second is that, in the digital world, we are dealing with this challenge of how to protect our citizens. And this has been a recurring problem. In some cases, we've even given up. The first digital problem that the state failed to protect its children has been pornography. And everywhere in the world, we've just given up because there isn't an easy solution to that. Merely using policy to do that hasn't worked. And so states have given up on it. You have now this whole issue of fake news, where again, states are at the verge of giving up. And believe me, these are minor problems compared to what will happen when AI becomes pervasive. So the only way to bring the state back in protecting its citizens, which it does. The state protects you from bad cars, from bad foods, from bad people, criminals, but it's not able to protect you from harms that arise from the digital world. The only way to do that is to actually combine public technology and public policy to regulate behavior of the market participants. And India has been now doing that for 7-8 years with great success. I think, this is something that needs to be replicated by other countries. The third role of state has been that it is an enabler of innovation. So here in the global north, nobody bats an eyelid if you say the state should fund some type of public research, basic research. Why? Because based on that, innovation would happen. But when it comes to digital, there is very little of that happening. And especially when it comes to AI models, this will again come center stage. And why would it be center stage? Why? Because otherwise, if you don't generate local innovation in every part of the world, we will rely on 2 or 3 American companies who will provide us the AI models, and we'll all be the consumers of it. So we would now effectively have compromised our digital sovereignty, and digital colonization, as Ambassador Sujan Chenoy talked about, would be back in vogue.
That's right.
So all that needs public technology to be infused into the system.
So that is the role. And we're going to come back to the role of private innovation in this. But Constantine, I'm going to move to you. He brought up artificial intelligence, which is the next stage where the digital public infrastructure will have to be accommodated, and AI is going to play a large role in that, whether we like it or not. How do we think about or reimagine standards for the AI world? The old methods of standard and certification really don't apply, do they?
So, this is a good question, but I would like to say a few words about the digital empowerment, the citizen. And there are here really 2 aspects. One is having the tools, being connected, and the other is how are you connected? Probably I was the only one in a conference in DC a few years ago where everybody was celebrating the improvements in connectivity, and we have several programs in India about how to connect the unconnected, and I was the only one who said, if we are to connect the unconnected the way we are connected, I would prefer not to connect them. I was the only one who spoiled the party. And because of the reasons you are mentioning, and for one more reason that we are not talking about, but which is extremely important, of course, there is a lot of crime also through the internet and so on, and bad things in the content. But the biggest crime is another one, is that we make generations of children, one after the other, addictive. And this is the white-collar crime. Who are doing this? The good coders and the computer scientists. It is addiction by design. And here we come to your algorithms. I'm not worried about AI in the future and so on. I mean, we are destroying childhood since generations through AI, through algorithms. And this must not happen. This is not necessary at all. There are very easy, clean solutions for this, and there is no excuse anymore that we continue doing this. So stop this, at least. This is easy to stop, and it is not the problem of the parents or the children to stop this. It is the problem of the platforms who make these services. They must provide age-appropriate services. Basta. They can do it. There is no excuse for not doing this. They pretend they cannot, but they can. And we must force them to do this.
I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to... Can you respond to how and whether they can be incentivized to provide age-appropriate...
He is absolutely right. See, there is AI can help you get to Berlin airport better because it will give you, route guidance, right? So if it can augment you as a driver, it can augment you as a student, it can augment you as a teacher, it can augment the doctor, it can augment the patient, and all this will come to life in a very big way in the coming years. But AI is also used, as he points out, for distraction, for specially taking young teenagers and who don't have a fully formed prefrontal cortex, and giving them binge watching, giving them games, giving them porn, and they grow up to be misfit young adults. And any society which is going to lose its young adults to distraction powered by AI will not be a viable society in the future. And so there is a tension, even today, if you see MOOCs, for example, less than 10% of the people are able to complete them. They have everything available to them. Why? Because the distractions are so high. Yeah. So it's a societal issue, as he correctly points out, that we have to regulate the distractions, especially for people whose prefrontal cortex is not fully formed, and so that they can pursue a path of being the best version of themselves. And this is doable, and we must do it. I think you raise a very good point.
Paul, I'm going to come to you. We had a discussion about this yesterday. How can we... You're very concerned about citizens having access to their own information, going back to data, personal data, sort of linked up to all this. What are your thoughts on having citizens have access to their own data? Yeah. And especially personal data. You said it can be empowering, and please tell us how.
Well, I think my first observation is I'm a technology administrator and policy person for a long time, but recently Dennis Snow has been trying to teach me economics. And I think the point we just talked here about children and access is an illustration of one of the key challenges we have. There is without a doubt a role for the state, and I've been a senior government official in countries and sort of played that role. But we are facing a huge economic incentive problem at the moment in this space that we need to address. One of the reasons why these companies build these systems that are addictive and have these downsides is because they don't treat the children as the customer. They don't treat the user as the customer. The customer is the advertiser. And so what we have is a system where 4 or 5 billion people are part of the digital economy, where when it comes to e-commerce, the individuals are pretty much like a market and they know how to work. But when it comes to this influence, this hidden game by which companies, for the return for you to be online, suck vast amounts of information about individuals, put them into algorithms, manipulate them in ways to basically serve the interests not of the person whose phone they've got onto, but the advertiser or the influencer who's paying. And that market's, 700 billion more per year, just in advertising. And so one of the problems we have is, if you do the surveys, Fen Hampson's here, and he's done a lot of these surveys the last 5 or 7 years of all around the world, people's use of the internet and people's trust in the internet. And use keeps going up, and trust keeps going down, and consumers all around the world keep saying to government, fix the trust problems. The difficulty is no governments around the world can fix all the trust problems. We need government action, but we also need to shift the market dynamics. We need to shift the market incentives such that the players are not just driven by the needs of advertisers. And for that to happen, we think the key thing is to look at personal data for individuals. So if you, at the moment, that stuff's sucked out like, no tomorrow. But where individuals have the right to control who has access to their personal data, and then very importantly, if they have the right to negotiate the terms under which it is used, just shifting that incentive system forces all these companies to start treating their users actually as consumers. And we could end up with different incentive systems sitting within the flow, which will help address some of these issues. It won't address all of them, and it won't fix all the problems. But that's at the heart of our analysis, is how do you actually put that sort of process in place to try to shift the incentives within a global digital economy?
Julia, your report and guide, you call this the invisible trade, right? The digital barrier in this. And I think it's very well brought out that it's under the visible eye. Can you tell us a little bit about, just picking up from what Paul said, I mean, this is about how do you manage this for good governance? I mean, really, how do you manage this?
Yes.
Your report had something very interesting to say.
Well, I think Paul can tell much better about the report than I do, but I definitely agree with you, Paul, that there is a government capacity problem, but there's a broader economic incentive model problem. And definitely we're not going to we're not going to go for the government capacity problem if we don't fix the other part. But in the case of Latin America, for me, there is an important issue that there is no demand from the public about the privacy of data. There's no debate about that. NGOs advocating for this are small NGOs that don't get public attention. So it's very difficult if you don't have demand from public to shift for these models, because there's no incentives to have this conversation. So I think that the guide governance model is based on the public drawing attention to this issue. And I think that we need to find some ways to shift demand and to increase demand from the public. Otherwise, it's difficult to have someone taking attention to this and talking to what you were saying, Konstantinos, about the addiction by design. It's very difficult if there's nobody putting that on the table. And I think that's a problem in Latin America. And it's something that if it's not shifted from the public, it's very difficult that we will have that conversation. And especially after the pandemic, that we saw a lot of public apps that were designed with a lot of problems of transparency, and there was no debate about that. Nobody was talking about what was going to be the use of this data by government. There was no public debate. So I think there is a huge problem of lack of demand from the public.
Konstantinos.
So, if I'm engaging with policymakers and they ask me why I'm meeting with them, I ask them, what is your biggest problem that you're having with your children? They are embarrassed at the beginning, so then they say, it is addiction. Say, okay, there is a solution for this. And there is no excuse to do nothing anymore. And the solution is here, really, here it involves all the tools we have. It is proper law, which in many countries exists already, then code, how to implement the law, and then standards. And here you come to and this is how we get engaged. And this is a full stack. And it is very easy to break the chain of addiction. But it's taking the burden from the shoulders of the parents to the shoulders of the ones who are responsible, the platforms. And it is very easy. If children or minors below 18 engage in their platforms, they must have an age-appropriate design. They must. They have been saying it is impossible. we are democratic platforms. We give the same access to everybody. This is cynical. This is not democratic. This is cynicism and serving exactly what you said. So the chain of addiction can be cut by saying, if there is a minor, if you detect a minor on your platform, and they know exactly the age of the people who are participating, they have about everyone from us, 20 million data points. They know exactly every time I go there who I am, what is my... So they pretend they don't know, but they know everything. So if you detect a minor, you treat this person as a minor. You do not collect the data anymore. You do not profile it. You do not nudge it. And they can do it. And they have proven they can do it, by the way. So there are frameworks, and this is very important for you as policymaker to know, and for you that now the G20 is coming to India, because this will be on the table of the G20 in the next meeting. Be sure it will come from other nations. It will be important also for India to be prepared for this, because you have how many minors? 300 million, 400 million? It is very important.
29 is our average age. So,
yes.
How many?
So let me, 29, our average age of the population is only 29 years. Let me tie these three threads together, because I think they all come together. There's a political economy problem, right, which is what you're saying. Citizens are not demanding it, incentives are not aligned, and standards are possible, but they don't actually work in practice. And I want to share with you the India experience, but I will start with a very simple story. You know, this whole notion of HTTP started with W3C here in Europe. And all of you here have experienced an error called 404 error.
Yes.
Have you? Yes? Have you experienced the 402 error? No. Because 402 error was micropayment failed. The conception of W3C was that when I consume content from you, either it is free, you chose to give it to me free, or I pay for it. And since that payment system, the micropayment system was not implemented, 402 error was not implemented, therefore what Ethan Rosenberg calls the original sin took place. The original sin was that I don't need the payment from you because you are the product itself, right? So that came about because somebody forgot to build the micropayment system. In 2016, India went on to build that micropayment system. It's called UPI. And today in India, we will do more digital payment transactions, small value transactions. I'm not giving you the value of transactions. I'm giving you the volume of transactions. We will do more transactions than China. I'm going to go west from there, South Korea, all of Middle East, all of France, all of UK, and all of US put together. Because the moment you put that infrastructure for micropayments in place, people are happy to use it. And therefore, the incentive structure can change. The second thing is introduced electronic consent in September of 2021. It is growing from popular demand, no push, it's completely voluntary, at 52% month on month. So if this month we will have 100 electronic transactions, next month we'll have 152. So this is a demand. The reason you don't have people opting for this is because this is a problem that appears unsolvable. It is unsolvable purely in the hands of the regulators if you don't apply techno-legal regulation. Techno-legal regulation means that you must have public technology and public policy acting together. Just the way on a potter's wheel you put two hands to shape clay, you must have public policy, public technology working together to shape the good behavior of the market participants. And that is what India Stack in India has done. And I think whether you copy India Stack or not, the principles behind it are applicable for the rest of the world to take on. That's what we mean by digital public infrastructure as we go forward.
I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that. Your comment about micropayments reminds me that Minitel was successful because it actually had a micropayment system through the billing. But when the internet took off, it was basically driven out of US dollars and by the credit cards. Now, it works obviously for e-commerce. E-commerce is about, $5 trillion a year. It's bigger than the German economy. But on the other types of these information transfer things, you're quite right, there is not yet a mechanism for how you do handle those payments, and we would be recommending the same sort of capacity. I think in some parts of the world, the point we're making to policymakers is for a mechanism to give consumers control about how they could use their data and try to change these incentives. There are multiple technologies presently available which could support that. And it varies. India's got a set of technologies, a set of other technologies we would point to. In policymakers don't need to choose a technology, right? So they haven't got to invent one. There's a lot of technologies there. But I do think, an additional point I'll make on this is, one of the things for markets to work is that the consumer is informed, that the buyer that there are skills in the market. And one of the difficulties we have at the moment, one of the reasons that people don't complain in Latin America, because they just don't know. There's nobody on their side pointing out these things. The people who are in the data markets, they know this stuff intensely. Right? That's where all the markets are. But we have seen around the world in the last 50 years numerous examples of where governments have moved to open up new markets and change things. And what we've seen in each of those examples is the skills have moved from the small application to come serve the big market. And that's one of the things we're pushing for. If you were to change this incentive system and give people control, the skills as to how those data markets work will shift. And so people will be able to negotiate with advisors, with the rights of association, with not individually potentially, but with advice and the mechanisms like you're talking about, those sort of payment systems, transfer systems. You could transform this market, just as we've seen the same thing happen in pension markets and all manner of things around the world.
Thank you, Paul. When we talk about digital architecture for the public good, it's not just about consumer protection. It's also about innovation and entrepreneurship. And I think that we all have some ideas about how innovation and entrepreneurship is also, this is what digital infrastructure needs to do, is to encourage innovation. So, Sharad, do you want to talk a little bit about what India has done with the India Stack?
The reason I'm optimistic is that the India model, which says, look, what's a good ecosystem? Good ecosystem has some tech rules enforced by public technology, some policy rules enforced by regulation, and has some market rules based on good behavior of the market players themselves, some level of self-regulation. Now, this India approach that we've taken to design it like that has co-opted who we would normally regard as the bad actors in making this happen. Who are the biggest players who have embraced this in India? It's Google, Facebook, it's Walmart. They're happily using this system in India to play by these rules in a way that is helpful for society. Now, the reason we are not able to replicate this in other parts of the world, because we have a fragmented approach. The people who think about technology rules are different from the people who think about the policy rules and the people who think about the market rules. In India, by actually using non-profit, non-government think tanks as the architects of this ecosystem, the digital architecture, we have been able to co-opt all the three parties in the game. And so what my view is that this paradox that we have, particularly here in Europe, which is very commonly expressed, is that by just choosing the regulatory path, you're paying a price for innovation. And the way Europe is doing it, this is true. But this paradox can be resolved if you can set digital infrastructure that is used both for good regulation as well as for good innovation. In India, Google Pay is one of the people who benefits from the payment infrastructure that has been put in place to innovate on the payment side.
So it's not calling the shots.
It is because it by virtue of being able to use it as an innovation platform, it has to sign up to the overall rules of the playground. And that is something that is acceptable to them. So the point here is that we've got to go away from a very fragmented approach where we tend to put public policy and public technology in two separate buckets and happen to bring them after the fact. Instead, we have to actually bring them together at the stage of the playground design, which was, by the way, the original intention of Windsurf in W3C. It's just that we never ever played it out correctly, and it is not too late to go back and do it right the second time.
And this table is exactly the place and the players to contribute to making this right. And so we can. Just to let you know, on terms of innovation also, writing not just Google Pay, but also very small companies were able to create a business. And India now has, thanks really to this public digital infrastructure, it has 107 unicorns, I think, which is the second largest in the world.
I would just come to AI for a minute. See, because AI is going to change our society in a way that we don't fully appreciate today. Now, AI needs two types of regulation. It needs regulation of AI to deal with all the harms that we were talking about. But we also need regulation for AI, because if you don't create an model-making ecosystem in every part of the world, we would then be relying on a few model makers in the world, and then you can choose to try and regulate them any way you like, but it's not going to work because they'll just be too powerful, right? And so you need regulation of AI and regulation for AI. And the only way to do this is to take a techno-legal approach. And that techno-legal approach again means that you have to put in place data infrastructure, public digital infrastructure for data that allows model makers to innovate better. But to do that, they have to agree to the regulatory principles that are embedded in that. And so that is an experiment that is going on just as we speak. And I think that's very relevant to every part of the world. So this is the approach, I think, that will serve us well as society as we move forward.
I think, I agree with what's been said. I think this issue of innovation is an important one. I think in the model we've been thinking about, empowering individuals in the control of their data and how it gets used, and having skills that can negotiate on their behalf. If you're a labour economist like Dennis, this has got echoes of the 1830s to the 1860s in the Industrial Revolution. And what we saw in that space was once that individuals had control over their own labour and had the choice about developing their own skills, we had an enormous boom in wealth and in innovation. So to some degree, here's a new convert to economics. Just thinking about those market dynamics is going to unleash innovation that we just can't talk about now. We just don't know what that sort of change will take place. But if I was to give you some illustrative points we've thought about in the European context, if you can imagine that there's 450 million Europeans who have control over their personal data, who have people who've given them some advice about what to say yes to, what to say no to, how to set that up, works very quickly. They've got their advisors. Let's say they're cooperatives and they're societies, and there might be unions, and they might be all manner of groupings and private companies who are offering these sort of services. If I'm now an innovator and I want a new proposition I want to take to the market, I have the opportunity to go and say to my VC, give me 50 cents per person, and I want to go put a proposition to the people who represent 10 or 20 million Europeans and say, I've got a new product, would you like to try it? And I've got a way of doing that in a week. And I've got a way of finding out whether it works or not. At the moment, you can't do that. You can't, as a startup entity, you can't get scale. You can't get scale to customer. And the big players with huge data lakes have an obvious, and for many people not so obvious, anti-competitive aspect about that, because it's hard to get around those huge data lakes. And VCs are all saying, well, they've got all the data, why would I do that? If you've got new mechanisms, not just for sort of commercial things, think about all the public good use of data. The Commission and the Parliament have done a whole lot of work on the idea of data commons. But how do you build an incentive such that people say, yes, I am willing to share my data on this healthcare or that issue? So it's as much about building a business structure and an incentive to allow this sort of sharing, I think, that we should also be thinking about. And that will vary, absolutely. It will vary a little bit around the world depending on circumstances.
You wanted?
Yes, I would like to come back to what is a public digital infrastructure that serves the citizens. And of course, we can use this digital infrastructure to design more intelligent cities. This is the only way for the future. And it is not about smart cities. Smart cities are really, I'm not a favor of the concept of smartness, because it's just technology and vendors. Intelligent city is urban design that enables us to have really a human life in the cities, which is not the case in most cities of the world right now. And more than 50% of humans live in cities, and this will increase. If we achieve a better urban design supported by digital technologies, then we'll do a big, big step towards a sustainable future. And this is not done right now. Second, so this is the enabling part of technology. Second, I think there is no innocence in the design of the internet. It is a disaster. It is by design. It is the people who designed it. And this is not an accident, what is happening now, that is really undermining democracy and causing massive, the biggest pandemic of mental health in human history ever for our children. This is not a coincidence. So we have to fight against it. We cannot let it be a Wild West anymore. Basta. And it is possible, exactly using the means that you said, with technology, policy, and a cooperation between all the... but we have to do it. And I have been... this is the reason I'm at this table, because I'm one of the few people from the technology that engage with the policymakers to do it. The others were saying, you are nuts. You have no idea what you're talking about. It is what it is. We cannot code for it. Take it as it is. This is arrogance, and we cannot accept it anymore. So we have really to do something against this. And I leave it here at a very general level, if you want to understand more, anybody of you, because we are doing it, and it is feasible. But it is a civil war within the technical communities, and then it is not the bad capitalists.
Can I build on what he's saying?
Yes.
There's a civil war that's taken place before earlier, and I'll take you all back to 1981. Here in Europe, an idea took root that telecom infrastructure should be public infrastructure. And in fact, some of you may remember in 1981, British Telecom was formed as a publicly owned entity. At that time, the world's largest telecom operator used to be AT&T, right? And the US view was that telecom infrastructure is private infrastructure. The point I'm making is that in every new area, whether it's transportation, telecom, and now digital infrastructure, there's been a period of confusion, whether it's private infrastructure or public infrastructure. Now, what happened in 1982, the US government didn't change its mind, but the US courts decided that telecom infrastructure is public infrastructure and broke up AT&T in the famous divestiture judgment that was there. And you can humor me. You can go now as we speak and say, birthday of internet, and what will come up is 1st January 1983. Because inside DARPA, there was this discussion taking place whether ARPANET will be public infrastructure or private infrastructure. Had the judgment not happened, it may well have been private infrastructure, but because the judgment happened, there was consensus it should be public infrastructure. Now, I agree with you, we didn't implement it properly. Now, the point is, India has experimented at India scale for 1 billion people and said that some part of the digital infrastructure should be public infrastructure. It's taken a minimal approach, and it says only the part that relates to flow of people, flow of money, flow of information should be public infrastructure, and privately provision public infrastructure, because only then techno-legal regulation can happen, and only then can you create a digital society that is based on democracy principles, citizen agency, and yet can deal with the harms. This is an experiment for you to see. You don't have to anticipate what will happen. It is happening in front of your eyes. My request to you is, please, for heaven's sake, learn. This is important for India, 1/7 of the population, but it's important for the rest of the world as well. And this is the blindness that has to go away. And if you can please learn about that experience, IMF produced a report on tech stack just a month back. Bank of International Settlements wrote about the data governance ecosystem of India and recommended it for all its 60 central banks to follow on 6th May of last year. I could go on and on. The information is available. But somehow it hasn't penetrated the European consciousness. And I am hoping that it does. Because otherwise, Europe will be left behind in solving this problem as we go forward. I know these are strong words, but I mean every word of it.
There were some strong words on the table.
Yes. and I think it's a fascinating conversation. And I definitely agree that there are strong differences between the Indian model and what is being done in Latin America, but I would like to go back to my first point about government capacities. You can have an integral approach, as you were talking, and not a fragmented approach, because you can have public technologies because you have good government capacities in terms of IT, and we don't have that in Latin America. So I think there is a huge difference there, and it's something that we need to focus on. Otherwise, it's very difficult to go for a more integral approach. And also you have a kind of dissemination of innovation and the capillarity of innovation. And in Latin America, we tend to have good unicorns, very good stories, but very isolated from each other. So I think that there are two big differences between Latin America and India, that there's a lot to learn, I'm sure, but I think that we need to take into account that there is a global problem, but it's not clear that there is a global solution for this, because they are very different.
Can I ask by show of hands here, how many of you use yoga, do yoga? Come on. Quite a few of you, right? Do you think India charges for yoga? How many of you are from Britain? Because I'm going to say something which may offend you. So I need to know. No. I see. So, you know, the best Indian art is in London Museum. So obviously they can't put a plaque in there and say this is the best collection of Indian art. You know why, right? Well, it's stolen. And so instead they have a plaque, and rightly so, saying this is the largest collection of copyleft art. See, India has produced cultural artifacts and given them to the world because Indian cultural artifacts are copyleft. Our public technology that we have built, you're right, not because of state capacity, but because Indians became techies, and some of them worked in R&D, like myself, and chose to build public technology for India. So it's not state capacity, but it's human capacity. But that human capacity is available, like yoga is available for free to anybody who wants it. So now the question is whether you want it or not. So take identity. I'll just finish in a minute. Take identity. Take identity. 10 countries have taken it, and the 11th will take it probably by end of this month. Completely free to them. They own this in their own country, just like yoga. So there is something new happening. Just open your eyes to it and you will benefit.
Okay.
Thank you so
You've
much.
already asked the first question from the audience, so I'm going to open this up. We have about 3 or 4 minutes for Q&A. Anybody has a question?
Or a reaction?
Or a reaction?
Those who do Ashtanga yoga?
Do we have any questions? Where? Yes, please identify yourself and tell us who you'd like to address the question to, or generally.
Yes, I'm Alexander. I'm an alumni of the Stiftung Mercator, and my question would be, you said that platforms should identify when somebody is a minor and sort of adjust how the platform is displayed. And I was wondering why that only should apply to minors, because I think there are a lot of vulnerable people in the world who would also be sort of susceptible to addictive design.
Please do.
And I was wondering why only minors? Yeah.
Thank you. So, the intention is for everybody, it's not for minors, but we have to start somewhere. And nobody would like to admit publicly they want to harm their children. So this is a fight we're going to win politically. And once we win this, we have proven that it is possible to differentiate the access according to the desire or the needs of the people, and then we can take it there. So this is a tactic. But you are very right, it is about everyone.
gentleman in the front row and the lady in the front row next to me.
Well, I can talk without a microphone.
Oh, well, here it is. It needs to be recorded.
I'm Ulrich Griegoland from Legal Branch. My question to Mr. Sharma. Do you think that the Indian techno-legal approach is state-of-the-art? Please excuse that I'm not well informed. In Europe, I have the impression we are running after technology because the adoption of technology by politicians is, well, not state-of-the-art. Is there a difference in India?
Sure, you have 30 seconds, then maybe you can take it offline.
I worked for Bell Labs, Yahoo Research, Veritas, and so on and so forth, and did a startup which is part of Cisco. I'm not an exception in India. There's smarter people than me there, who have decided that we will build this public tech as no greed, no glory volunteers. So India was able to tap into this human potential and apply it for building public tech. Public tech actually used to be built in Scandinavia. Linux started here. It used to be built in the US. For some reason, which we don't have time to go in, the community that used to build digital public tech in Europe has evaporated, largely because of regulators, by the way, but it does not exist anymore. And so there are only two communities that exist. Some that Paul has been associated with, IETF in the West, and organizations like iSpirit, which are IETF of the East. So we got to bring back this community. And this community has to have respect of the policymakers. The policymakers have to respect this community because the two of them have to work together to make this happen. And that mutual respect is a prerequisite before anything can happen. Till that happens, you can use the India approach. Really.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more question? Yes. Oh, here. The lady here in the front row.
I have the mic now anyway.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you very much. I am Uwagboyo Sawe from Nigeria. To add to the discussion on the table, I actually think that there's a need for digital inclusion in terms of governance because there's a saying that in every chaos there's a cosmos and in every disorderliness there's a secret order. In the country I come from, a lot of citizens have lost hope, have lost trust in the government. I think with the inclusion...
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Do you have a question for someone? You're
not
just making a statement.
Just a statement.
Sure.
Okay, so as I was saying, I said digital inclusion would definitely help in building, in actually bridging that trust gap in the system because a lot of persons have lost trust in governance. And one of the ways we can actually achieve this is by actually implementing digital or blockchainized platforms where citizens can have the opportunity or have the privilege to track or to have access to digital informations, government informations, and also to track budgets so we can know how elects are being, are they spending our hard-earned currencies. And also, just a minute, sorry. And also, I believe that with digital inclusion, it will help in creating stability in terms of economic, social, and politics.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And this is a problem we will set to the table. On that note of problem solving, we will end the session. Thank you very much, Julia, Konstantin, Paul, and Sharad. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dennis Snower, President of the Global Solutions Initiative.
It's now my big pleasure and honor to welcome to the stage one of the most highly and widely respected global business leaders, Bob Moritz. And I just want to say a few words. We met the first time, I believe, 7 years ago, and I was struck by the fact that in addition, obviously, to being a powerful intellect and man of great courage and integrity, you were interested in addressing the systemic problem that the world faced. And basically, it's the problem that we have been talking about here: environmental collapse, social fabric fraying. And the question that you put me was, how can we help restore trust in the economic, political, and social system worldwide? That just struck me as an extraordinarily wide range of purview. And I believe it is in all our associations since then, you and your organization have stuck to precisely that. And being a tireless advocate of corporate responsibility in the sense of maintaining ecological and social stewardship is something that I found really remarkable. And so we're really interested to hear your words. Bob, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And Dennis and Marcus, thank you very much for bringing us all together. As Dennis said, we met a number of years ago up in the hills at Davos at the World Economic Forum and talked about PwC's involvement with this institution. And while the discussions articulated the many, many challenges that all of us have been talking about over the last day and a half, we really focused on how do we actually enable progress. And I do want to spend the time I have with you over the next 10 minutes or so talking a little bit about that from a business perspective. And for all the progress that the world has made building consensus around the major challenges, climate, which was discussed earlier today, technology and digital infrastructure, which was just discussed, diversity, inclusion, poverty, taxation, and the like, let me be very clear. From my eyes and PwC's eyes, we have not made progress on actions, results, and implications. Everyone here knows that. Of course you do. And that's a major, major risk because we are starting to add another risk to the agenda, another worry, which is the lack of action, results, and the implications of those actions is becoming a bit of a new norm. It's tempting to tell this calming story. Policy is advancing, maybe just not fast enough. Business is advancing, just not yet broadly enough. Technology is advancing, maybe not at the scale and the speed that we need for the implications and the results that we're looking for. And then we draw, as a result of that thinking, this comfortable conclusion that the direction of travel is good, the task is just acceleration, and we'll get there. And that can't be farther from the truth. And this, as a result, is just a dangerous myth that all of us in this room and in the hallways have to actually act upon to dispel and to sway the thinking that exists today. Now, don't take it just from me. As many of you have seen over the press over the last couple of months, we have this wonderful thing called AI that's evolving. ChatGPT, Google's BART, etc. And you can ask lots of questions and get a human reaction. So in doing so, here's the response to that question from Google's AI tools, BART, in terms of can we rely on just acceleration to move forward? And I quote from that artificial intelligence: "The challenges the world faces are complex and interconnected, and they will not be simply solved by accelerating progress. We need to be careful not to fall in the trap of thinking that we can simply solve our problems by throwing more money at them or developing new technologies. We need to address the root causes of our problems, and we need to do so in a way that is sustainable and equitable." And I'm going to come back to some of those points in a moment. But in order to bring this to life, let's use the case study of climate change. It's interesting to draw out the various perspectives that are embedded in the comments I made, and yes, even the mindset that came out of the AI when asked that question. Think about it. We're at 1.1 degrees of global warming already. In every region of the world today, people are dying from extreme heat, flooding, or drought. And around half of the global population currently faces severe water scarcity for at least 1 month per year. And those that are least able to cope are suffering the most. And this isn't just a problem to be solved through acceleration. It's a problem that has to be solved today by coming together, hence the dialogues that we're having. Now, I focus on climate change and I bring together the fact that people are dying, the human element to this, because I want to talk in terms that matter, that self-evidently matter. The problem that we have today is sometimes we're using scientific language to describe the challenges ahead of us. Parts per million, Aichi thinking, and so on. And for all the accuracy and precision, it doesn't truly bring the risks home to the citizens on the ground, the politicians that are responsible for those citizens in their respective countries, and the business community that's part of the ecosystem to bring it to life. And as a result, it's too easy to think of climate change as an issue that's over there or somewhere else, but not my challenge. Think about the phone in your pocket, the food in your refrigerator. Can we truly rely on the transportation networks that we have in the supply chain to bring the manufacturing and the suppliers to the stores and ultimately to your homes? Well, not with the implications of climate change. As you step back, insured losses from natural catastrophes hit this past year $111 billion, money that could be well spent in other places dealing with the challenges that we just talked about. And this continues to rise as a rate of 5 to 7% a year. My guess, that number accelerates quite a bit. And folks, that's only the amount that's insured. The worldwide estimates, 3/4 of the losses that we have are uninsured. Think about that for a moment in terms of where that money could be better spent at a time where we have a slowing economy, the search for revenue, rising debt crisis, and the like, in terms of the need for the money to be put in the right places in the right way to cause for and create the right actions, results, and implication. The urgency of climate change is a message I take to the boardrooms as we discuss this with management teams, governance bodies, governments, community leaders, and the like. And even from the narrow bottom line perspective or the net present value perspective, a business individual knows we have to act now more aggressively, more coordinated, and more with speed and scale. Acting fast is something that should be a message coming out of these meetings. We don't have time to talk anymore. We need talk to turn to action immediately on a coordinated and a scaled basis. And some of the dialogue that was just in this room and the dialogue that was had yesterday and earlier today has to actually move to that action. In climate change decarbonization, our analysis shows we've got to move 11 times faster than the global average that we've achieved since 2000. And we're not seeing any change in that direction right now, which is concerning of itself. And while everyone's focused on mitigation, adaptation is just as important. Because it's now abundantly clear the world is to prepare for the major impacts of climate change, which are already locked in. And it's likely to continue and deteriorate over the next few years and decades, never mind what may happen in the next few months, in terms of the implication to those citizens of the world. We have to make every effort to accelerate every action, to decarbonize at every level, and in parallel, prepare at every level for the inevitability of climate change and where it may go. Every business, every community, every city, every country needs to be doing these things in parallel. Mitigation and adaptation, one of the key themes that came out of this morning's earlier conversations. But we must do this together. Because climate risk is not a risk that can be managed at a level of individual business or individual countries. It is a scenario that impacts everybody in the ecosystem. If your factory is flooded from a business perspective, your roads are flooded, your houses are damaged or destroyed, your schools are not able to open, your children are not able to get educated and thereby not get the skills they need. The economic employability doesn't happen, thereby taxes don't get created to be gathered and then applied to what has to happen in terms of the implications and social policies that need to be in place. Joint action is a must. How do we drive change in our economic and business models to address the kind of challenges I've just created and described? This is where the Global Solutions Summit and the discussions we had 7 years ago is such a big role to play as you think about not necessarily the dialogue in this room, but rather the dialogue that should be happening out of this room when we leave the conference. It is international, it crosses sectors, and crucially, it was the central idea that Dennis and others had put at the heart of this community, the concept of recoupling, not decoupling. The concepts of globalization are not wrong. We're not moving away from them. We've got to talk about rewiring them and recoupling them in new and different ways. And the idea that we need systemic change that restores the alignment between incentives in market and economies and positive outcomes for society and the planet overall is where the key to the solution lies. The power of recoupling marries the creativity, ingenuity, speed of markets with the authority, scale, and legitimacy of governments working all together. Instead of trying to find point solutions to individual problems, it's about rewiring the fundamental system that we have. So let's talk actions. If we want systemic change, you need systemic policy. We need levers that will have cascading effects and create incentives that align economic interests for those of the society, the business community, and the planet overall. And it's time to move economies on from the current reductive emphasis of purely financial performance, bottom line for corporates, GDP for governments, but still do so without moving away and throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Growth is good, but good growth, sustainable growth, growth that has connected implications to the planet at large and all of the citizens of it, is what is equally and perhaps even more so important. For me, this starts with the boundaries we place on our economic system from a business perspective. The idea of boundaries or limitations sometimes upsets people. The market, which after all has lifted millions and billions of people out of poverty, extended life expectancy globally, should be unfettered. When it comes to economic policy, the best thing for society is to ignore society, some would argue. I would disagree. It's not a plausible view. Not the least because markets only work in the context of boundaries, but we don't perhaps think about it that way. We already have boundaries when it comes to competition policy, labor markets, food standards, energy plans, and the like. Now, for our economies to endure sustainability and the need for sustainable action in the world that we live in today, we need boundaries which also reflect planetary limitations and the transitionary requirements for us to adhere to those. That has to be the first step to move forward. And we need to set these by governments, market makers, regulators, and the like. And when I talk to business leaders, they do tell us, PwC, that they welcome well-designed regulation that frees them to act in according with the needs of society at large, that yes, will have benefit. It's not an either or, it's an and statement in terms of their opportunity for growth, return on investment and the like, while at the same time serving the larger stakeholder needs. But if you're gonna serve the larger stakeholder needs, we need to empower the stakeholders. And they do need the information necessary to make the decisions that they have to make. And it has to be information they can use. We've long supported the expansion of reporting by companies on their exposure to climate change, diversity, inclusion, labor, and the like. And crucially, all of the things become extremely important and useful. And the proliferation of granular reporting standards and requirements is dangerous. Dangerous if we don't do this better than we're planning on doing it today. If I step back and make it personal, tell me a fact, a singular fact, I'll probably remember that. If it's important, not only will I remember it, I'll do something about it. But if you communicate that fact in 100 different ways to me, I'm probably gonna need a PhD to understand it, get confused by it, and not choose to act on it because I'm so overwhelmed. This is the reality of what's happening now with information overload. We've got to bring it back to the basics and some standardization, some globalization that equally apply to everybody. so we can actually converge on high quality, robust standards that require organizations to move, empower the stakeholders to have the impact that they can have, and ultimately strengthen the system, the systemic system that I've talked about previously. And last but not least, relevant actions, we need to transform incentives. Carbon prices, if I stick to the carbon and climate agenda, public attestations about net zero plans and the like, are all specific things that can be looked at. But the reality is, these are not happening today. Earlier this year, PwC worked with the London Business School to look at the link between the business community and executive pay with carbon reduction targets. It's a mixed picture at best. The good news, nearly 4 out of 5 of those organizations have some sort of link, from the incentives to the strategy of the business to the larger objectives that we're trying to achieve relevant to climate change, sticking with that use case. Less good news, one company, actually had an implication to executive compensation because they didn't meet the standard. And the expectation that was set from them by the board and went public with it at like. Most of the expectations and the goals that were set were low weightings, were not properly disclosed. The links to the stated emission policy of the business was not clear. But nonetheless, in 2022, 86% of the incentive compensation was paid out. Causes you to think, are the mechanisms and incentives too low? Are we not striving to move faster, more ambitious, more bolder? Or are they just confused and not aligned with the systemic change that we're looking to achieve? And are we not respectfully challenging one another to do more so better, faster, bigger, and bolder? These are just 3 specific things that have to be tied together, and when they are, they can make a big difference. And I'm sure listening and looking in the audience, each one of us has our own priorities that can make a big difference. The secret sauce, so to speak, is when we can actually stitch them together. The key is that this change needs to drive that recoupling that I mentioned earlier, that Dennis and GSS has focused so much on. Influence every decision to connect those dots, not just the ones that actually put in a small little box that have small little impact. It's important that business and government make progress on these agendas voluntarily. It's equally important that it's backed by good government policy and regulation to speed up that voluntary action, to scale up the consistency, and to ensure a level playing field to discriminate those that are doing good things and well versus those are saying good things and not delivering on the promises that are met. An overarching responsibility here is to harness market economies to deliver sustainable outcomes for the planet and for our people, to recouple economic and societal prosperity. All of the stakeholders who are participating in this conference, all of the stakeholders in the community that leads up to G7, G20 meetings and the B and T meetings prior to them, have to actually be willing to listen, to learn, to work together to address these existential challenges and drive the systemic change that's needed, not the point change that each one of us talk about on every panel or in our sidebar conversations in the hallway. As to whether or not we can get there, I have no doubt we can. The challenge is, how can we speed up getting there faster before we put ourselves in harm's way? A couple of months ago, I was reminded by Prince, now King Charles' comment that said, as he looks at the various issues around the world, we see equal devastation from what we saw in previous wars. And the reality is, when you ask yourself the question, are we putting together the effort consistent with combating wars? One would argue we are not. So do I remain confident? The answer still is a yes, even with that in mind. But the reason I'm equally as confident, humanity has no alternative. There is no choice for us other to work together more so, come together and solve the challenges that exist. And I go back to the conversation that we had 7 years ago, Dennis, with a huge thanks to say, let's bring this together and try to make the impact we can by using this forum But this forum can't rest on just the 2 days that we are here together. This forum and all of us participants have to actually cascade that and turn others into equal believers around the systemic change that is needed. And I look forward to the dialogues hereafter and ongoing, and for everyone's contribution in this regard. Thank you very much for the time today.
So obviously, Robert Moritz is a nightmare for every speaker to speak after. So I'm not going to try to wrap up or repeat anything that you said. Let me just thank you for hitting so many nails on the head and for setting also a lot of the scene for this afternoon to come, because we're not at the point where we'll allow you to leave this conference and be believers and carry our ideas out there yet. But there's a lot to come. We're going to leave you a mini break now until 11:15. Then we're going to see you in the stream back for our next panel. And all of you have a pretty tough decision to make, because there's 3 sessions that are really close to our core ideas up next. One is here, our Digitalization in Agriculture panel, curated by our partners, by Bayer. Then we'll speak about measuring prosperity, something that you've touched on a lot, next door in the Audi One, and pluralizing China-West relations, also a very important topic in Audi 2. So choose wisely and then talk to each other about what you've heard and what you've seen. And anyone who has missed the guided tours to the SMT just now, be sure there's 2 more at 1 and 1:30. I highly recommend to join them, because this building has a lot of tales to tell. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy your short break and see you at 11:15.
Our next session will be Harnessing Technology to Multiply the Positive Impacts of Agriculture. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Connie Schimoch.
Yes, hi, hello, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody who is already up with me here, all the panelists. I'm going to introduce them in a second, but give me half a minute. Welcome to all to one of the issues that is core to human challenges these days, and it seems to be superseded at present by the war against the Ukraine and the many conflicts in other parts of the world, by the struggle to keep multilateralism strong in face of growing dictatorial and unilateral acting regimes, by the big headlines on climate change and the loss of biodiversity, which inherently determine how and whether humanity can survive. And yet they are also very closely related to agriculture and how we do agriculture. Yet our issue is part of the set of answers, if done correctly, not just producing more and better food, ideally reducing hunger and feeding a growing world population, but by using tech for good. As the claim goes, digital transformation does hold enormous potential to drive positive change. All of us know the buzzwords: precision farming, precision irrigation, climate smart, big data, AI, better managed and more shock-resistant supply chains, etc. We're going to hear about that in a moment. And let me say thank you very much for all of the participants here to be here on location in Berlin. So let me introduce them and to be on the safe side in alphabetical order. So Inbal Becker-Richev is director of NASA Harvest, University of Maryland and University of Strasbourg in the past. Earth data for informed agricultural decisions is the punchline. We're going to be talking about that in a moment. Agnes Kalibata, I think actually I would not really need to introduce you. However, to do the honors, president of AGRA Kenya, and AGRA is a farmer-centered, African-led, partnerships-driven institution that is transforming Africa's smallholder farming community from a solidarity struggle to survive to businesses that thrive. I mean, again, punchline from the internet. Agnes will say that, but actually most people will know her because you were the figurehead of the UN Food Systems Summit a year and a half ago now, and we're going to talk about that as well. Next to me is Celso Moretti. He's President Emeritus of Embrapa from Brazil, one of the biggest institutes there. You have a long history in everything that has to do with agriculture, and we're going to talk about you as, let me say, representative of one of the biggest producers on the globe. I'll continue with Natasha Santos from Bayer, and she is the figurehead. She is leading the head of global stakeholder affairs and strategic partnerships as a vice president. And may I say that normally we're neighbors. I can look down on you from Duisburg, but that's completely irrelevant to this discussion. So, last but not least, Ulrich Vestergaard Knudsen from the OECD. Your head is Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, but your heart is with agriculture, and you've just been to one of the most important meetings of the G7. So let me, and forgive me for using my laptop. Knut, let's kick off with you. How important was the issue of agriculture at the recent meeting of the G7? Can you just give us a sort of headline, and maybe also why does the OECD engage so much with agriculture?
If we look at this with the eyes of a very high-flying eagle, the whole global agricultural system is basically facing a triple challenge. One, of course, that's the whole purpose. The agricultural sector has to feed a growing world population, very close to 10 billion perhaps in 2015. Of course, that in itself is a colossal challenge. Secondly, we also want the agricultural system to do this in a way that is climate friendly, that is not degrading our environment. That is an even bigger task because actually we're moving in the wrong direction. But then thirdly, something we often forgot, this sector India is also a home to millions of farmers, but not also farmers, also other workers all the way down the global supply chain in the agricultural system. They have to be fed as well. They have to make a living from this. To be honest, to face that daunting triple challenge in the decades ahead, that is in all likelihood not going to be possible without innovation, without uptake of digital, without uptake of technology. We have made some studies with the FAO. It shows that we need a 28% productivity rise over the next decade if we are to meet both the Zero Hunger SDG and the climate change obligations from the Paris Summit. And we're not anywhere near a 28% productivity increase. So that is if you look at the big issues, climate change, livelihood, and feeding this global population, that is where we are. That is the challenge. That is why we need innovation. That is why, to get back to the question, this was very much the center of our own ministerial at the OECD with more than 50 ministers in November, and again at the G7 agricultural meeting in Miyazaki 2 weeks ago, but perhaps more importantly, also at the G20 in India in the middle of next month, because this is by no means a problem for the civilized, for the developed world, but also for the civilizations across the global south, where so many of the poorest people around the planet are dependent on us solving this triple challenge.
Thank you very much, Knut. And Agnes, let me just one moment address you as the former head of the UN Food System Summit. When I watched that, technology did not make the headlines. There were other issues that seemed to be much more important, and the fact that we're talking about food systems was highlighted by that. Why do you think, my impression that of others, is that technology was not so important, and has the focus just been not set correctly?
Good, thank you. Technology is about addressing known problems, creating solutions to known problems. The Food Systems Summit was about defining and trying to work together to understand what the problems are that are sitting in our midst when it comes to working with food systems. We did bring around the world, basically, different communities, from science to private sector to youth to innovators, to ensure that the problem is correctly described and understood, so that the need to be solved with technology can also be understood. So I just give you a few examples. Once we started talking about the challenges and inadequacies of our food system, people started moving ahead with trying to find answers. The earliest solution that I can think about is one of our vice chairs of the scientific group one time called me and says, you know what, given the challenge at hand, University of Wageningen will put all its technologies in the public domain, privately owned by the university, but now we'll put them in the public domain so that institutions around the world that do research that need them to address some of these problems can have access to them. That's just giving you an example. Countries went ahead and started putting in place policies that would respond to some of the problems that have been defined. The scientific group went ahead and created and wrote a huge book that has a whole chapter on technology and technological advances. But more importantly, we did have a lever set aside, what you're calling a lever set aside to address technological issues in the food system. That lever was driven by a whole lot, by different institutions. One of them was the WEF, that is sitting at the center of what we are calling now the fourth industrial revolution. Because of that, they have now what they call technology hubs across the world that are looking at the nexus between all the areas that we are described in the food system, and there are many, and how technology can start being part of the solution. Now, as we go into the food system stock take, which is in July, later in July, we will begin to understand how people have embraced the challenges and the opportunities in the food system and the type of solutions that are being put forward. So technology was at the center, but it was a conversation that needed to be had to be able to define what's broken and how we start tailoring solutions to what the challenges and the opportunities of the food system are.
Thank you so much. And, we're going to go into the African view in a moment. Celso, the company Entra is again an innovation-driven company that focuses on the generation of knowledge and technology for Brazilian agriculture. And we all know that whatever you do in Brazil is not just for the big home market, but also for America, for Europe. So whatever you do and the pathway that you engage in is important for the world. So could you take us along? How important is innovation and how important is tech within Brazilian agriculture? Because we always get to know the bad aspects. So highlight the positive ones.
Okay. So first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Delighted to be here today. Thanks for the organizing committee for having me. There is a very interesting story about Brazilian agriculture, which is back in the 70s, Brazil was a food insecure country. We basically imported everything that we consume. We imported beef from Europe. We imported milk from the US, imported beans from Mexico. And because we understood at that time, 1973, Embrapa just turned 50 years old now, that science, technology, and innovation were so important that we made this huge transition of being a food insecure country, and after invested in Embrapa, in of course our partnerships both in the public sector and the private sector, so we partner with different universities, in private companies, we transformed the country in one of the powerhouses in terms of food, fiber, and bioenergy production. We used to say in Brazil that Brazilian agriculture is a science-based tropical agriculture. We were the first country in the world that was able to produce significant amounts of food, fiber, and bioenergy in the tropical belt. And how we did that? Well, we transform poor soils into fertile land. So in the heart of Brazil, we have a biome called Cerrados, which is the Brazilian savanna. And using technology, research and development, we transformed the Cerrados to be, one of the largest areas in Brazil to produce food. We also adopted different crops. So we brought soybean from China, which is original from the Manchurian area in China. And then the Americans took it to the US. And then from the US, we take it to Brazil and southern Brazil. And through adaptation and breeding, now we are growing soybean close to the equator. We also brought cows from India and cows from the Netherlands, and we adapted to the situation of the tropical land. So a huge transformation in less than 50 years based in science and technology.
We're going to get back to, what tech can do for you and for us. And maybe we can also talk about maybe the new regime, the new air that's breathing from Brazil today, and maybe how we can turn the carbon sink again, how we can get back to the Amazon being a carbon sink. Natasha, Bayer, of course, does not produce food, but it is at the side, or the producers are reliant on your products, on your knowledge. So how much do you rely in your offerings on tech?
Thank you, Connie. I really like this format, by the way. It's really cozy. It feels like we're having a meeting. And everything that Moretti said and what Embrapa did for Brazil really attracted a lot of investment from the private sector. So that's the revolution there in the country. I feel very. Everybody that works in agriculture just completely falls in love with it. Particularly if you work close with the farmers, which is where I wanna get at. So at Bayer Crop Science, we are in the business of, farmers are our customers. Farmers are not, target of aid, or, it's not just for corporate social responsibility. Our whole business depends on developing technologies that really address their pain points. And we have several scientists there thinking every day about what are the pain points that the farmers have in many, many places of the world, which are completely different. Different crops, different systems, tropical agriculture, temperate agriculture, is a completely different solution, tailored solution that you need to present to the farmers. So we are enabling we are, let's say, co-creating actually technology with the farmers, because farmers have basic pain points, meaning they need to manage their farm, they have pest, disease, they have weed pressure, and if they don't manage that, they're not going to be productive, right? First of all. But then they have a set of very complex needs in terms of managing the risk, thinking about low-cost technology, thinking about insurance, thinking about finance, thinking about the weather. They make thousands of decisions every day. We all want to eat, food, and they are feeding the world. But they are the ones that wake up at 5 a.m. and need to see, how the climate is, and going through, if you think about climate change, how they're going to adapt and how they're going to mitigate. So it's a variety of issues. It's a very complex scenario, and we are in the business of developing technologies that will address those and develop services in public-private partnership, in private-private partnership, or directly as a company, services that will address those pain points, number one. But then the second, when we think about combining productivity, profitability, because it's a business, farming is a business, profitability, and then all the environmental outcomes because of resilience and because of reduction of emissions, that we want to make farming part of the solutions for climate as well. To address all of that, what we have been doing with the farmers, and I remember a farmer from Germany actually in one of the OECD panels, the farmer said, look, just give me the outcomes, governments, and let me farm with the technology and with the practices that I know. I will help you to get that outcome. And I will tell society how I'm going to get those outcomes. And here I'm talking about, of course, social, economic outcomes for them, but as well, emission reduction, soil health, water optimization, inputs optimization, doing more with less. They can do all of that. They have the methodology, they can have the knowledge. What we need to help the farmers is, with the technology and with the advice, how we can help society and governments trust on those outcomes, and digital farming come, data analytics come, trust on those outcomes, make it transparent, and then we will really see agriculture as part of the solutions, and we will design technology and policies that will really address pain points and the environmental and social outcomes that society expects from farmers. So we are enablers, we are part of the solution, but we need public and other partners in the private sector as well to really address the complex challenges that farmers have.
Thank you very much. Let's come to somebody who is using technology and observation every day in order to do her job. And Inbal, can you take us along? I think one of the examples that you're going to bring along, and to everybody here in this room, this might sound normal, but when we think about agricultural supply chains, I think to the average citizen, the first time everybody woke up, certainly in Europe, was when the Ukraine war started, and suddenly we saw wheat from Ukraine and a little bit from Russia can't go to Africa, can't come to us. Even some oil was missing on our shelves. So how did you assist and overcome those challenges in production on the Ukraine, because production is going on?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's great to be here. And so I think maybe I'll step one step back and say, how many people here know that NASA has anything to do with agriculture, and how important satellite data are and how they're used. And so I think if you think about it, we've got satellites going around the Earth every day, all the time, collecting a tremendous amount of information on every agricultural field in a lot of different wavelengths and a lot beyond what our own eyes can see. And that can provide us really critical information for a whole host of decisions, a whole host of information. But it can also provide us critically information where we can't get to on the ground. And so, as we are all very well aware, Ukraine is a critical breadbasket, an important exporter of wheat, the largest exporter of sunflower oil, as you said, and at the start of the war, you might have gone to the store and all of a sudden couldn't get sunflower oil at all. And so we had a request from the Ukrainian government to say, can you help us monitor what the impact of the war is on our agricultural production? And in particular, in the occupied territories where ground access is not possible. And so I think this is a very good example, and I have a first slide, maybe if we can put that up.
Yes.
that can show what that capability was. And so what we were able to do is, as the season was progressing, to be able to map at a 3-meter resolution the fields across Ukraine, to be able to look at where is the wheat being grown. Remember, the winter wheat is planted before the war, but there was a tremendous amount of uncertainty around how much of that wheat can actually be harvested. And similarly, the spring crops, so those would be primarily the corn, maize, or sunflower, were planted after the war started. And again, there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of different sources saying they weren't going to plant 30% of the spring-summer crops, and like similar numbers on the harvest. And so what we were able to do is use the satellite data. And again, I think part of why this was so helpful was we were working on very closely with the Ukrainian government and being able to respond to what their needs were, to ultimately estimate both how much area was planted, what the production ultimately was, and crucially, to be able to separate out the production between the Ukrainian-controlled territories and the Russian-occupied territories. And so one thing we found is around 23% of the Ukrainian croplands overall were under Russian occupation. Of course, that has been shifting as the front line shifts. But probably one of the most surprising, or two of the most surprising things we found is, one, by and large, most of the spring crops were planted, so around 90%, much higher than what had been expected. And from the wheat side, again, 88% in the occupied territories of the wheat was harvested. And this was a big surprise to everybody, including to us, although when you think about it, farmers are going to farm. They, of course, did harvest their fields. What the satellite data couldn't tell us is where did that wheat end up, right? Who harvested and where did it go? But what that meant is that ultimately when the production numbers came out, they produced a lot more than everybody had expected, whether that was USDA or FAO or IGC or the government itself, where that didn't actually have information. And so we found that around 22% of the harvested production of Ukraine came off of the occupied territories, and 6 million tons more approximately came out of that area. And so this went into, of course, informing the government decisions, became the numbers that were adopted by a lot of other organizations. And I think this is just one example of the importance that this kind of data, in combination with ground data, and when it's led by an end user that needs it and it's done in collaboration, of the types of information that these technologies can provide.
Thank you very much for this visceral example of Earth observation and the role it plays in agriculture. And I think agriculture is probably one of the human activities that is so diversified. I mean, from high tech to really sort of sticking one's hand into the earth all the time. And I remember, Agnes, like 10, 12 years ago at a conference when a weather IT application for mobile phones was introduced in a number of African states. No cost to farmers. Suddenly, of course, the output was incredibly increasing. Those are little steps. What is, as far as tech is concerned, appropriate for African farmers' needs, and again, taking into account that, of course, there is a wide spread of African farmers?
No, that's a beautiful question. There are a number of reasons why technology becomes extremely important in Africa today, and actually very compelling. One, every household in Africa has at least 2 mobile telephones, and every out of 5 households, probably one has a smartphone. I mean, I was 14 before I saw a telephone, just to give you a sense, because I grew up in the rural area. So by the time I saw a telephone, today every kid is playing with a phone. So that's really something that is becoming extremely useful in terms of being able to communicate. Number 2, we have a very young continent. 77% of Africa are below 35. That makes creates a huge opportunity for people to be able to use the telephone. Number 3, we have huge infrastructure challenges, and being able to leapfrog and overcome some of those challenges comes through technology. So, for example, being able to understand markets and where markets are and how they work is no longer based on where you physically have a market. You can actually have a market and market information coming to you on the telephone and participate in a market without physically being there. But some of the most compelling things that I would say is how it is actually helping overcome the misperceptions we have on how agriculture should work. So, for example, when you talk to people who do big machinery for agriculture or how we use tractors, the system has always been such that every farmer has to own a tractor. It doesn't work like that in Africa. My land is too small for me to own a tractor, but now we do have... Oh, sorry. All that stuff was not heard. But now we do have an opportunity where you actually can, through an app, you can have one tractor serve hundreds of farmers, and that app helps organize the farmers, be clear what the services are, and be able to deliver these services to them. You don't have to own a tractor or any form of equipment to be able to participate in mechanization. But then to the state as well, we do have institutional challenges. We can't provide extension the way we would love to, the cost, and the level of generation of knowledge and staying on top of the pace at which knowledge is being generated. All that is being made easy through technological platforms that allow access to that information, but also through new ways of doing extension that allows farmers to access information. First of all, private extensionists in the villages to access information, but also farmers to access information and be able to participate in that. And then you have others where those institutional challenges can also be at levels where they impact how governments think and how governments deliver services. So, for example, you're working with NASA Harvest on creating this food balance sheet that allows private sector to understand where food is coming in, where stocks need to happen, and which are going to be deficit areas which they need to be selling to. But also governments to just be able to overcome the whole challenge of collecting data village by village and be able to produce a food balance sheet at the end of the season, which a lot of times is also not even right, right? So this ability to have information that can be used to inform people, to let farmers know how much food they'll be having, how much deficit is there in the system, and what they should be preparing to grow next season based on climate information that is coming in as well. That is all stuff that is changing lives at the farm level.
Thank you very much. I would have addressed you anyway, so say whatever you want to say in addition to my question. You were talking about the triple challenge, and we know that tech can be for good, but it can also do the opposite. So how do we find the right pathway? Do we need restrictions? Do we need advice? Do we need more knowledge?
Well, we need all of the above, and I think your question to Agnes and her answer was very pertinent because it shows that there is no one-size-fits-all here, right? Agricultural sectors in Africa, Ukraine, and Germany are not going to need the same digital technologies. And this is also why we say, the OECD, we are not here to pick winners. We're not here to say you should use that technology or that technology. We should do 5 other things. First of all, we should make sure that there is an overall policy framework that is conducive to innovation. That
overall means global? Or?
It means global, yes, if we could get there. A lot of that's quite a challenge for G20 in 4 weeks. Okay. But at least, if not global, then European, then national, then African, continent level. But there has to be a policy framework that is, conducive to innovation. And that is also spurring on competition for digital technologies, but it could also be in the form of public support, just not picking the winners. The second one is that we need to be mindful that we then remove barriers to use of innovation. That could be in terms of lack of skills. Digital technologies can be costly, but there can also sometimes be distrust or mental barriers at the farmers' level to taking up some of these technologies. I mean, I was afraid in Japan 2 weeks ago when we were demonstrated robots and driverless tractors and drones came into the field and all that. I mean, I can understand if there's some farmers who are a little bit reluctant. That's another barrier we need to help remove. Then we should do research programs together. We have something at the OECD we call the Cooperative Research Program, where we bring together researchers, and I think that's pretty important to share knowledge. The last 2 things I'll say is we also have to monitor. That is what we do at the OECD. We monitor sustainability. We monitor productivity, because if we don't monitor, if we don't have data, as you said, Connie, in your question to me, it's very difficult to act if you don't have data, if you don't have the evidence. And 5, the last thing I'm going to say, for now at least, we also need policy advisors, you say. That means we need to collect best practices from around the world, recognizing, of course, that there are different circumstances in different continents, but we need from data, from best practices, we need to tailor policy advice.
Natasha, you were talking about, and I'm not even quite sure who I want to have first, but all I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, after this round, it's you with a couple of questions. So, Natasha, close cooperation with farmers that you've pointed out earlier. How much advice on tech do they really need? How much can you guide them into it, and how much do you have to say, well, old practices but good practices, we're going to abstain? So I'm quite sure that you're walking a tightrope.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think from my experience with farmers, I would say they're not reluctant to innovation. In the contrary, right? Anything that they can help their farm management, anything that can help their productivity, their profitability, they are eager to learn. What is really hard in farming is how to manage risk. If they need to change a technology or if they need to change practices for whatever reason, it's really risky. It's their livelihoods, big or small. They can be completely out of business, and then it's their generations that are going out of business. And that's the challenge. I think we have, well, if you think about, evolving for digital farming, we have the infrastructure challenges that needs public-private partnership, the extension services, the capacity building. This is really important so they understand the technology and the value. But that risk management, the low-cost credits, the insurance, the risk management is the components that we need to work with governments and other private partners. So I would say it is very, and I'll give an example on a country that is very close to my heart, Kenya, and was a collaboration that actually was convened with the support of AGRA. And I visit those village-based advisors. And for me, I'm from Brazil, so we are very used to very large farming sizes. And then seeing how the community and the village-based advisors that were trained, that received more information, they became leaders because farmers trust other farmers. I will present my technology, I'll engage with my company members, but they will trust if other farmers tell them to do. So the power of having village-based advisors that are farmers, that are trained, and then they go to other farmers all over their community, and then they help them to understand the technology. They do the practices with them. They grow the crops with them. They measure and monitor the productivity. That is really transformational from an economic and social point of view, because those village-based advisors will be on the forefront of technology. They will provide for example, a precision application, and they will help those farmers to lower their costs. And then you can see that ripple effect, right? So we provide the technology, we provide the training, we brought other partners. AGRA, in this case, was a convener. But the farmers did that themselves, and they adapted. They took new technology, they adapted new practices, but they need to believe and they need to see the outcome, and we need to support them on the process.
Thank you very much for that. Cezio, you've taken us along the success road that Brazil has had in the past. Now, of course, the world is looking at you also because of your contribution or not to climate challenges. So how do you bring about policies and practices that are aware and counteracting climate change for us all, for the globe, and on the other hand also, as Knut said earlier, also still feeding the farmers?
Feeding the farmers or the world?
No, feeding the farmers in Brazil. I mean, we can't sort of, just put it all on the shoulders of farmers.
I believe that besides science, technology, and innovation, as I mentioned, science-based agriculture in Brazil, one of the big secrets for our development was the creation of good, sound, and very consistent public policies in Brazil. One of them are the low-carbon agriculture plan, where if you are a grower and you adopt one of the technologies for low-carbon agriculture, such as biological fixation, or you use no-till, no-tillage, or integrated crop, livestock, and forestry system in your farm, you go to a bank and you get a lower interest rate on the loan on that bank. So that's a public policy that drives growers for low carbon agriculture. So this is one of the policies. The other one that Natasha was mentioning about climate risk. So we have a public policy in Brazil called climate risk agricultural zoning. So we develop a databases that all public and private banks in Brazil, if you are a grower and go to a bank to apply for a loan, if you want to plant, let's say, grapes in a specific area of the country in a specific time of the year, they're going to see what is the risk of growing that crop in that area. So this group of public policies are really helping, not only adaptation and mitigation to climate change, but also, making agriculture in Brazil develop even more when you compare, as I mentioned in my first answer, when we were in the position of 50 years ago. And finally, you mentioned on the new government and the new challenges. So the new government is only 4 months old now.
And all our eyes are on it.
In Brazil, we have 6 million farms. 6 million farms, and 80% are smallholder farmers. So they have, a challenge for social inclusion. Although Brazil, with the amount of food that we produce, we feed around 900 million people in the world, we still have 30 million people starving in Brazil. So that's one of the challenges that we need to face, and I'm pretty much sure that Embrapa will help, solving this problem.
Thank you so much. I'm always very impressed when I see maybe at other conferences the comparison between, for example, how do we know that the Amazon is decreasing, not just by measures of de facto climate change, but also by having Earth observation. You have been involved in another project, actually aligned to a G20 initiative. Could you share that with us?
Sure. So the G20 in 2011 under the French presidency launched 2 initiatives. One is called GeoGlam, very much focused on globally on helping to coordinate and to provide and to advance satellite information for a whole host of really across the agricultural sector. This brings together not only G20 countries, but crucially many African partners, many Asian, many Central American countries. And the other one is called AMIS, hosted at the FAO. And this is very much focused on policy and on the economic side of things. And these were launched together as 2 sister initiatives to work very closely together. And one of the first things we were tasked with on the GeoGlam side, coming from AMIS, was saying, could you provide consensus-driven global estimates of crop conditions across the world on a monthly basis in support of the policy and economics communities. And so that was a very big challenge. It took a long time to evolve and to develop. And again, we had to go a lot of back and forth between our community and how do we present actually very complicated information in a very simple way. And I have another slide on this if we can put that up. And today this is something operational. It started with the G20 countries, so the big production export countries, where we look at what are current crop conditions. Again, if we have the map, I'll be able to show what that looks like. And then the early warning community came and said, well, actually, we have a lot more uncertainty around those countries that are most at risk to food insecurity. And so could we not bring together those organizations and agencies and countries monitoring those countries and help this kind of information to reduce those uncertainties? And so similarly, we now have recently combined both of those because obviously we have a very interconnected food system. It's very important for us not only to look at the big producer-exporter countries, but very much be also looking at those food insecure countries and having a full picture. And so we do put these out on a monthly basis. And I think a lot of this is also then trickled down into countries. And again, I don't know if we can put that second slide up.
Can we see that slide, please?
Here we go. Okay, so this is coming from our last assessment. And very quickly, you can get a quick picture of what's happening around the world agriculturally. And so anywhere that you have color are the global croplands where agriculture is being grown. Anywhere that's a dark gray means that those are croplands, but they're currently out of season. And then anything that greens means that it's around average. It might be a little bit below or a little bit above. Blue is exceptional. And red or a dark brown means that there's poor conditions or failure. Anywhere that we have a concern, we'll give you an icon very quickly so you can understand which crops are being impacted in those cases. We have other maps that will also show you what those drivers are, whether those are conflict-driven or climatic, drought, flooding, etc. And very quickly, you can see, for example, where you might have some concerns. So you see the drought across northern Africa. We've had 5 failed rainy seasons across the Horn of Africa that had very large impacts on that part of the world. We see the contrast actually between Brazil and Argentina, both very large corn and soybean producers, dry conditions in Argentina and actually very good conditions on the Brazilian side. But just to say, this very quickly provides a lot of very quick information. What we've then been able to do is adapt these kinds of systems actually for being taken up by different countries, largely working in Africa, to be able to use these kinds of tools, but owned and guided and provided at the national scale. Of course, developing the capacities in the countries for running these kinds of systems on their own.
So basically, Brazil has all the exceptional conditions. We look forward to welcoming you in the OECD when we finish accession negotiations.
All the exception in Embrapa.
Okay. we leave those negotiations for when we have our lunch break. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I made a promise, and I want to keep it at least. Could we have 2 quick interventions? I think we need to hear Joachim von Braun with 1 question or 1 observation maybe, and anybody else? That's fine. Thank you very much. So Joachim, would you like to take the microphone? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Connie. The fast-growing subsectors of agriculture are horticulture and livestock production. They happen to be energy intensive. Can the panel talk about the energy issues and solving the energy needs of a modernizing, transforming agriculture in conjunction with the technological issues which you mentioned? Energy.
Thank you very much. Anybody who quickly wants to pick up on that here at the table? Agnes? Yes, it will work. Trust our technician.
I mean, there are 2 things I would like to refer to. Right now, we have a major energy initiative that is a combination of partners that have come together. The Rockefeller Foundation initiated initiative on solar energy that really and rural energy in general that looks at mini grids, but also solar energy. This is beginning to catch on in areas where access to energy has been a major challenge. And you're beginning to see also countries put in place mechanisms like to deal with the challenge of energy, mostly for the need for irrigation. So you see countries like Rwanda, countries like Kenya have started taking on solar energy systems to ensure access to water. It's not yet there in terms of strengthening the horticultural value chain and looking at cold chains that can strengthen the horticultural value chain. I think the energy needs are still huge there, but in terms of securing water, which is very critical for horticulture, you're beginning to see a lot of interest. I think the interesting thing is the fact that people realize that they need to be investing in sustainable energy solutions.
Just a quick comment. Real quick, just to bring the Brazilian perspective into this, livestock in Brazil are produced on grass-fed animals, so the energy demand is lower when you compare to stalled animals. And besides that, our energy matrix is 75% renewable, which put us in a different levels in terms of competition to other places.
Thank you very much. I have one enemy, and I think we will have, which is time, certainly time that we have for discussion. All I want to say, it's been really rich, and to attempt to achieve the width of discussions like in a global conference is hardly possible. Let's still do a very quick last round, because I've already seen the red card over there. Very quick last round means in 1 minute max from each of you, what needs to be done from your position in the next 3 years, and how can we especially involve tech, because that is what we're talking about now. There are probably many, many more other solutions, but we're talking about technology now. Knut.
Yeah, well, that's a difficult one in 1 minute. But I think we need to remove barriers to uptake of innovation, because I said we're not going to solve these issues. And with the questions that came in here now, climate change, energy, we could also talk about decoupling and disrupted markets for exports of agricultural products. If we bring in all of that, it's pretty clear that we do need innovation, we do need digital technologies if we are to meet all these challenges at the same time. And refraining from promoting specific technologies, we need to make sure we have the right enabling environment. We need the right policies. We need to make sure that people are not afraid of technology. We need to help them when it comes to the cost and the skills that are necessary to apply these technologies. So if we can achieve that, I'm fairly optimistic we can also solve the triple challenge.
Thank you. Inbal, services like yours, of course, are assistance to the policymakers and to farmers in the end. How much more do you think one would need of services like yours?
Tremendous amount more. So I would say we're just starting to scratch the surface of the potential that these kinds of technologies have. They've got to be coupled with enabling environments. They've got to be coupled and grounded on ground data, right, so that we know how to validate and understand the data that we have. We've got to be investing more in smallholder systems and the R&D and understanding how do we monitor those reliably and in a timely way. We've got to be breaking down silos between the research communities and the policy communities and making sure we're communicating and developing the products and information needs that we need. And I'd argue we need there's a big space to leverage these on two other areas, both on the evidence basis for sustainability, right? Today, we keep talking about that. We know that there's a risk involved. We know that there's often a productivity decline involved. How do we understand that? How do we understand on the long term what practices work best where? How do we scale those knowledge? And I think satellite data can play a critical role there. And finally, I would say in rapid response systems. I think today we have a massive gap. We, on our set alone, receive so many requests on whether it's Ukraine or Togo or Somalia or, there's a lot of parts in the world. And I think by coming together through the international communities, understanding where we can leverage each other and provide these kinds of policy-relevant information.
Thank you so much. Natasha, if we talked again in 3 years' time, what would we have solved? What would Bayer have contributed?
I think the fantastic approach would be if we really look at the outcomes that we want on farming, right? We want to reduce emission, we want to reduce environmental footprints, we want to improve soil health, we want to manage landscape management and aspects of biodiversity without dropping productivity and making sure that we are helping farmers to be profitable and that's the livelihoods, as we mentioned. So let's look at the outcomes, and then we will know which technology and which practices will help us to get to that outcome. And we will look at tropical agriculture, we will look at temperate agriculture, we will look at Asia, smallholder, big farmers, and that will be easy to understand which technology and practices. Let the farmers do it, and Bayer will contribute with the services, with the agronomic advisor, and with the technology that will address and help with those outcomes. So let's just focus on outcomes and make farming profitable and farmers happy.
What's the most important thing in your next 3-year plan?
Digital farming. We really need that digital farming is a component of sustainable agriculture in national policies.
Thank you. I've been given another hint, so you have half a minute.
Okay. I believe technology will help to feed the world. We developed a tropical wheat that is being, after the war in Ukraine, that increased wheat production in Brazil. Brazil is going to be self-sufficient in wheat in a couple of years. Of course, sustainability is going to play a huge, important role on the development of agriculture and other solutions. And we'll pick another one, too, actually, digital farming and genome editing. We already added sugarcane, and we are adding tilapia now to increase the production.
Okay, that would actually be the space for another 2 hours discussion, but I'm going to hand over to Agnes.
Thank you.
One more time.
Yeah. I guess for us the biggest change is going to be that technology and technological advances are anchored in local solutions so that we can create opportunities for the number of youth we have on the ground that actually are looking to be part of something meaningful. Number one. Number two, if we can find ways of ensuring that there are financial products that do respond to local context and do encourage young people to be part of an innovative ecosystem, that will be probably the biggest thing that would work for the African continent today.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you to everybody who was here at the round table and everybody who was sitting here in the round and everybody who was watching. I think we've had a lot of food for thought. Now it's the time to feed our bodies if we want to, and to feed our intercommunicative capacities by talking to each other. So thank you very much, and I think we have hard working times ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
welcome to the stage your moderator, Ilona Kickbush.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're here to discuss investing in health for a more prosperous future. And of course, that discussion is linked very much to many of the other issues that have been discussed here at this conference. How do we define well-being? How do we work together across agencies and across government? How do we consider agency in all this context? And it is interesting, if some of you listened to the keynote speech earlier on, that we heard that there has not been enough progress to move forward. And I know those of us in health do always have the feeling that there is not enough investment in health. And there's probably sometimes also the wrong investment in health. And that is something we'd like to explore together. I'd like to introduce my panel. I have with me to my left Chikwe Ihekweazu. He is Assistant Director General for Surveillance and Health Emergency Intelligence at the World Health Organization, and is also here in Berlin as the Director of the WHO Hub on Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. Then we have Heinrich Meusser, who is President and Managing Director of Novartis here in Germany. Rachel Silverman-Bonifield, who's Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Development, and Hatice Betong, who's the Executive Director of the G20 Health and Development Partnership. So together we're going to have hopefully a lively debate. People have been asked not to prepare opening statements, so maybe that will make it exciting for you to spend the next 45 minutes with us. So let's start with outcomes and investment. Rachel, the organization you work with is continuously trying to measure how are we progressing, and also trying to look particularly people, our governments, are the big donors investing in the right field. And can you share some of those data with us, and also some of the concerns you get, particularly looking back at the last 2-3 years of the pandemic?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that introduction. So one thing that I would say concerns me is that I think in global health, we still do not have a sufficiently robust evaluation function. I think that we do a pretty good job of collecting data to track things in a longitudinal perspective, to say, are things getting better? Are things getting worse writ large? But that's a very different question from, okay, are the specific interventions that we are funding, for example, through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, or the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, are those having the impacts we want to see on actually reducing the burden of those diseases over time? And I would argue it's not enough to just say that in a longitudinal perspective, the burden's going down. Every day that there is someone dying from malaria or AIDS or tuberculosis, that is a failure to the extent that we could have prevented it. So what I would love to see is a focus of going beyond just monitoring and tracking into this more robust evaluation function, where we really take seriously the responsibility that every dollar, I mean, we do not get enough investment in health, but if anything, that puts the pressure on us even more so to make sure every dollar is spent as well as it possibly could be towards the ends that we're entrusted as stewards of that money to accomplish.
Where do you see the greatest gap, if you say, put the dollar where it's really needed?
Well, there's a few things I would say. So one is that there's always a mismatch between prevention and treatment. And in some ways, this is totally understandable. You see a patient before you who desperately needs a drug to survive. Of course, you cannot deny that person the treatment they need. And that will always, in a certain psychological sense, take precedence over the prevention and preparedness expenditure. But if we look about where the opportunities are for the biggest impact, a lot of times it's further up the chain. It's these early interventions around the environmental and social determinants of health. It's basic preventative care like vaccination. And I think that we, in most settings, have a bias towards curative care versus preventative care. And probably there is a reallocation needed there in the big picture.
Thank you. That's your area, Chikwe. So, and definitely what the message WHO is trying to give now. Recently, the Director General has made a strong statement where he said health is not created in hospitals, it's created in cities, shops, playgrounds. He's trying to refer to the many determinants of health. And of course, also to the big issue of equity. So if I turn to you, if you look at where the money is going right now, particularly also keeping a bit of the pandemic in mind, where is it not going? Where should it go? Where is the greatest gap?
Thanks, Ilona. And, thanks for having me here. I think, firstly, to say we're in an absolutely privileged position in the last 20 years, seeing the increased investment in global health altogether, the emergence of the Gates Foundation, Gavi, Global Fund. In its totality, it has brought an incredible amount of money absolutely into the sector. But just building on what Rachel said, I think if you measure the single goals of each of these programs, whether it's on HIV, TB, malaria, I think you will see a lot of improvement. I think where the gaps are at the intersections. Because each of these endeavors are building towards a single target. But those things that bind them together, the institutions, the primary healthcare, all the things in the middle that you need to build in order to then deliver on disease-specific outcomes have kind of fallen through the cracks. And so, yes, we may achieve a reduction in HIV from X to Y, but if the laboratory infrastructure that we have built for HIV is not able to serve everything else, including when we have new viruses of pandemic potential, then we have to ask ourselves very hard questions. Are we sufficiently leveraging the absolute inflow of finances to get the best benefit for our societies? So I think that in addition to the absolute amounts, there's been a great inefficiency in the spend. And the onus is on us really to start by readdressing some of that. So before I actually push for more money, I look internally to say, how can we better use the resources that we have? And that's a reallocation of resources that is very much at the top of the DG's agenda at the moment.
Thank you, Chikwe. And we've seen that also in the multi-stakeholder discussions just last week at the United Nations, where the preparations are underway for a big summit on universal health coverage, a high-level meeting in September, a so-called pandemic summit, and also a specific disease area, again, tuberculosis. And the message seems to be over the last 20 years, if not longer, we have not invested in universal health coverage. We've even had too narrow an understanding of universal health coverage because we have not really included public health, to our detriment during the pandemic. And of course, with the pandemic, we are starting to see this cycle of panic and neglect again. Hatice, you're very involved in the G20 meetings. We met in Goa also just 2 weeks ago. Would you say something about the G20 awareness of where money and investment should go? I mean, they've created this joint meeting of health and finance ministers. Is anything changing there, or are we just continuing to do the same old stuff?
Thank you, Ilona. Yeah, indeed, I join my former panelists in their arguments. But what I would like to say is in the G20 discussions that I lately observe, and I've been in this field for now 7.5 years, trying to bridge the disconnect between the global health community, G20, health and finance ministers, to make the case why we need to have structured investment. What I observed is, finally, we're sitting here together. We don't have to prove why health is a positive investment into socioeconomic growth and other sectors. We now acknowledge that after the pandemic, so that's step number one. But now that we're sitting here, I really welcome that we discuss what concrete solutions and investment opportunities, public, private, institutional, can we drive forward to close this funding gap that is ever increasing in health. So to your point, Ilona, on the G20 discussions, The Joint Health and Finance Task Force, as we speak, has published a statement a few weeks ago where they, for the first time, when I spoke to the health ministries, they said to me, bringing health and finance ministries together since 2.5 years in a task force platform in the G20 really helps the health ministries to have a structured dialogue with the finance ministries that they never had before, because they understand how finance ministries allocate budgets. What do they need as a political rationale to unlock further funds for, from health ministries? And this is where your point comes, Chikwe, where you said, you know, it's not only about putting money behind HIV, AMR, or others, it's the interlinkages. And if you can tell the impact story and how your investment leads to socioeconomic growth, employability, education, then you can, you know, come to a different systematic thinking approach. And on the last point, yesterday the G7, in a joint declaration between health and finance ministries, have for the first time said, we need to move beyond accepting health as an investment and structurally think about how we restructure the global health architecture. And for that, we need to look at new solutions and don't do the same old of creating a plethora of funds or new initiatives and new communiques. I think that time is over.
Well, they just did it. At least the G20 did it and created a pandemic fund. Yeah. And we saw at the board meeting of the Global Fund for AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria that they said, you know, it's not clear to us how we should interact with this fund. And obviously, the more you invest in new organizations, the more you need to invest in collaborative infrastructures, in comparative measurements, who's most effective. And if I can just ask one more thing, because you indicated it, ministries of health have now, let's say for 10, 15 years, been arguing about investing in health. And all the special programs do that as well. So the finance ministers get one investment case after the other thrown at them. If you invest in TB, this is what happens. If you invest in malaria, that's what you're going to save. So how does one make that investment case better? What are you learning there, Hatice?
Okay, so first of all, no health minister, to my knowledge, has ever lost an election by investing into health. So from a political perspective, it's always positive, and you can make the case, you know, why this is important. What I've learned, Ilona, in how you make this whole package and build the narrative is that you, for example, if I'm a health minister and I speak to a finance minister, I need to be able to say, look, finance minister, these are the gaps in my health system and in these specific programs on, let's say, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, infectious diseases. And I need to first tell the finance minister how the investment of the finance minister contributes to the overall economy in that country. So how does the entire value chain of health in an economy contribute to the overall economy so that the finance minister sees the value of investment? In Germany alone, 11% of the health economy contributes to the overall economy, as an institute called the WIFO Institute has acknowledged. However, the second step, to your point, is once you assess these gaps and show the value, then you can say to the finance minister, look, these are the other areas where there's investment lacking. So I propose to develop X, Y, and Z program, let's say tackle diabetes by 30% in the next 5 years. And I need X investment from you, finance minister, because it will increase employability in certain sectors. It will, enhance, strengthen economies, and also bring back talent, right? So bring innovation into the country because people will do more research on tackling diabetes, for example. So you need to tell the overall argument and show what the value has been so far to further unlock funding. If you just say, I want money for malaria or HIV, well, I mean, we have a war going on around the world, a food security crisis. The finance minister has so many other issues to deal with. So you need to create the linkages as well.
Heinrich, let's go beyond finance ministers.
Yeah.
And Germany has a minister for the economy. and actually that ministry has a section on the health industry. And we all know, and you sort of alluded to it, how important the health industry is in many countries. I understand in Germany it's larger than the car industry. So I think it would be interesting, Heinrich, to hear from you how the health industry, in your case, obviously a company in the pharmaceutical sector, sees its contribution in that larger picture of the economy of a society, of the workplaces created, and then maybe the next step, how it sees that responsibility also reflected in a larger cross-border responsibility. So the value you are creating within a country, but do you also think about the value created elsewhere? Because what we are discussing here is it's not just about profits. That's what everyone's saying. How does that work at Novartis?
Oh, that's a loaded question. Thank you for that. But I like it how you framed it, because it's the together. What's your part in this? And maybe allow me just one quick comment. I think that's really the way I think we have to, and I'm thinking about it together. And if you look at the last centuries of humankind, if you just looked at how we are bending this life expectancy, these life curves, right? So 150 years ago, the average expectancy was about 35 years. In Germany now we are 80. And what is interesting, fascinating, and I think rewarding is that the life expectancy doubled in all the countries, not only high income, also mid-income and low-income countries. And I think we can only do that together with better safety, health, prevention, infrastructure, medicine, but everything together. It's also great to hear that finally this link between economy, so health and wealth, is seen. And so we as Novartis think about it as we are part of the system and we contribute with what we can do best. So you asked me basically two questions. The one is about the economic impact. Let me go there first. So in Germany, we're not bigger than the car industry yet, but we created more jobs in the last decade. And I think this is huge for Germany, the whole health industry. And what we see here is the wealth of the nation is increased. Also, the health industry is a knowledge industry. It has big spillover effect on other industries and makes basically Germany stronger. It's the same technology. We use artificial intelligence, computing, and it strengthens the country, the GDP of the country, and therefore the social system of the country. So it creates jobs. About 1 million jobs in Germany are attributable to the health industry, and therefore the social systems. So for me, it's also a question of justice. The other question you asked is, what is Novartis' role in this? So the question is, what do we do best? And how do we marry that with where the need is the biggest? And that's a little bit our approach. What do we do best? We do research and development best. Developing innovative medicine, distributing them, taking entrepreneurial risks. Many of them also don't work out, actually. Out of 10,000 compounds we develop in the lab, only one makes it to the market. But that's what we do best. And then the question is, where is the need of a society? Where is the biggest economic burden from diseases? And that depends on country by country. The interesting part is if we improve or reduce the burden of disease, we can improve the economies of all the countries, high-income countries as low-income countries. So for instance, in Europe, cardiovascular disease, you just mentioned it, is a huge topic. Probably it's estimated that it costs us 4 to 5% percentage points of GDP growth if we would address cardiovascular disease. How do we partner with systems in Europe here? For instance, an example from the UK where we see how we partner with the systems, but also how technology plays an increasingly important role. In the UK, 40% of the people have elevated cholesterols, and the challenges to prevent heart disease so that the disease doesn't progress, because if it progresses, then you get into an intensive hospital care unit, you have heart events and so on. And what is interesting in the UK is that the NHS has data capabilities to identify those patients. And so we partner with them to keep basically those patients preventively safe and healthy at their GPs to prevent secondary progression, and therefore tap into those benefits, not only for the health, but also for the wealth. As I said, 4 to 5% of GDP growth in Europe is costed by cardiovascular disease.
Thank you, but there's sort of two sides to the picture, and I'd like to get to you on that, Chikwe, because on the one hand, we do have an industry that contributes to health and well-being in a variety of ways. You've mentioned some of them. We do obviously also have an industry that contributes to ill health quite considerably. And it's interesting to note that within the stakeholder sector of industry, one side maybe that produces the diabetes drugs doesn't say too much about the side that's in the industry that actually helps to create diabetes. So there are these two sides of the sector, one sector with an enormous externality and health costs, and another sector that is able to grow actually on exactly those health costs. So how does one address this in terms of investments, regulations, policy approaches, dialogues, as you've said? Chikwe, give us some guidance.
I think, if you look at the progress made in whether we call it the global north or a Western society around healthcare, I think we have a lot to be incredibly proud of. And I think the internal incentives for continuous improvement driven by research, by science, by political demand will keep pushing life expectancy even further and keep improving the quality of individual health, especially related to chronic diseases. But, this is a conference for global solutions. And if there's one thing we've learned from this pandemic is we don't live within the boundaries of our political establishment. And especially when it comes to infectious diseases and many other threats, it's not enough to have great life expectancy in Germany and be part of the world. And for many of these global problems, we have to accept that maybe investing in the other extreme of the world is actually what will protect us here. And the same relates to many other countries. And that's a politically difficult argument to make, that we need to take a fair bit of our investments and invest them in building laboratory infrastructure or whatever in another country, in not out of charity, but in our own selfish best interest to survive as a society here. And these are very difficult political arguments to make. But if we don't learn anything from this pandemic, it should be that whether we have great industry or great science or enough citizen activism to invest in health in our countries here, it is still not enough, because to actually survive, we have to find the incentives to lead us to thinking about ourselves as a global community. And that's really the point the DG of WHO, Dr. Tedros, tries to make all the time and shouts about equity. And people get almost tired of hearing that word. But it's so important that we change the framing of the conversations we're having to fit into the global community in which we live.
Thank you, Chikwe, and thank you for taking up that important component that also many of your colleagues and you work on, Rachel, and that is to move out of the charity model of global health, that we do need to see the financial flows in very different ways, that we need to see the economic impact in different ways, and therefore also automatically what we consider investments. But that somehow is starting to get in the way also of some of the geopolitical discussions, because it seems to me, and I'd like your view on that, that, you mentioned the investment in research, for example, in innovation, in technology, that this in itself is becoming a competition between countries rather than coming together in the sense of a global good that reduces the big equity challenges. Do you see that happening?
Absolutely, and you saw it everywhere during the pandemic. It was obvious. I mean, much has been written and spoken about the idea of vaccine diplomacy, or you share your countermeasures with your allies or someone you hope will become your ally, and it's these strategic measures. I mean, you also saw during the pandemic strategic groupings together around creating countermeasures, but also within a context that there is a undercurrent of a strategic goal. So, for example, the Quad partnership to increase voluntary licensing and vaccine manufacturing in India, that was good on its own terms, but you could, of course, see the geopolitical subtext to what they were trying to do at the same point. I think trying to eliminate that sort of dynamic is a bit of a fool's errand. There are geopolitics, and I think we see, just in, say, the costs of the Ukraine-Russia war for both parties, that those geopolitical interests are going to outweigh a lot of even very strong arguments about what our collective interest is. So I think it's our task to figure out how we work within that, how we channel the geopolitics in a constructive direction, how we use moments like, say, the competition between the United States and China to increase vaccine manufacturing in India. Yes, there's a subtext, but it's a good thing in its own right. So how can we work within the actual geopolitical context we have? How can we be realists in the world as it is, warts and all, and think about the good things we can do that are compatible with countries' geopolitical interests versus trying to swim upstream of them, because I think that really is a dead end, and we will exert a lot of energy and end up in exactly the same place.
So Heinrich, if I can come to you on this, of course, your industry, particularly pharmaceutical industry, is one of the most heavily attacked and criticized during the pandemic. And at the same time now, following through from the pandemic, one is trying to say, we need different approaches. We need more innovation. We need more expertise. We need more knowledge. We need more production in the countries of the Global South. We need more knowledge sharing, which also brings in the tough question of intellectual property. We need to look, obviously, and Chikwe referred to it, not only look at medicines or vaccines, we need to look at a whole wide range of technology. Diagnostics is often severely undervalued. So from the perspective of your industry, did this get you thinking what happened during the pandemic, the attacks that you had from various sides, about really contributing to what the Director General of Health called vaccine apartheid? So how does one address that, and how can an industry like yours actually gain trust?
So especially the pandemic was a highly dynamic situation, which I think also brought the best out of many people and the players. But it also raised many questions, right? Because what we have seen in the pandemic is also pandemic worldwide, we can only solve together. There's not a single party, there's not a single player who can fix it for all. So we need to sit together in a dialogue and in collaboration and see how we can do it. And I think the basic question we're struggling with is, how can we ensure innovation and broad distribution, broad adaptation at the same time? And that is a little bit of a conflict we all are struggling with. Because if you look at the innovation part and the investment part, it comes with a high risk. It comes with high investments, high risk. I mentioned before, from 10,000 drugs that we develop in the lab, only one makes it to the market. And I think the pandemic was a great example for that. If you think about the two most commonly used vaccines, or two of the most commonly used vaccines from BioNTech, Pfizer, and from Moderna, these were outliers. These were two NASDAQ-listed biotech companies, probably not profitable before the pandemic, like 85% of the companies listed on NASDAQ. And what we needed here was a competition of ideas, of different ideas, and those availability of those ideas suddenly made a breakthrough in the pandemic. So how can we have investments come in? How can we have this diversity of ideas come in? How can we have these high-risk ideas come in while securing equity and distribution? And what we know is we need incentives for these investments to come. That is the incentives and the investments go hand in hand together. And I think that's what we learned also over the years. But then we need to sit together like we did in the pandemic and see how can we solve it. And there are multiple solutions possible through licensing. We also had Novartis experiment with that, for instance, through the ATOM coalition. It is in cancer vaccines, in cancer medicines, where we contribute drugs that are still on patent to the ATOM coalition for sub-licensing. And I think we need also to think in those terms. But, and I know it's not popular, we need incentives for R&D, because if we don't have it, there's no innovation coming out, and then everybody's losing.
Thank you. Chikwe, how is WHO dealing with this? There's obviously negotiations for a pandemic accord or treaty, as some call it. There's also a strengthening within the organization on this whole area of science and innovation. I'm thinking of the chief scientist of the World Health Organization. So what are the signals we are getting from this key health organization that we have to be able to be better prepared and to have a different kind of interface between these investments in the private sector, between sharing knowledge and technology, and also new rules of the game, maybe?
Yeah, thanks, Ilona. I think this is it's not really just for WHO to solve. It's really a global challenge, right? We've built great societies out of the principles in a way of competition, right? Like you say, just 1 out of 10,000 substances make it into production. And, all our industries have driven out of a survival of the fittest in a way. But also we forget that some of the great principles that this society is based on is on solidarity. We built a health sector in Germany out of solidarity. We accept that there are some weaknesses in society that we have to come collectively to resolve. And I think the challenge we face in the world is that we have to find a principle of collaboration and solidarity in a global space where there's no global government to enforce it, outside of organizations like WHO that are kind of member state-driven voluntary organizations to a large extent. So we do have a fundamental challenge. And so WHO is really pushing hard on many fronts, on the science front, on developing new countermeasure platforms so that we are not reinventing COVAX in the middle of another crisis, that we think of how do we negotiate some of these things beforehand so that the process from when there's another crisis, from the ideation to production is a lot shorter than it was this time. But underlying all of that has to be a change in mind, how we think about these things, which is a political choice really for our leaders to make. And that's where Germany's role has been very important in the last few years, not only driving its national objectives, but really being at the heart of multilateralism as a strategic, in its own strategic best interest. So I think the more countries that find it important to agree on a multilateral agenda for the world through organizations like WHO, all we are is a secretariat for our member states. So the more we get the political backing by our leaders, the more we are in a stronger position to drive this change for the world.
And
please,
if I may add, because I agree with this approach, we all need to ask ourselves what's our role in this, and the responsibility and the values. I think if we are clear about our goals, we can make progress. And then we find solutions. In the pandemic, we opened up our research databases to each other, production sites. There are also many approaches in the industry, also from Novartis, on donations, on partnering with healthcare systems, on building them up. They're very individual. Sub-Saharan Africa is very different than maybe now North America. There are different needs. But I think it's about those principles, and then we can make a contribution.
Thank you. Rachel, there's been regularly the discussion, and I'm following up also from what Chikwe said, in terms of let's invest in global public goods. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and he said, forget it. Forget global public goods now because of geopolitics and everything else. Is that what you think, or do you think there can be defined public goods that we systematically invest in, and of course then do need to find the mechanism to make that investment? But how do you discuss that in your work?
Public goods are interesting because they are one of these I mean, it's sort of an economics concept, right? Of that we are all contributing to something that is non-excludable. And so there's all sorts of incentive problems of why should any one individual contribute to this? It's a great coordination problem. It only sort of works if everyone comes together to do it all at once, but you can have free riders on the other side. I think that in this context, probably global public goods in a context where we all have to agree and sign a treaty to make them happen, that's probably not the way forward. But for better or worse, we still have quite a lot of economic power concentration in a few countries. If we think about sort of where the GDP of the world is concentrated or the total tax revenue, government revenue that could be put towards things, we're really only talking about, within the G20, let's say, I think I saw it's 85% of the world's GDP. You don't need everybody to come together to get to a global public good. You need critical mass of people who are willing to say, you know what, this is enough, good enough for me and my citizens that I'm okay if, me and my partners fund all of it, and we're only 40% of the world, and everyone else free rides. And we still will have the global public good, we'll still benefit. I think if you wait around for everyone to get on board and pay their fair share, you just never move forward. And so the question is for governments, is this valuable to us? Is this global public good something we all actually want? How valuable is it to us? And can we find a few partners to come together and fund it? I am skeptical or a little bit cynical about the treaty approach in the current environment or anything that's sort of based on firm obligation. I think it has to be more opportunistic and built around kind of smaller strategic partnerships.
Thanks. Hatice, what do you think moving around in the G20? I mean, it's totally new for us that the G20 plays such an important role in setting the health agenda, in activating money, etc. Are we happy they're doing that? Do we want more of these kind of clubs? Do they have the legitimacy they should have? Should they work in new ways with WHO that has everyone there?
I think we don't need more clubs because we have a plethora of clubs around the world. I think we need to strengthen what we have. And obviously, whatever we do on health policies, the WHO has to be at the center because they represent the entire world. So we can't disenfranchise the WHO from policy making. The G20, from a geopolitical point, coming to your point, Rachel, is so we are at two crossroads. On a positive note that you highlighted, when I look at the social bond market, pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, you can see a tenfold increase from 2019 to the end of 2020 in the social bond market globally. And that shows that investors and asset managers clearly realize that there is a value that health is impacting, basically fixed income markets, equity, and obviously economic growth. So the appetite of coming together in investing actually was there. In that regard, I see health diplomacy actually as a peacemaking tool in these challenging times. So coming to your point before, Chick, where you mentioned political will. So we have all of these investors who have invested into social determinants that have underlying health issues. But on the other hand, we have the political will issue. So health is not just a charity. 40% of the world's debt is owned basically by China. They distribute the world's debt. On the other hand, we have emerging leaders in the G20, which is India, Indonesia, China, and Brazil.
South Africa.
South Africa is another one. So all of these leaders have a new role to play to boost economic growth in the years to come. And what we are seeing in the G20 right now is we have the strong G7 on the one side, but then the other players that I just mentioned. So how do we create new structures and political will amongst these actors to contribute to public good? And the pandemic fund that was created is such a public good that is being developed now. But even if you look at the pandemic fund, and this is where the G20's role is critical going forward, now we have this great, different fund. It's out there. We need 10.5 billion a year. We only have, I think, 700 million unlocked. So yes, we need more money. But how do we make the case of what kind of programs do we support, be it a medical countermeasures platform, for example? How do we support these new projects by including the pharma industry also in these discussions? So what I'm missing at the moment on the G20 table, when we were in Goa recently with you, we talked about the entire creation of a medical countermeasures platform. Everyone was around the table, but not the pharma industry. But these guys will be involved at the end of it as well to help create this measurement platform. So you can't disenfranchise them as well. So bringing back my arguments without getting too much away, is political will is key. And the G20 has realized that responsibility, but now they need to realize the new trends within the G20 and also bringing the other side back to the table. And there is investment appetite. So how do we merge them all together?
Well, thank you very much. That was a big roundup. I think we're nearly at the end of our discussions. I'd just like to highlight 2 or 3 points that all of you raised. First of all, yes, we need investment, but we need investment that is more integrated, that is more equity-oriented, and that also is not donor-driven and moves out of the charity model. I think all of you indicated that. You indicated how important new actors like the G20 are and how they can help also change the mind frame, particularly now that we have 4 middle-income countries running the show, basically, for a couple of years. And we already see that with India and the digital agenda, how things are shifting. We heard from you how important the innovation and the moving forward, also in a constant dialogue with, on the one hand, producers and countries in the global south, but also the need to have a new kind of dialogue, which is again then, and that's what we have not been able to talk about so much, and that is on the one hand we have the global organizations, we have the countries, we have industry, we have a strong civil society voice, obviously. But one group of actors we have engaged less with, and I think this will be critical for the future, and that is the investment community. Because these often set priorities that are not even always totally along the lines of the people running the companies. We know that from some of the consumer companies that actually wanted to move towards more health, but were stopped by their equity investors from doing so. So I think looking in more detail at the financial market in general, if we're really talking investment, that is something which then includes the development banks, the IMF, the debt structuring, and all of these issues. So I hope that when we meet next year at the Global Solutions Summit, we'll have a group like this, we'll have the investment community around the table, and we'll ask them how they intend to invest in health. And that's why we've suggested to the WHO Director General that he should have a chief economist to actually drive this kind of agenda forward. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thanks to all 5 of you for demonstrating so vividly how this round table is meant, actually, for taking the spirit of really paying attention to one another. I'm only going to say that because I want them to be role models to what's happening to you now. I'm going to send you to a lunch break. And me and my teams, we really fought for this lunch break being an hour long. You know how it is. There's so much to talk about. There's so many speakers to find room for. But we said, no, we said they should be in contact with each other. Now give them a break of at least 60 minutes. But I want to encourage you, don't focus on what my daughter calls gnocchi, only. So there's obviously lunch served on both foyers and on ground and on the first and second floor, but also take the time either to check on your talk apps who's here and send them a message and say, hey, I know where the coffee machine is now, let's meet for just a minute. Or I tried it, walk up to anyone and ask them what got you here. I haven't heard one boring answer yet. And I thank you very much for this. I'm going to see everyone in the stream back at 2 p.m. and all of you hopefully too. Have a good break and thank you.
Our next session will be Promoting Social Well-Being in Times of Transformation and Uncertainty. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Sebastian Schwag.
Good afternoon and welcome back here at the Global Solutions Summit 2023 in Berlin. As you've heard, my name is Sebastian Schwark. I'm a partner at Fleischmann-Hillard, the strategic communications firm. I'll be the moderator today. The topic is promoting social well-being in times of transformation and uncertainty. And I'm very pleased that we have Gala Diaz-Langu, the executive director of CPAC, a not-for-profit organization in Buenos Aires here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Irene Navidad, the president of Globe Women Research and Education Institute, also non-for-profit in Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
And Sanjeev Krishan, the chairperson of PwC in India. Welcome. And online we have Achim Steiner. There you are. Hi. The administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, and Marc Fleurbet, a professor at the Paris School of Economics. Hello. So this is a hybrid session. We have 45 minutes to discuss the topic, how we can promote social well-being in times of transformation. So that's not a lot of time. I'd like to dive right into it. With our topic today, we're at the heart of what the Global Solutions Summit is all about. We need to recouple economic prosperity with social progress and environmental sustainability. But in the past 15 years, we have seen crisis after crisis. From the global financial crisis in 2008 to the euro crisis, the global pandemic, more recently, the energy crunch that we're seeing, the inflation crisis that we're seeing right now. And then if we look forward, we see a climate crisis, we see political polarization to an extent that we haven't seen since 1989. We see that many democracies are in crisis. Some are shifting to authoritarianism, and we see the transformational effect of digital technology, which is affecting all of us and kind of converging the physical and the digital worlds. We also see unimaginable wealth in the hand of a few, while progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals seems to be lagging. And to understand this polycrisis, we want to see how it affects social well-being and what we can do about it. I would like to start with you, Gala. Thank you for being here. You're based in Argentina, so you had a long way to come. Thank you for making the journey. Your country was 100 years ago maybe one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and since then it has seen many crises, and now it seems to be more recently in economic recession. From your perspective, what are the main challenges in this transformation that we're going through for the well-being of individuals and communities?
Well, thank you, Sebastian, for the question. It's a pleasure to be here. The current crisis in Argentina has economic, political, and institutional and environmental, social features to it. It's a very concrete example of a polycrisis. But every single aspect of this crisis has in common a factor of mistrust. There's a huge interpersonal mistrust, which has dropped to historical levels, interpersonal trust. But I think most worryingly, we have also hit a record in terms of low institutional trust. The average trust in institutions worldwide is around 50%. In Argentina, 17% of people trust institutions. Public, private companies, universities, whatever. Obviously, the situation with high mistrust and high uncertainty isn't a very fertile situation to think about how can we get out of this polycrisis, because often uncertainty leads us to stillness. We're afraid to get the projections wrong. We're afraid to assume high costs today for future benefits that we don't know, A, whether we will be seeing them concretely, and B, whether we will be able to benefit from them. So this often leads us to immobility and to maintenance of status quo, which is the non-resolution of the most structural problems that we have, and therefore how we keep falling into this succession of crises that you've mentioned. Obviously, in this context, it's difficult, but what we think should be done is to think about the future, even amidst this sea of uncertainties that we have in Argentina and also globally. We do have some certainties. We know that climate crisis won't go away. We know that population will keep aging. We know digitalization won't go away. We know that income will keep on concentrating probably in fewer hands, etc. And we can maybe think about how this will implicate the public sphere mostly, and make projections and take action. Because what we should realize is that status quo is very costly, even considering these trends. Because if we don't do it, we'll see what is going on in Argentina actually deepening, which is a widening of inequalities, widening inequalities in income concentration, but mostly in terms of overall opportunities for different population groups. And the usual suspects are the ones that keep on getting the lower hand in terms of women, in terms of particularly households with children, of particular regions, of lower sectors in the income distribution. So we can use this crisis to realize that if we don't put people at the core of our decisions in terms of policy, in terms of development, we won't end up solving the problems that need to be solved.
So the crisis can become a catalyst, you're saying.
Exactly.
That's excellent. Mark, I would like to bring you in. You have published widely about social progress, equality of opportunity, economic fairness, and the economics of climate change. So how do you, as an academic, conceptualize the effects of this polycrisis that we're going through, the transformation on social well-being?
Yeah, I'm afraid that what Gala has described for Argentina holds more or less for the whole world. There is a combination of these different crises that you, Sebastian, listed, and indeed they have consequences on many dimensions of people's life and many factors of well-being. Let's start with health, for instance, the COVID crisis, but not just the COVID crisis, also social problems leading to deaths of despair in the US, for instance, and the resurgence of violence and conflict in many parts of the world are leading to a sort of spectacular decrease in life expectancy in many parts of the world. So that's one dimension. And health is not just physical health, there is also mental health. And here, mental health actually is considered to be one of the key determinants of well-being according to people themselves. There is a survey of global happiness that is run by the Ipsos company, and physical health and mental health are the first two leading factors that people list in their well-being dimensions. And here, regarding mental health, stress has been a considerable problem, and this has been especially highlighted in the latest Human Development Report because of uncertainty, because of all the violence. A lot of stress is happening. And this is also connected to the distrust that Gala was describing. There is a lot of stress because people don't think they can rely on institutions. They don't think they can rely on people around them. And this is very worrisome. If you have a look at the World Happiness Report, you get a slightly different picture. So this is focused on a different sort of data, which is about life satisfaction, as recorded by the Gallup World Poll. And here you see things which are much more stable than in other sorts of data. No big trend, except in some parts of the world, no big trend and no big bumps around the latest crisis. So draw your conclusions. You can wonder whether these data are reliable, whether they really capture what matters to people, but they do show some things happening in parts of the world. So there was a positive trend in Central and Eastern Europe before the war in Ukraine, also a little bit in East Asia. But there was a declining trend in South Asia and in parts of Latin America for the bottom 50% of the population in terms of life satisfaction. And the case of Sub-Saharan Africa is striking because there you could see an upward trend for the top 50% in terms of life satisfaction, and a downward trend for the bottom 50%. And so what's particularly striking is the misery index. So the people who give a score to their life satisfaction that is less than 3 has been rising in some parts of the world. So South Asia, now you have a trend that leads about almost half of the people, 45% of the people, being below 3 in terms of life satisfaction. And you have something similar, but much more recent, in sub-Saharan Africa. So probably linked to the various crises that have hit the continent. These are staggering numbers. In most other parts of the world, these numbers, this misery index is more around 10, 15%. Now, a positive element that you find in this report is that you've had, especially perhaps due to the COVID crisis, an increase in acts of benevolence. So people declaring that they have been helping others more than they used to. But as Gala said, the distrust is really a very problematic phenomenon connected to polarization. And so all these aspects of mental and material well-being are all going in various directions. But I would say, except for the apparently stable Gallup World Poll, if you take a very broad picture, there are many worrisome trends.
Thank you. So the effects are global. Irene, I would like to turn to you, and your organization focuses on advancing economic progress of women. Mark mentioned the deaths of despair in the US. So what is your perspective from a rich country on these issues that we're discussing?
Women don't feel rich globally. And I'm so delighted that we are putting women at the center of this conversation. Before COVID, McKinsey said that 40% of global GDP, and I apologize for GDP being used as a measure, that's all we know right now, 40% of global GDP was due to women's economic activity. 40%, all right? That's enormous. Imagine if they had equal pay. Imagine if they had access to jobs that paid more. Imagine if they had funding quickly for their startups and for their scale-up enterprises. Imagine if they didn't have to be confined to part-time work because they have to integrate work with family responsibilities. Well, McKinsey imagined, and it comes to $28 trillion of potential revenue if women were fully integrated into the global economy. So here's a paradigm shift. Put women in the center of global solutions going forward. You cannot have economic recovery post-COVID, post-war, post any natural disaster without women. Who the hell do you think is going to somehow replicate the economy we had before and grow it? So we cannot have this kind of discussion without women front and center. So I'm delighted to be covering women. Okay, now, During COVID, workers became decoupled from the workplace. Everyone had to work remotely, right? And employers discovered you can be productive and work remotely. This was something women always wanted for their well-being, to be able to have flexible time that makes, family and work possible. Now, there's a flip side to this. Because, as Dennis, the other Dennis, mentioned, there's always a crack in the wall. Working remotely can also lead to isolation and marginalization. It can lead to mental health issues. Because it's been mentioned to me, this woman vice president said to me, I felt isolated working from home. Then I go to work, and I felt isolated because there's nobody there. So it's a quandary. I always say nothing is for free. So the other unintended consequence is the hollowing out of our cities. What do we do about the well-being of our cities when the workers aren't there anymore that provided foot traffic for all the small businesses that relied on workers being there? In my city, Washington, D.C., the mayor is asking President Biden tell the government workers to go to work because the city, the tax revenues from real estate, from all of those small businesses that were thriving before is disappearing, and you need the tax base in order to keep the services going. So I just want us to think about the consequences of some of the transformational changes that is happening to the workplace. Workplace is now an inchoate word, and a lot of management is now trying to deal with what does that mean? How do I create connectivity when your workforce is dispersed? How do you measure performance? What are the new metrics that we need to develop? How do we manage better when, my workers I have never seen? So, it's this kind of transformation that seemed to, welcome, that women welcome, also has longer term impact that is very consequential. The other thing I wanted to mention, we've been talking here a lot about AI, is the consequences of it in terms of women. Because Goldman Sachs says the 300 million jobs will likely become obsolete or disappear altogether because of AI. And repetitive jobs, administrative jobs, are the jobs women hold, and they're the ones that are first to go. So I'm probably running out of time, but I do want to talk about digital poverty, which I think women will be subject to, okay? We found out, even in Washington, D.C., that low-income families did not have connectivity in the internet. They couldn't afford what was needed so that their kids could get books through the internet. They didn't have laptops. So that's in Washington, D.C. Can you imagine in the South? Only, I think I saw a figure, 119 million women do not have internet access. Only 7% hold digital phones. This is something we need to think about because connectivity, given the fact that digitalization and automation is accelerating, we need women to have access to the new digital world that will dictate how they work. So I'm going to shut up now. Okay.
Thank you. So the digital divide is affecting women disproportionately. Thank you for that dimension, which I think adds to the discussion that we had. Achim, I'd like to bring you in as the head of the United Nations Development Program. You're sitting kind of at the core of global governance. How do you prioritize these issues? I mean, we've heard everything from lack of trust to the digital divide. What's your perspective?
Thank you, Sebastian, and very good to join a panel that, without having spoken to each other, we actually are taking very similar departure points. I was struck by Gala and Mark both beginning with this issue of trust, and I think this is something we really do need to focus on because the erosion of trust in our public institutions, in the development pathways that we have chosen over the last 50, 100 years, many people have found themselves less and less confident in the outcomes. So I think this erosion of trust is both a reflection of inequalities, of perhaps choices that no longer are appropriate for what we know about what comes next. And Mark, you mentioned the Human Development Report, the last one, Uncertain Times, Uncertain Lives, was certainly an attempt to capture this very deep sentiment of disengagement, of resentment, of loss of trust. And I think it is affecting the way we're also dealing with all the social dimensions of development. And it affects also the way we perceive the role of government. The Edelman Trust Barometer last year found that 66% of those interviewed across, I think it's 30 countries or so, felt that governments mislead them. And this brings me to the next three very brief points. I use them with 3 T's in front, which in part explain this, but also point to the solutions. One is this notion of trade-offs. So often in development, we have invoked the notion of a trade-off. Rapid economic growth, well, the price of is social inequality, then it was environmental damage. For decades, we have been entrapping societies in a discourse about development choices that ultimately made more and more people feel that they were left behind. And this is also one reason why in the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, this notion of leaving no one behind has become such a central tenet in the way we think about development looking to the future. A second part is the transitions. Arena, you just spoke about digitalization. I think it is a fascinating area where, again, we are seeing both the extraordinary possibilities of technology. You spoke about women in the digital age and economy. On one side, there is an enormous risk, as you have said, to leave significant parts of the population behind, and women in particular, and girls also. On the other hand, we have also seen that in the domain of digital finance, we have hundreds of millions of women being able to join the international or the domestic financial system for the first time by being able to essentially bypass banks for whom the doors were closed over the last decades. No land titles, no proper credit record, no ability to borrow. Today, we have countries where women borrow money in the morning in order to buy their goods, sell them in the market, repay the loan in the evening, all done on a smartphone. There are extraordinary developments, but they don't happen without policy design and without investment. And I think this brings me to the fourth T, beyond the trade-offs and the transitions domain, which is taxation. It's a very interesting topic. We often forget that in many of these transitions, particularly when technology plays an enormous role, it's the ability of government to be able to create the digital public infrastructure or a transport infrastructure. And that's where we determine who is included, who is excluded. And inequality becomes an extremely important design variable here. And taxation is still the way in which governments and societies essentially are able to mobilize resources from those who can afford to pay taxes in order to invest them, in particular also in addressing inequality, unequal access. So here are three variables that I think are extremely important to learn from history, how policymaking, how a society sets priorities and can either enhance social well-being or diminish it. And just to end, the Human Development Report Index, for the first time in over 30 years, has gone backwards for 2 years in a row. So we are in a profoundly disrupted moment in history.
Right. Thank you very much, Achim. And Sanjeev, last not least, I would like to turn to you. Thank you for your patience so far. India currently holds the G20 presidency, and then you're also a chairman of PwC in India. So what do you think the G20 should focus on regarding these issues? And what do you think the role of the private sector is in that?
So before I start, if we had more time, I would have asked people to close their eyes and do this for me. But if you are, let's assume that you are a patriarch in any family, in any part of the world, or let's say you are the youngest boy and girl in a family in any part of the world, what are the 2 or 3 things which are most important to you? You're talking about future. The youngest man or boy is thinking, or girl is thinking what the future lies ahead. The patriarch is thinking, how many years do I have to live? People talk about family because they're the ones who embrace us all the time, and who enables whatever I wish to happen. It is Mother Earth, as we say it. So from that standpoint, the G20 theme that India has picked up is all about future, family, and of course the resources which come from Mother Earth. And I think that's the theme. And to me, I think that's a very pertinent theme because, you talked about the polycrisis, you talked about, while we're talking polycrisis, I think we should be now ready for crisis every 3 months. There is something which is hitting us all the time. So, polycrisis is here to stay. And I think we need to figure out ways and means to live with it and embrace it. So, when you talk about the role that, we all need to play, do we need to really, we talked about technology, for instance, do we need to fear it or should we embrace it? And figure out what are the ways and means by which we can actually navigate and actually find, more inclusion. We're talking about incomes. We're talking about, top 10% of the people having 52% of the income. We're talking about the lowest, 50% having some 8 or 9% of income, and the wealth would be even more disparate. Now, how do we use some of these things rather than think matters to fear as matters to enable us? So for instance, from an India standpoint, I think the whole India stack is, I think, a classical example where India has embraced technology to make sure that there is financial inclusion through the Jan Dhan program, which has been very, very successful, as also the biometrics, which is there through the Aadhaar program, where you can, and of course more recently the ability for us to actually have financial inclusion, whether it is opening bank accounts, getting insurance, and so on and so forth, through any of the mechanisms that have been done through the use of technology, and it is publicly owned. It is not in private hands. It is publicly owned. So to me, I think this is just one example of how technology needs to be embraced to find solutions to the problem as opposed to fearing them. I think that's the first point that I wanted to make. I think the second one that I wanted to really make is that we will always keep talking about, and I think Irene, you made the point, whether GDP is the right indicator and whether some other is the right indicator. See, I think we need to live with duality in mind. It is always going to be the case. We will never be able to mitigate a GDP issue or some other issue, etc. Whether it is the SDG goals and so on and so forth. I think all of that will be important, right? I mean, coming from India, and we are in Berlin. 1989, the Berlin Wall went down. 1991, India started liberalizing its economy. By that time, people were already wondering whether globalization is good or not. Continued till 2010. And today we are talking about whether globalization is good or bad. I think some of these things are good to talk, but I think we need to embrace them and we need to work through them, as opposed to thinking that, okay, is this good enough now? Somebody else has monetized it for so many years. I mean, look at yesterday, I was sitting here and, we were talking about climate financing. On this table, there were no real answers about climate financing, while there have been so many commitments made in COPs all these years. I think that's the point, that we need to get down to execution of some of these things and make real, tangible offers as to this is my solution. It is for us, all of us, to keep sitting and saying that, okay, this is what we ought to do. The time is gone. This is what we are doing.
So embrace technology, find the right financing for the climate transition. Thank you very much. That's exactly my next question. Like, how do we address these issues effectively? And Gala, I would come back to you. Your organization, your think tank, focuses actually on policy advice. So what is the one policy that you would want to promote?
It's not actually a focus on policy, but a focus on process, on how to get to that policy, which is co-constructing without engaging different sectors, different populations.
It's more methodology.
Exactly. Yeah. To acknowledge that these problems that we are facing, every problem that we've mentioned this far, are complex problems. We need a very broad engagement of stakeholders. Not only not a think tank advising a government will be able to change this.
But how do you do that without trust?
Well, we need to agree on very concrete actions that can be done, concrete and feasible actions, given the restrictions of the moment, of the context, not only fiscally, but also in political terms, in technical terms, etc., to be able to showcase that some changes are possible with the agreement of different actors that should be involved in the implementations of those actions.
Mark, based on your research, what would you recommend? Like, if there's one policy that you could promote globally, what would it be?
Yeah, there is one element I would like to push forward, but before that, I think I should say that there are some basics that we shouldn't forget, because I don't want to sell one idea as the only idea. And now what has been happening in Ukraine, I think, has been a wake-up call for many Europeans, starting from peaceful institutions, no repression, trustworthy institutions, the rule of law, and democracy. These are the basics for promotion of well-being. And the second basic pillar is the existence of a safety net in various ways, but mostly through the welfare state. And this is a key element to remove an important source of stress. And that should include preparedness for pandemics and things like that. Now, and there are a few other things, of course. I could mention migration policy and women and minorities and all that. But the one idea I'd like to push, because it's not often mentioned, is the promotion of good jobs. Good jobs, so you mentioned the private sector earlier, Sebastian. Indeed, I think the private sector has an important role to play. We economists tend to think a lot about public policy, but there is a lot that can happen in corporate social responsibility. And so companies treating their human resources in a human way is a super important element that can not only promote well-being, because people spend most of their day at work, right? So it's an important part of what they experience in their life. But it's also part of a form of civic education. So people who are treated humanly with respect and who are able to be autonomous at work and participate in decisions affecting their working conditions, these people also tend to become good citizens. So there is a very, very important role for the private sector in this respect.
Irene, would you agree with that assessment that the private sector really is key to solve this?
Absolutely. You know, companies adopted green policies way before, you know, cities and towns, et cetera, or federal governments developed policies regarding carbon emissions. They are into climate change with targets, deadlines, et cetera, because they have seen supply chain disruptions. They have seen their workers' homes destroyed, their factories destroyed. So, yeah, if you don't bring private sector in, you can't just rely on government and policy makers, okay? Given what we discussed yesterday about 2-year and 4-year terms. Actually, in the US, and this is not to say that my country does everything right. We don't. Absolutely not. When there were threats to the voting right of especially African Americans, and states started to pass laws that limit voter access, 100 CEOs took a page in the New York Times and signed on to say, voting is key to democracy and it cannot be limited. And so they said out loud what nobody else was saying. And taking positions now on policy has become something that's sort of, you know, private sector driven in my country. Me Too happened, and all of a sudden companies were reviewing their gender relations in the workplace. Sometimes it takes a crisis to make public and private sector respond, but we have to take resources where they are. If we don't have public-private sector partnership, global solutions ain't gonna happen, okay? And if women aren't central to that, it ain't gonna happen either. How about this as a paradigm shift? We keep talking about that. Engage women fulsomely in the economy of every economy in the world, I can guarantee you big time paradigm shift, because women don't take risks with other people's money and they are much more responsive to climate change initiatives than men.
Thank you, Irene. Achim, you mentioned taxation, and that kind of seems to be in a slight contradiction to the role of the public sector that's been promoted here. Do you see that as a contradiction, or is it what's the role of taxation? How much taxation do we need, and how do we find a taxation regime that doesn't stifle the private sector?
Well, look, first of all, I don't think there is a contradiction between a state which we essentially empower and task with creating the rules of the game, whether it's for the market or how we live with each other. And I think every country has its own pathway here. And just to remind ourselves, in the United States, the top band tax rate in the 1950s was close to 70%. How America funded the research and development, the infrastructure, the ability to train and educate people, to send, men at the time, I mean, sorry, it was men, but now women also into space. There is an extraordinary role that public policy plays, but not, anymore in this very polarized debate we had for much of the 80s, 90s. The state is either the solution to everything or the market is the solution to everything. We need to have both. And I think some of the most successful economies, whether it is on the issue of inequity, equitable access to services, whether it is on action on climate change, energy transitions, are precisely the countries where there is a strong consensus about setting the rules of the game, correcting also for the failures of the market, and then being able to move forward as a society. And I think this is why I want to you asked what is one area in which we need to think carefully. I think it is financing. There are countries such as India, Sanjeev just spoke about it, where there is an extraordinary expansion of renewable energy happening now. Government sent that signal into the market, 480,000 megawatts of renewable electricity infrastructure being added to the grid in the next 8 years, largely funded by private investors. In other countries, there is no private investment on which to draw. There we have to look at financing with an international community, but it's essentially public-private financing and how to send the right signals to remove distortions in the way that we favor fossil fuels and therefore make the transition more difficult. And at the same time, we also have to address finance in terms of the short-term shock we are in right now, which is a major debt crisis. And frankly, the private creditors are not coming to the table. Many developing countries are one step away from not being able to anymore honor their commitments, including paying interest rates. That is default territory for entire economies. Finance is a crucial part, and it has very much a public and a private sector and a market element. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sanjeev, you said that as well, that we need to talk about the finance side of things. But let me ask you, Dr. I mean, you're advising some of the largest companies in India. And how much taxation do you think is necessary? Do we tax big corporations enough, particularly on the global level, to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve?
Well, I think that can obviously be debated, but if you do something beyond a point, it can be counterproductive. I mean, you look at the way the tax rates are in some of the major parts of the world, and you look at the tax to GDP ratios where they are. Of course, in certain countries they could be higher. I mean, from talking about India, for instance, it's always a question. You need to balance the ability for you to encourage businesses to invest, which of course creates employment thereafter, and to be able to generate resources. So for India, for instance, just formalizing the economy through the introduction of the goods and service tax 5 years back has been a huge enabler. I think the goods and service tax in India has been growing 22% almost every year, which is creating more resources. And so much so that last year in the Indian budget, 30% incremental capital expenditure the government of India could afford because of this. So I think it is about how you tax, what you tax, and of course, what is the governance mechanism that you have around taxation, which are also very, very important.
Right.
The one point that I'd like to add to the point that was being made earlier, I think if you look at the private sector participation, I think they need to be also embraced a little bit in terms of encouragement that you provide to them to be able to do the right things. I mean, there are a lot of statistics which will tell you that the profits of the largest corporations can easily mitigate the poverty alleviation requirements that we have. But the question is, what is the trigger and how are they being embraced to do so? I think we need a trigger.
We need to give them incentives, whether it's tax-based incentives, but we have to sort of accelerate private sector engagement. They're already there. How can they be profitable if they don't pay attention to the wellness needs of their employees or the communities of which they're a part? I mean, it's sort of very basic. I wanted to mention that for women, work is a wellness issue. Having it is also as important as having access to family care. And that is something we need to remember. It's not that they're asking for, oh, help me. No. They're actually at the center of their own quest for income. I want women to have more money, but not here at the bottom. I want them to go up to the top. So that's how come there are already public policies embraced by numerous countries, quotas for women on boards in 42 countries now, quotas for women in senior management. Germany and France have it. Quotas to get women into the supply chain. That is available in South Africa. So let us use policies that are there already and speed them up, have them be adopted. You don't have to start from zero is what I'm saying.
So sometimes we need more than incentives, then we need actual regulation. So is that, Gala, what do you think from a perspective of Argentina?
I totally agree with Irene, and there's one aspect that I think is crucial to foster this better and larger participation of women, which I also think it's crucial, and it's the thing that would lead us to a paradigm change, which is care policies. Without acknowledging the relevance of care that is crucial for our reproduction as a species, for our survival, we won't be able to have a greater and a larger participation of women in the labor market. So we need to invest and to articulate all the relevant stakeholders to have a better organization of care and larger and better policies behind care work.
We have about 2-3 minutes. Sanjeev, do you agree with that assessment that we need better care policies?
No, absolutely. When I look at the broader ESG agenda as it currently stands in India, there's a lot of focus on climate. Governance has always been an issue, but the social elements are at times, not given as much weightage. So, currently we're even working with the regulators to say that there should be specific requirements on the S. And, when it comes to diversity, when it comes to inclusiveness, etc., I think those become very, very important. I mean, what is it that you're doing at the most granular level? I mean, what are you doing to, you pull out minerals from the earth, right, for your steel plants and so on and so forth. What are you doing for that community at large? I think that becomes very, very important. How are you giving employment to some of those people where you actually set up those factories. I think that becomes very, very important. Right. And I think the one other thing which I would say is that I think that point was made about mental well-being, etc. I think that is something which we need to be overweight on, because the last 3 years have told us, whether you are in a services industry, whether you're in the manufacturing industry, that is becoming a big issue. And with people having missed 2 or 3 years of schooling, I think I've seen so many kids, fall through, and I think that is very, very important. We need we need more focus on that.
So we need to keep more of the value creation actually in the countries of origin, as Chancellor Charles rightly said yesterday as well. I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you so much for the discussion. I could keep asking and quizzing you all day. So thank you very much for your input. Thank you both online for your time. We have a short break for about a minute, and then the next panel is going to come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next session will be Reforming International Development Finance for Global Resilience. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Hans-Peter Lankus.
Thank you and good afternoon. We're at the dead point of the afternoon, but we have a fantastic panel here and are going to energize you all. So let me give a quick introduction to the subject, and then I'll turn to our panelists. So we all know, and we've had many sessions now about that climate action is incredibly urgent, the science is clear, but progress is too slow at best. We heard Bob Moritz today in his very impressive keynote, who said there is no progress at all. One way to look at climate action is that we have to shift the trajectory of growth and build a net zero capital stock. So at its core, climate action has to drive investments and it has to drive innovation. And since we are running out of carbon budget, this investment has to be front-loaded. That in turn will require a very large increase in finance for climate investments. We're all familiar with the numbers. The COP27 high-level group on climate finance, the Songwei-Stern report, estimated that we need to ensure additional external finance of 1 trillion annually, external, 1 trillion annually for low and middle-income countries. And that's in addition to significant domestic resource mobilization. And the Chancellor Scholz, said it yesterday, official funding will have to play a crucial role. But in the end, most of the investment, most of the heavy lifting will have to come from private sources. So how do we get there? We have been spectacularly unsuccessful so far. In fact, since the Paris Agreement, the net aggregate finance for developing countries has fallen, not grown. So turning this trend around will take collective action and with a huge sense of urgency. And what I would suggest now is that we talk, we divide our conceptually at least, our conversation into three parts. One is how can we scale up official financial support for the Sustainable Development Goals and the goals of the Paris Agreement, including but not exclusively through the multilateral development banks. And second, how can the global financial system deliver a significant expansion of private capital flows in support of development and climate goals? And third, what can be done to scale up concessional finance and more generally to reduce the cost of capital to tackle risks and especially do so in poorer countries. Now, as a panel, you bring great authority and an amazing range of experiences on these questions. Jochen Flassbart on my left is the State Secretary in the German Federal Ministry of Cooperation and is there following a distinguished career in the leadership in climate and environmental affairs for a very long time. Bambang Brojonegoro on our screen is professor at the University of Indonesia and a lead co-chair of the T20. And he's a former finance minister of Indonesia with huge experience in these questions, including in getting the G20 to focus on them. Mo Ibrahim is chairman of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation and with an amazing history of impactful philanthropy, particularly on governance and improving governance. And Anshula Kant on our screen is managing director and group chief financial officer of the World Bank Group. Thank you all for coming, for being there. I'll turn to you first, Jochen, if I may. You have led policy both on the environment and now on international cooperation, and that helps you to look across sources of finance. I know that Germany has been quite instrumental in motivating reforms at the World Bank Group, but also for the broader multilateral development system. Can you give us a perspective on that? Where does that stand? Where is it going to go? And how is it going to go fast?
Thanks, Hans, and really, what a pleasure to be here with our online partners and with Mo Ibrahim here at the panel. I'm the first beneficiary of this because I meet him the first time. We should have done it already earlier. And so I was a bit surprised with your introduction. You started with climate, and fair enough. But looking at the title of this panel, Reforming International Development Finance for Global Resilience, I asked myself, what is global resilience? And I think in a nutshell, it's the SDGs. Do we deliver on meeting the SDGs or not? But as you kicked off with the climate finance, let me pick it up. I worked for the British for Alok Sharma in preparation of the COP26 with the first 100 billion delivery plan, which was continued thereafter for the next COP, together with Jonathan Wilkinson from Canada. And that was meant to figure out where we are. We knew it from the OECD figures, and what is needed to catch up. And one of the biggest findings was, for insights for me, was that it was not so much the lack of budget funding that we didn't meet the 100 billion. Yes, there was a need to do more, but the problem was that the leverage factor for public funding to gain private investments was much lower than we expected 5, 6, 7 years before. So now moving it, as we have just a few minutes for the first statement, I understood, pushing it now to the global SDG agenda, moving from the Ministry for Environmental Development, I saw the problem is even bigger. Addressing climate neutrality on the one hand, but also to meet all the other SDGs needs the trillions. And it's very obvious, even if I would be a genius and could motivate the finance minister to double or triple or quadruple my budget for implementing the SDGs and helping other countries, supporting other countries in doing so, it would not make it. So if we don't get the private sector in, to transparent conditions and in a SDG compatible way, we will not reach our targets. And just to finish here, we are now in the midst, and you quoted that others said it's a big failure. Yes, it is. I mean, it is as it is. We are far away, and not all this is linked to the pandemic and to the Russian war of aggression. We were already behind prior to the pandemic and prior to the war, and now we have to catch up. And the easiest thing, I know a little bit about politics. The easiest thing to do is at a point in time to say, okay, it was ambitious, but now we have to realize we cannot make it. And this must not be. It's not something nice to have. It is essential, and in the broad spectrum. Please don't just limit it to climate change. And it is so close to my heart. Everybody will believe me that I don't want to neglect it. But it's a broad range of the SDGs, 17 SDGs that has to be met.
It's a good point. It's a broader agenda. And also the agenda, the climate agenda, especially from the perspective of the Global South, has to be built into a broader sustainable growth agenda. Otherwise, it's very hard to bring everybody along. Now I'm turning to Bambang. And so now, with your experience as finance minister, Bambang, and with the successive G20 processes, could you comment a bit on the scope for regulation of international finance to support higher capital flows? We hear that the private sector will have to deliver in a huge way. We have to increase mobilization of the private sector. What can better regulation do? Where do we stand? Where is this going?
Thank you so much, Hans, for the opportunity. Before I'm talking about the regulation of international finance, let me echo what previous speaker mentioned about the importance of mainstreaming the goal of climate change financing into the part of the SDG financing, because we believe in SDG financing, we are trying to fulfill not only economic and social sustainability, but also, of course, environmental sustainability. So when it comes to the regulation, I think one of the bottleneck why there are a lot of potential from private capital cannot flow into or didn't flow too much into, for example, developing economy. I think one of the reasons why most of the capital private financing go to the advanced economy is because the risk appetite, the risk calculation. I think somehow the regulation of international finance should give special treatment to the risk that occurring in the developing economy. And we can use, for example, the rating that has been issued by Standard & Poor's, by the other rating agencies. So that could be one of the fundamental. But then to create a better risk appetite and eventually lower costs for climate change financing from private capital, then there has to be kind of risk mitigation scheme in which, for example, there is like international effort to provide some kind of the guarantee, the guarantee for private capital that invest in, the climate change issue in developing countries. So with that kind of scheme, let's say the investors can buy, kind of the guarantee from that kind of pool of the fund. And then by using that kind of guarantee, hopefully the appetite to go into maybe higher risk developing economy will be greater. And certainly, aside from the regulation, I believe the role of multilateral development bank as well as philanthropic organization, I think will be critical. At the end of the day, I think blended financing could be one of the solutions to make sure there will be bigger flow of private capital into climate change financing, especially in developing economy. And then, of course, the role of MDBs and philanthropy organization will be helpful in managing the risks or basically neutralizing the risk of developing economy as well as reducing the cost of fund. Maybe that's kind of a regulation that we need from developing perspective.
Thanks. And Bambang, can I just follow up a little bit on this? So blending, who does that? How do they do that? So you mentioned the MDBs. Today, the MDBs only mobilize collectively about 20 cents to the dollar in private finance. How are we going to get there?
Yeah, I think MDB could play the role as so-called, first we need to agree about setting up kind of consortium or coalition of climate change financing led, I think, most probably by MDBs, multilateral development banks, and then supported by, again, regional development banks, and also we can include organizations that focusing on specific climate financing, for example, GCF, Green Climate Financing, and we have to include also the philanthropic organization, because then they can provide some kind of technical assistance or the way to reduce the cost of fund or making sure the investment will work well. And then at the end, of course, we need kind of the consortium to maybe we can do kind of consortium pool of fund for climate change that is intended mostly for high-risk country, mostly in a developing economy.
Thank you, Bambang. We heard philanthropy. Mo Ibrahim, you've done path-breaking work in that field. Where do you see the role of philanthropy in this common effort to scale up, and in particular, in making sure that the poorest countries don't lose out? A lot of the efforts that we see today seem to be more geared towards middle-income countries and their needs. How do we make sure the poorest, the fragile states don't lose out?
Right. Well, thank you, Hans. But I don't think philanthropy hasn't got that much resources, really, to solve the problems. Philanthropy can help leading the way in raising issues or leveraging something there. But where is philanthropy? I mean, you know, is it Bill Gates? Is it Rockefeller? Is it, you know, it is very limited amount of funds available there. I think, let me just move a little bit from that, and I'm going to focus on Africa. For a simple reason is that Africa has no voice. Nobody listens to Africa. And whenever I have a chance to be in a place like this, I try to focus on Africa, because at least people need to know what African thinks and how they see things, because they are not sitting at the table, unfortunately, at the high table. Let's see what's happening there. Africa has been buffeted by so many problems recently. We've been hit by COVID. People in the north managed to produce $20 trillion out of thin air to support their economies, their companies, their people, their businesses. Africa was not in a position to do any of that, correct? Forget about hoarding the vaccine, and this is a sad story, I don't want to go into it. But that was the hit. COVID really hit Africa, hit it economically more than health-wise. Then we had the Ukraine war, and it's another hit. Suddenly, the prices of food, of fuel, etc., gone up. Then we are faced with the debt crisis now. Strong dollar, rising rate, and a lot of African countries, over 20 countries now in distress for debt. None of these issues of African making. They're all external things. Climate, the 10 worst affected countries in the world by climate change are Africans. Africans did not beat this stuff up there. Yeah? You guys in the north did it. So Africa finally is being hit by all these external factors, and then you look around, how we can get out of this? Nothing. Then people said, oh, we have the SDR. IMF is going to produce the SDR, $650 billion. And then we found that Africa only allowed 5% of that, 33 billion. The rest is going to the same rich countries which raised $20 trillion out of thin air. Then Africans go to the market to borrow money. They find that they have to pay 13%, 14% interest rate. Why? Because the rating agencies say Africa is a risky place. Do you know, Hans, there is not a single country rated as of investable grade in Africa. Do you know that? Not a single country in all of Africa is rated as of investable grade. What does this mean? A lot of people cannot invest in Africa. If you are a pension fund, you cannot invest, because if you invest according to Basel rule, you have to put similar amount of money as a reserve to protect your investment. Nobody's going to do that. So the whole system is loaded really, again, it doesn't work. Now, if you borrow at 14%, how can you repay that? You go to the mafia, maybe you get a better rate. I mean, what is this? So the rating agency condemns Africa for failure because of the way it has been rated and the way they've been treated. Then, of course, they fail, and then they turn around, hey, I told you, it's dangerous, isn't it? So it is a vicious circle. It is a vicious circle, and this has to be break. is not acceptable. So we really, that's why we question this global financial structure put over there. Is it fair? Is it proper? And these institutions, the World Bank, I see you have the CFO of the World Bank. What is their job actually? What is their mission? Those guys were established 80 years ago in a different world. Today, what exactly is their mission? What exactly they are doing? Why are not leveraging their balance book? Why are not coming to help with? And then I look at the reform agenda, the roadmap of the World Bank, etc. Not a word about governance. Not a single word about governance. Look at the governance of these institutions. It's governed by those guys from the north. Oh, we are the big shareholders. But that's the whole system. Greece has a problem, money comes straight away. Ukraine has a problem, money comes away. So if you are Sri Lanka or Zambia, you can wait 2 years, 3 years until the board say, okay, we can do something, restructure debt, etc. This is absolute crap. This is not acceptable. And this is because the developing country, please, let me finish. The developing countries have no seat on the table. These boards, look, even independent companies listed in a stock exchange here or London, by law, they must have independent directors. Companies here in Germany, even the workers sit at the board. Where is Africa on the board of the IMF or the board of the World Bank? These are your clients. Give them some say there. Instead of all this group of guys in the north who maybe never know where Zambia is and they can wait. Let us go to Ukraine, let us go to Greece, let us go. Come on, guys. This world doesn't work. Either you sort it out or wait for China to create a new world order. This is what we need to sort out.
I will come back to you.
Okay.
You had promised to be
I'm
diplomatic.
very angry because really we are, yeah, okay.
But you have given absolutely the cue here to Anshula, who is now in a really hot seat as the World Bank is anyway in the eye of the storm in this reform debate. Anshula, you've heard Mo, you've heard about the broader needs. How is the World Bank going to address those?
Thank you. And first, let me say good afternoon to everyone. It's really a pleasure to join you. I wish I was there, physically, but it's good to be here virtually. I agree with the State Secretary. We are so tremendously off track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And also, if you look at the recent past with all these multiple crises, the other fact is that growth in emerging market and developing economies is expected to remain subdued. And the challenge is that poverty could rise further. So, we need global solutions. We need them at scale. And I think that is clearly the reason why, for the last 6 months, the World Bank Group has been, involved in this evolution roadmap work. And in the recent spring meetings, governors endorsed proposals to integrate sustainability, resilience, inclusiveness more fully into our mission. So we are working on that. And this has to sit alongside poverty reduction and shared prosperity. I think after a lot of discussion and debate, everyone agreed that this is not something that can go off the table. It has to remain critical to our mission. They also agreed to stretch our balance sheet for middle-income countries. And as you all know, it sort of has the potential to release up to 50 billion additional funding over the next decade. And I just want to mention very quickly here that IBRD has a pretty good leveraging model already. We received about 20 billion in paid-in capital since inception. Mo mentioned more than 80 years. Yes, nearly 80 years. But with this 20 billion, we have been able to connect investors to projects of more than $800 billion, which generate sustainable development benefits for these client countries of IBRD. So if you think about it, IBRD's intermediation role, we issue bonds to private investors. How do we do that? We leverage our equity, but we also leverage the tacit and overt strong shareholder support. And that enables us this great leverage mechanism to channel funds towards development for IBRD countries. And of course, maybe I can talk about it a little later, but we are exploring very actively more measures, how to increase further the financing capacity for IBRD, of course, while, retaining our AAA rating, which is critical to this model. As the State Secretary said that, the needs are so huge, it cannot be just the public sector who can do this. It has to be all resources, all hands on deck, whether it's domestic, it's international, it's public or private sectors. But Mo, you made a very strong point in terms of Africa, and I agree with most of what you say, but I would just like to say that IDA remains really a great example of strong international partnership. We offer exceptional value for money for the lowest income countries. IDA, today is able to mobilize almost $4 billion for each $1 of contribution we get from donors. And how do we do that? We are doing that with a very innovative financing model, which combines donor contribution with private capital for market borrowing. So today, IDA is market facing and we raise funds from the bond markets. And of course, then we get the reflows from past IDA credits. And let me say, more than 70%, 72% of IDA support has gone to countries in Africa in the recent past. The second thing I want to say is, you mentioned about the debt problem, the challenge of getting capital flows, private capital flows into Africa. We agree with you completely. But how IDA is structured, the higher the indebtedness of a country, the more the element of grant or outright grant resources we give to countries. So we have this, light, red light, yellow light, green light system. So countries which are in debt distress or high risk are the red light countries, and those countries receive as much as possible outright grants. So, just to say that we are very mindful as we try to enhance capacity for IBRD and middle income countries for climate financing, for mitigation and adaptation. We are mindful that IDA needs are really very high. The poorest countries have been hit the hardest. So we are having a two-pronged approach. We are mobilizing resources, we are enhancing financing capacity for IBRD, but at the same time, we are keeping a laser-sharp focus on IDA. We are looking at additional balance sheet optimization options for IDA, and we have also launched a special crisis facility for IDA, for which we are calling for support. So,
Anshula,
Okay.
thank you. We'll come back to that, but let me just build on what you said and come back to my earlier question to you, Jochen, on the multilateral development banks. Within the various sources of finance that one has to look at for the broader challenge, the multilateral development banks are perhaps the lowest hanging fruit. And I know that you and the ministry have been very heavily involved in this reform discussion. Can you give us a little bit a sense of that? Also now listening to Anshula and listening to Mo about the governance dimension of that reform.
Yeah, I think the World Bank reform or the MDB reforms as a whole, we are also looking at the regional development banks, is part of the big picture. It has to be done, but it cannot be the only instrument to look at development finance. But it is key as a World Bank group, is the largest development financier. So Svenja Schulze, as the governor, took the initiative together with Janet Yellen. It's a window of opportunity. A couple of years earlier, it would not have been possible. So take it and make something out of it. And I think it's not a big. It's not a small reform we are thinking about. It needs to be a big one, and there is a window of opportunity. And what we do want is that the World Bank becomes the real transformation bank, and that there is a lot to discuss about. What we want is that the World Bank focuses a lot on global public good, that it makes it as part of its business genetics. Not only to look at what does a loan do in a single country, but what does it do to the broader audience. So if a country invests in renewables, of course it benefits for the economic development of this country, but at the same time, there is also a global public benefit because we are limiting climate change. And this has to be part of the conditions and the concessionality. So that is a big thing. The second one is to look at policy reforms. We need to get away. I know, Anshula, our common friend Axel gets usually crazy when I say it. We have to get away from the more charity approaches, focused on small, little, tiny projects, maybe bigger projects, to policy reforms. And I just want to give one example because it's so telling. If you look at the JETP with South Africa, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, there is I'm really a fan of that because first it's following a logic of an investment plan. It's not randomly. But the biggest thing is that we are also financing policy reforms, and that is the change of the energy regulation in South Africa with fair and non-discriminatory access to the grid. Whoever provides electricity to the grid can do it. And this changed the whole model. Then you don't need a single ODA cent because wind and solar are business cases in South Africa. And that changes, and at the same time, it shrinks our problem, because then you don't need the development money because it's paid by itself. But let me just add 2-3 more sentences, because I think it's really relevant. As I was speaking about shrinking the problem, the size of the financial needs. At environment, when I was there, the first thing, if we look at a problem, we ask is there a way to regulate it? Can we forbid it if there is something bad? At development, the whole community, we think about bills, we think about money. I think we should have more courage to regulate. Look at the supply chain regulation that we are doing that does a lot of very good things to the whole set of SDGs. Then again, private finance that was mentioned by several of our partners is the key is the capital market conditions. And therefore, as we can't change the logic in a second, we need to work on de-risking the investments. And that is something where we can come in with first losses, covering first losses, guarantees, but also where our partner countries come in to work on enabling environment, to work at the biggest obstacles for investors, such as corruption, non-legal certainty, and all these things.
Can I have 2 sentences follow-up on Mo's question about the governance? Do you see a commitment to also address the governance issues in this broader context?
Not everybody, of course. They are different on all sides. And you heard some heard our chancellor yesterday here when he advocated for giving the African Union a seat at the G20. And not to make it as we did it when we invited for G7, we invited Senegal and we invited South Africa. But this is a kind of generosity, and we do want to get it away from generosity to a legal place at the governance structures where decisions are made, and that is the same for the MDBs. But as I said, we are not all on one page. Some have a different view on it.
We'll come back to that. Mo, if I could just pick up on the JETPs that Jochen mentioned as a sort of new piece in the financial architecture, and Bank Bank Indonesia is one of the pioneers in this. Is this sort of a promising approach forward, that we build country platforms and then focus the mobilization effort at the country level?
Yeah, certainly. I think we as a country, I mean the government of the country, needs to prepare, for example, list of potential investment that can be done by, potential private investor from overseas. But let me touch a little bit on one of the big complaints from, let's say, from potential developer in renewable energy towards the private financing that supposed to be dedicated for climate financing. The biggest complaint is there is no difference in terms of the cost of financing, meaning the interest rate for any project, general project, even including the fossil project. Not much different with the interest rate coming from the private capital overseas for funding climate change activities in Indonesia, for example. So because there is no difference, then of course the appetite to invest more in renewable energy or climate financing issues, I think will be less. I believe there are several ways to make sure the cost of financing will be bearable by most of the potential investors, especially that potential investor to developing economy. Number one, I think, I believe in the part of the World Bank Group, I remember there is MIGA, and MIGA, I think, has a good position to provide some kind of assurance or guarantee for any investment that related to the, let's say, renewable energy in the developing economy. Of course, you might have to pay something, but at least the guarantee that provided can create higher flow of private capital into developing economy, especially on the renewable energy investment. So, and then I believe in not only World Bank Group, other development banks, like what I know, the ADB, Asian Development Bank, as well as Islamic Development Bank, has similar institution like MIGA that provide some kind of guarantee or assurance for investment in so-called high-risk country. So that can be, bundled into the scheme in the blended financing. The other ideas, I think JETP, I think, is a good platform, as you mentioned, and JETP, I think, is a good example on how the consortium of not only multilateral but also bilateral, as well as the role of philanthropic organization, because we know there are some philanthropic organization directly involved in this JETP scheme, together with bilateral, let's say, from US and also from multilateral development bank. So I think this JETP platform could be a good start, to make sure there will be more private capital financing for development economy. Last but not least, this is more on G2G. Maybe I like to hear from Ms. Khan regarding the potential debt swap for climate change. I think debt swap initiative, I remember in Indonesia, initiated by the German government when we had, I think, a big disaster in Aceh, the tsunami in Aceh. And I think this kind of debt swap might be useful, especially for low-income country. So to make sure that even though we have big needs for climate financing, but it doesn't mean that we are trying to create future debt crisis. Yeah. So I think debt swap could be one of solutions.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and great that you bring that in. Anshula, I'll give you a minute to prepare your thoughts, but Mo, you have heard a few reactions to what you've said. Can you kind of comment particular about this question, how we lower the cost of finance?
A few points, really. First, to Joachim, my friend here, about the governance. You guys teach us governance, and you preach us about governance. Why don't you practice it? I mean, you take any bank, Deutsche Bank, any bank here or any in the West, those banks have independent directors. Yeah? Any bank has independent. Why not the World Bank? Why not the IMF? Because you guys are obsessed with control. The president of the World Bank has to be American. The head of the IMF has to be European. Excuse me, the world have 8 billion people. Why you 450 million people think you are the master of the universe? And we don't have any smart people who can run any of this organization. You have monopoly of know-how and knowledge. You are masters of the universe. This is not right. You need to be inclusive. Bring people around the table. So you cannot argue that, yes, shareholders of the World Bank and IMF, you get 60% of the vote, 70% of the vote, 75% of the vote, but allow 25% for this 7-8 billion people. That is This is the problem. You see, you guys in the West teach us about democracy, liberals, values, etc. But then we look at you, you are not practicing it. That is not right. You need to carry people with you. So that is the point on governance. And I notice our friend CFO of the World Bank never mentioned the word governance. Of course, maybe she's worried because something unique about the World Bank. It's the only bank in the world where the board of directors live in the building. Is that true? How come the board of directors, the whole guys, have offices and sit in the bank? They eat, you go around and do that. Excuse me, you guys get out of here. Let the manager do the job. But those guys want to have control. They need to control everything. And if you say anything wrong, the directors from Germany and US will be in her office in 1 minute. That's why she has to be careful what she says, because these guys sit on top of them. Please, you breach governance, practice it. That is really important. 3 or 4 suggestions I really want to make. Both all these MDBs need to really enhance the resources. The need is huge. Secondly, they need to be too smart about leveraging that. And they have great advantage because as lenders, they have precedence over any other commercial lenders. The rating energy should take that into account, and that gives them more leeway to lend without losing their cherished AAA status. Please be smart, use all that, and please be quick response. It's not only about Greece and Ukraine, it's about Zambia and other people, and get moving. When these things there, kill the fire before it expands. They take a huge amount of time to deal with those guys. This is not right.
Thank you, Mo. And you're going to get the audience prize here. But Anshula, you have 1 minute and 34 seconds. There were quite a few points that went in your direction. I'm sure it's going to be quite a task, but you're up to it.
Hans-Peter, what to respond to? So I'll start backwards, Mo, your points are very well taken. Need to enhance resources, need to leverage more. Yes, that's exactly what we are working on. And, I won't sort of list out the things we are currently working on. And we are very, very much advanced to announce and share with all of you as we go over the next few months up to the annual meetings, what are the things we are doing. But, it sort of involves the entire ecosystem. It involves the shareholders' support. It involves the private sector support. It involves philanthropy support, and that is what we are looking for in different ways, how we can get that support. And the end result is to be mobilizing more resources for both IBRD and IDA. That is one. Coming to the points mentioned by Bambang on MIGA, yes, exactly. MIGA is working very well taken. We have the political risk insurance, we have the non-honoring the instrument. And those instruments are already being used judiciously, and we are working on how to scale those up as we bring in more private capital and mobilize more private capital. You mentioned debt for nature swap, and we all read about the recent transaction which happened in Ecuador. So this is something we have looked at, we are examining. And, I would say that it has to be examined case by case. So where the debt situation or the debt is very large, it needs a bigger restructuring, and how you can fit in the debt for nature swap within that can be an option. So case by case, situation by situation, I think it's a good instrument to explore. And, coming back to what the State Secretary said initially, he mentioned about great expectations from the World Bank Group. I think we really, we take pride in the fact that there are such huge expectations from us. So what are we doing? These are not simple things. It's not just about increasing financing. Of course, as you evolve to include global public goods into what we deliver through the country engagement model, a lot of it is also about how we need to change or adapt our operational models, how we need to change our financing instruments. So for instance, currently we are working on a project where, Yeah, sorry.
Do you hear me? Yeah, unfortunately, we're
not aware about governance. Not aware about governance.
Well,
you
I
are
think
worried about the director
issue.
jumping on you. Yes.
This is more an issue for the shareholders, for Anshula. But we have run out
maybe
of
I
time.
can have a bilateral meeting with Mo on governance.
And
I look forward.
I've been told that we will be forcefully ejected if we don't come to a conclusion. So we have to come to a conclusion. I can't provide any summary, but it's very clear that there are some major issues. There's some agreement on the need for reform. There are some gaps in that reform discussion, especially around governance. We understand that we have to blend, we have to use de-risking instruments like MIGA, but on a much bigger scale than has been.
And we have to be fast.
And it has to be fast. We have urgency, and the whole story here has to be done in a very short period of time. And that sense of urgency is something which we hope that
absolutely
governments are going to help inject. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for this
Thank
discussion.
you very much. Thank you.
So I warned Hans-Peter Lankes about the fact that I'd be sneaking up in his back, and thank you, Hans-Peter, for making everyone appropriately scared of me and ejecting people from stage. We have two next sessions up. One starting in about 15 minutes is a keynote by the Federal Minister for the Environment, obviously the German one, Steffi Lemke. She's going to be speaking here on stage, followed by a panel that's very close to our core principles, that's recalibrating international relations. And you've got one last hard choice to make if at the same time you want to be attending an auditorium 2, this time really 2, I promise. That would be the solution dialogue on empowering digital citizens. Why I wanted to speak to you briefly before is because I need you back here at 5. I really want to close this summit together with you to capture some central thoughts and also to take a group picture. So please make sure you're back at 5 at the latest and have a good time until then. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the Managing Director of the Global Solutions Initiative, Susanne Stauffer.
How can multilateral cooperation succeed in times of multiple crises? I know this is a question which drives many of us here today, and you might expect a representative from G7, G20, from an international organization here today. But as you know, with Global Solutions, we love to change perspectives, and that's why we invited Minister Steffi Lemke today here to give us insights on two treaties she's been negotiating in the past 6 months. One on biodiversity, a global treaty on biodiversity, and the second one on high seas and marine protection, which has been negotiated successfully. I think the latter after 20 years of negotiations, an incredible time. And we are very, very much looking forward to her insights today on how such negotiations can succeed. Welcome to the stage, Steffi Lemke, Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Engels, thank you so much for your invitation. I'm delighted to talk today about the possibilities that multilateralism offers and about good examples of global solutions. In challenging times, multilateral cooperation is more important than ever. This applies both to geopolitical issues and to protecting the natural foundations of our life. These are under threat from a triple planetary crisis: the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These global challenges require global solutions. I'm delighted that at international level, we have achieved major successes for the future of our planet over the past weeks and months. In March, in New York, the international community agreed on provisions to protect nature on the high seas for the first time ever. In December last year, we established a protective shield for nature with the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal. And in spring last year, we launched the start of negotiations on an international treaty to end plastic pollution in our seas and oceans. And most recently, in the G7 communique in April in Japan, we were able to send a strong and united message on the fight against biodiversity loss, global plastic pollution, and the climate crisis. It is very encouraging that we were able to reach these global agreements. They show that despite all geopolitical tensions, cooperation between countries on environmental policy works. These achievements mark for true milestones in nature conservation. I would like to elaborate on these milestones. Firstly, the UN BBNJ Treaty is a groundbreaking success for marine nature conservation. The high seas, the waters beyond the jurisdiction of individual countries, cover almost half of the planet. The ocean produces oxygen and stores carbon dioxide. It's very important for our climate, and it's home to countless species. It secures food and incomes. But we humans are placing a massive strain on the ocean through overfishing, pollution, especially plastic waste, and through human-induced climate change. So far, the destruction of the ocean has only been halted in around 1% of the high seas through individual fragmented protected areas. The BBNJ Treaty aims to change this. It creates the first ever legal framework to designate comprehensively recognized and legally binding marine protected areas. Outside of the protected areas, the treaty also prescribes mandatory environmental impact assessments for all human activities on the high seas that may harmful impacts on marine biodiversity. The formal adoption of the treaty is planned for June 2023. Germany, together with the G7, advocates the ratification. Secondly, protected areas on the high seas are also key to achieving the goal set by the international community at the UN Biodiversity Conference in Montreal last December, placing 30% of the Earth's terrestrial and marine areas under protection by 2030. With a global biodiversity framework adopted in Montreal, the international community agreed to finally put a stop to the destruction of nature and biodiversity loss. This marks a turning point. As well as establishing protected areas, we have also committed to restoring 30% of degraded natural areas. The Kunming-Montreal GBF has given me and many others involved in nature conservation a huge boost. What is crucial now is how we actually implement the trend reversal and how we ensure targets are achieved. I'm very pleased that it was possible to agree on concrete monitoring and review mechanisms. In Germany, we have already started implementation. We are currently revising our national biodiversity strategy, and we have also adopted the action plan on nature-based solutions for climate and biodiversity. The goal is to preserve, strengthen, and restore ecosystems. Intact forests, floodplains, and peatlands not only provide key habitats for animals and plants, they can also absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it for the long term. And they protect us against the impacts of the climate crisis. Global implementation will only be possible if we work together. This is why we are also helping other countries implement the decisions taken in Montreal. The NBSUP Accelerator Partnership, a forum for cooperation among countries from all regions of the world, is just one example. Thirdly, we want to enhance cooperation in the international community on tackling the pollution crisis. Last year, we launched a key initiative with a mandate for a legally binding UN treaty to combat plastic pollution in the environment and oceans. Germany has long been an advocate at international level of achieving sustainable management of plastics and putting a stop to marine litter. During our G7 and G20 presidencies in 2015 and 2017, we put ocean and plastic waste on the agenda for the first time. I'm delighted that at the meeting of the G7 environment ministers in April under Japan's presidency, we were able to agree on the specific goal of reducing additional plastic pollution to zero by 2040. This will also provide momentum for the next round of negotiations on a plastic treaty in Paris in May. And finally, at the G7 meeting of environment ministers, we committed to driving forward the global biodiversity framework adopted in Montreal. And we agreed to increase the pace and scale of renewable energy deployment. It is not always easy to negotiate joint targets and measures within the G7 and G20. But the powerful message of unity in the fight against biodiversity loss, plastic pollution, and the climate crisis sent by the recent G7 meeting in Japan showed once again that these negotiations pay off. Established multilateral formats like the G7 and G20 offer a special opportunity. Continuous exchange between the leading economies and industrialized nations on common goals, but also on differences, support future international agreements and secure implementation of existing ones. Building on this commitment to joint action and the desire to bring about change, we now have to continue working on viable solutions that equip us for the future, not for battles of the past. Solutions that work in harmony with nature and not against it. I want to help advance such solutions, including at the G20 level. And I'm delighted that the Indian G20 presidency has made the environment a clear focus this year with a theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future. India is striving for the adoption of a Green Development Pact. The goal is to harmonize growth and development with robust climate action targets and to draw up a roadmap for green development measures in the coming decade. For me, it is especially important for the G20 to agree on concrete contributions to implementing the GBF. We have to take a clear stance on curbing land degradation, restoring ecosystems, and tackling pollution, including through sustainable chemicals management. Ladies and gentlemen, the leading economies and industrialized nations have a particular responsibility to take resolute action against the triple planetary crisis and to make progress on global solutions. We need them to prepare these global solutions. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Lemke. I have the most recent insights of the global solutions community, many ones on sustainability, topics in here as well, many of those you just tackled on. Thank you so much for your insightful speech and for having visited us again. I think it's the second time already, yes, or even third?
Yeah, second one.
Second one, yes. And yeah, we are very much looking forward to welcome you here again next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Can I take that for you? Thank you.
Recalibrating international relations. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, Gabriela Keseberg-Davalos.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session on recalibrating international relations. Welcome to our speakers as well from all over the world. We have a little UN here at the table. We're going to start with a short exercise. I'm going to ask each one of the speakers to write on this piece of paper, on each one. Do you have all the pen? To write the first word that comes to your mind when you think about international relations. Don't show to your sides. Ready? Okay, we can turn them at the same time. 1, 2, 3. I think the camera is going to show it from above. I'll try to read the handwriting. What do we have over here? Trust, interdependency, inclusiveness, and power. So let's expand a little bit on that, each one around 1 minute. Why don't we start over here? Trust, how come?
Well, thank you very much. I think we have entered an era in international relations when there is, in fact, utter lack of trust. So for me, I think this is the fundamental basis for forging international relations. And whenever there has been trust at the international level, we have seen better relations. The lack of it has led to conflict and friction. And we have seen how, for instance, the lack of trust that continued even in the aftermath of the First World War led to, for instance, a failure of the Treaty of Versailles or the short-lived League of Nations. The League of Nations didn't have the support of the United States of America. And in the 1930s, as mistrust developed, you found a very large number of countries leaving the League of Nations. Japan left, Germany left, Italy left, and finally the Soviet Union left in 1939. It led to a situation where the global community descended into the Second World War. So in order to avoid wars, one of the fundamental requirements is trust. But with trust comes the all-important aspect of transparency and the ability to read not just capabilities, but also intentions.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's talk about interdependency. We will come back to all of this, so don't worry, you will have more time to expand on it. Julia, please.
Thank you. I think the reason why I landed here was because in the past couple of years, the global community has been trying to redefine the concept of sovereignty and where to draw lines, whether it's economically, technologically, militarily speaking. And quite frankly, I've always been the economist in the room as an alumna of the US government to say, sorry, you can't do that because we have relationships with X, Y, Z and different reasons. So I think that, for me, there's a bit of a paradigm in the so-called security community versus those working in business or in technological or economic spheres, which will say, actually, the fundamental core value here is not how we define ourselves against the other, but what the dynamics of our relations with that entity are. So just to flip that a little bit on the head.
Thank you. Please. Yours was? Remind us.
Inclusiveness, right?
Inclusiveness.
I have two reasons behind. One is I think that this value is one of the most critical or fundamental ingredients or necessary ingredients of international relationship for facilitating the mutual understanding, for paving the way for a possible cooperation, and also could serve as a catalyst for equality, whether within or beyond a national territory. And I think it's also one of the basic requirements for the sustainable development goal. But having said that, I think another reason is inclusiveness is also in a short supply nowadays. And we have seen those voices about decoupling, the voices for exclusion, the voices for those ideology-based blocks. I think that all those things actually is just an opposite of the inclusiveness.
Thank you. And Fonte, you had power and also really big on the paper. So tell us, what are your thoughts?
Well, I hear everything that has been said so far, but power remains one of the central factors that determines relations between state and the driver within alliance formation as well. And I think what we are seeing, in fact, is whether you're looking at hard power, smart power, or soft power, the configuration of power itself is changing in international relations. The currency of hard power as a means to actually extend influence is diminishing, and that has implications for the kinds of actors which actually play on the international scene, and it also has implications for the margins for maneuver of the different actors within the international context. And I think it's extremely difficult to actually look at geopolitics without trying to understand the power dynamics and the material content behind each country and each actor's power. And here, I would disaggregate between countries, multinational companies, multilateral organizations, but also civil society networks globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's interesting that some of the values you mentioned, you actually mentioned them because they are lacking, so that we don't have, you say, there's not enough trust at the moment, maybe inclusiveness was also lacking. There might be too much interdependency, if I understood it correctly, to a certain extent. And then, of course, there's the issue of power. We're going to be going back to that, of course, during the conversation. I want to talk first a little bit about the title of the session, which says Recalibrating International Relations. So, Fonte, for example, I want to ask you, do you think they were calibrated in the first place? And if they were they calibrated for everyone equally?
Well, that is a tricky question, right? Because I would go with yes and no. The international context that emerged post-1945 was basically calibrated for the world at that point in time. Of course, it was a victor's system. It established the United Nations system as well as a system of global governance, which has actually evolved quite a bit since then. Today, there is clearly the necessity, based on a number of factors, to actually recalibrate the system. The first is understanding the nature of the challenges which confront our common.
But was it calibrated for everyone?
I would say no, not for everyone, absolutely not.
For who was it calibrated and for whom not?
As mentioned before, it was a victor's configuration, which did not reflect, for example, in 1945, you've got to ask yourself the question of how many African countries were independent. Since then, Africa actually has the biggest voting bloc within the United Nations General Assembly due to the independence of African states. So taking that into consideration, there clearly is a need for recalibration if you use that as a single factor.
Okay. I want to take that about the voting bloc and the issue of the AU, the African Union, representing around 55 countries, if I'm correct. You talked about inclusiveness. The African Union might join the G20. Would it make it more inclusive if the African Union joins the G20? Or actually, is it making it the whole policy space even more exclusive, given that other regions wouldn't be represented?
Well, this is always a half empty, half full question. It's quite tricky. But I think that as the important developing country, the important continent for a large number of developing countries, African Union should have its more voices in those multilateral institutions, including G20, as you said, including United Nations. I know that nowadays we have South Africa already been there, but I think that maybe that's not enough. So I'm quite open. I think that even Chinese government would be supportive to the AUs as an institutional member into G20, as I suppose that if we read their policy line very carefully.
Thank you. Julia, I want to ask you about a question of interest versus value. Do you think is that the relationship, or is it actually a false dilemma there? In foreign relations, sorry.
I think countries do act on values quite frequently. Certainly, in certain overseas engagements, reflect often a founding mythos of a country. On the other hand, I don't think you can fully say that disconnect the two. There are always interests behind whatever a country does, right? There's always, I think that there is an underlying value of interests and how to define the power dynamic between different countries in order to defend specific equities in a specific region. But then also on the value layer often sort of lies on top of that, right? So I don't think that that countries will ever say that they do something just in the act of defending their own interests, right? There's always a value set that is reflected within that. But that sometimes I'll be first to admit it here that that defending values is often a palliative over some sort of realpolitik and some very core things that you don't like to call directly by their name.
And is a group like G20, for example, based on values, on interest, on both? Does it leave out others that are not like-minded?
So I think the G20 presidency of India is quite unique because it's people-centric, both within the country, that means 1.4 billion people for the first time in the history of any G20 presidency. The entire population of a large country like India has been involved. And it is also a G20 presidency in which the abiding principle is leave no one behind, literally. And that is also the sentiment expressed in the UNGA Resolution 75/1 of 21st September 2020, marking the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. Leave no one behind. That comes from our ancient wisdom, our civilizational heritage of the world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I'm not suggesting here that there are no similar sentiments in other civilizations. I know for a fact that large countries like India and China may in fact share in terms of their civilizational outlook and a concept of inclusivity. Professor Chan has mentioned inclusiveness. I know even in Chinese there is the saying, 四海之内皆兄弟也, or 四海为家, that the world is one family. So here we are speaking of our ancient Asian heritage. The world would be a much better place if large countries and populations like India and China were to build a new paradigm based on equality and inclusiveness in a multipolar world. So
these are similar values there, I
Yes,
see.
of course.
And are they so much more different from other regions of the world, or do you think that you can work with that with others?
For me, we have entered a very complex period in our history. 77 years after the United Nations was set up, it really has failed to meet the needs of the time. The power quotients along every axis have changed in terms of the redistribution of military power, economic power, and some might say even soft power and smart power, or hard power, in any case, is a reflection of military power. And so we have now a set of what I call the 6 T's that bedevils every geography across the world. The first is trade and the kind of contestation that goes with trade, but it is something that's hard to control. Trade is fungible. It's not governments that run trade, which is why we see China's trade with India or with the United States or with Japan shooting up, even at a time of tensions, for instance. Then there is the T of technology, where it's much more possible for governments to interfere through sanctions and export controls. The third T is that of territorial disputes. Whether in Asia or in Europe, you see that it is fracturing the consensus. The fourth T is that of terrorism, which has now become a feature in every part of the world, and without peace and security, there's no development. The fifth T is that of tenets. Tenets, as in narratives. Whose narrative is superior? Is it the liberal, open democratic system, or is it the quasi-liberal or state-led capitalism, democracies versus autocracies? And it has descended into that. And the last one is the T of trust, which I began with. So this is something that is now present in all geographies. And unless we address these 6 T's, along with a very rich dose of transparency, we're not going to get anywhere.
So we have a 7th T there.
Yes, today I'm adding the 7th one to my own set of 6 T's.
7, not 6. Great. Fonte, do you want to respond to any of these? Any particular keyword here from the 7 T's that you think are essential?
Well, I mean, I think what Chinhoy has presented really as universal and cross-cutting issues actually are cross-cutting priorities, which also affect Africa, because I think the issue of trade is key with the African Continental Free Trade Area coming into operationalization. But to make that happen on the continent, technology is crucial. The issue of patent within the WTO system have to be addressed as well. So I think overall he captures issues which terrorism, for example, is an impediment to the full operationalization of the FCFTA, for example. So I think given that he covers the breadth of issues, I would not take exception to any one of them.
Okay, so you agree. I think over here you agree as well. You agree too?
I think mainly. I think one sort of two-finger that I would say about the G20 is that it's also not an institution that's written in stone. It's relatively new as a constellation of nations. And to think that it was a group that was put together in a point of financial crisis, and that the initial sort of success that bolted the G20 to be the sort of paradigm of international convenings on the global stage was the international financial crisis in 2008, 2009. Again, as we move on to see what is on our plate today, right, just to go back to about the inclusion of the African Union, say, well, what are the problems that are here right now? And maybe that constellation of countries has to change to adapt to the stakeholders that need to be at the table to resolve those. So specifically thinking about the climate crisis or
what would you suggest to do that?
I mean, I think that there could be. I mean, and there are also already our constitutions where there are guests that are brought to the table, specific convenings. But I think that there should be some flexibility to have different concentric constellations of countries that meet on a more variable basis to find fundamental agreements on certain issues. It shouldn't be let's wait for the G20 meeting as if it's sort of the holy event of the year, where unless we resolve this at the G20 summit, right, then we've got to wait a year until the presidency of another country. That's what I find a little bit problematic.
Want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that the logo here, the global solutions, and in the past 1.5 I has been here. I think that I'm deeply impressed by the fact that on one side we may differ on many of the issues, including its root cause of those challenges and risks. But on the other hand, I also quite deeply impressed or encouraged that most of those colleagues here will talk about that actually we are in the process of crossing the river at the same boat. You see, this is also the first version of Chinese translation of Deutsch, 同济, right? This is also the first Chinese version of Chinese translation of the Deutsch, means we are crossing the river with the same boat. I think such kind of a same boatness plays an important role here. And I think Ambassador Chinoy has contributed so many T's. I would like to offer something like a CSC, something like that. C here, we need to cultivate a kind of a common sense of where are we now and beyond. Yesterday, your chancellor mentioned the multi-polarization. But I think that we should not forget a much bigger, broader context in which multipolarization nowadays is taking place. It is a hyper-connected and increasingly interdependent world. This is, I think, multipolarization is now taking place, the biggest context and background. Otherwise, I think that we will only refer to those old manual in the 18th century, 19th century, even early part of the 20th century's multipolarization. And that will give us a more bad history lessons. Refers to the S, I think that we should also work hard to explore that despite of the differences, diversities, or even some ideologically quite diverge or even conflicting, but we still have some shared values. I think that yesterday and today, I'm also quite encouraged by some colleagues mention about that even those different countries with different cultural tradition, ideology, political institutions, we could work together for some shared values against those common bads and for those common goods.
What would be the shared values, for example?
Many. For instance, when Ambassador mentioned about those issues like a technology, those disruptive emerging technology, how to deal with or how to take the potential of its benefits. But at the same time, we need to harness and those negative sides. This is the shared values that we should work together. We need to work
Julia,
the human being
Yes.
as the center rather than have those technology control us. This is, I think, the shared value, right?
Julia, how do you see it?
I think that that individual sovereign, I say the word sovereign after mentioning interdependency, I think that countries don't know what they want to do or how to define their own positions vis-a-vis new and emerging technologies. And so I think it's going to be an incredible challenge to use international fora to try to create new standards at a moment when countries don't know how to position themselves. I'm not to say that those conversations shouldn't start, right? And probably the earlier the better. But I would hope that that countries would not be forced to come to a preemptive solution on how to define the values, define how certain technologies may be used, because they will be forced to position themselves vis-a-vis the other, or make false assumptions about how another country might define those lines. When, God knows, no one knows where any of this is going, governments have not had conclusive enough conversations with their private sectors. So I was in Washington 2 weeks ago, and I was going in to visit some former colleagues at the White House. I was mauled by some press who were trying to overrun a bunch of tech CEOs in the US who had been called into the White House to essentially explain themselves. Right? And so the United States clearly has no concept how it wants to handle this. I'm not going to expect my leadership to be able to come to multilateral meeting and say, okay, we have, here's the US position. That would be irresponsible.
There's also much of the world that, might be very much behind in technology. When we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, et cetera, it's happening for some, but for others it's not. So going back to the inclusiveness, if technology is, like you say, one very important value, how do we get them also into the conversation? Do you have an idea?
Well, I think the assumption that these spaces are not in the conversation might be a little problematic. Because when you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, you're also speaking about the critical raw materials that would actually drive it. And so beyond just the soft matter and the technology itself, there has to be a reflection around how technologies do not exacerbate the current global inequalities, one. So there's an inequality question. The second is inclusiveness. How do you include Africa into the global supply chains in ways that actually bring the continent into the fourth industrial revolution after having sort of extracted during the first, second, and third industrial revolutions? The third is the imperative for digital governance, because there are implications for technology for the way in which we organize our societies, the ways in which we vote for presidents and representatives, and different kinds of intrusions. And if we say, let's step back and understand everything before creating punishments, for example, for those who intrude into the ways in which we organize ourselves socially, I think we might be getting behind the curve rather than stepping ahead of the curve to provide a certain degree of organization of those processes within our societies. That's necessary, and I think it's fairly urgent.
Good. So I want to tie this a little bit together. So
could I just comment on the
yes, of course, please
industrial revolution part? I'm just tempted to reflect on this. From my point of view, the first industrial revolution, the invention of the locomotive or the steamship, in fact, was in the service of largely colonialism. The second industrial revolution also saw a very large part of the world becoming colonies in terms of the hinterland that provided resources for the industrial revolution in what we today call the global north. And the third industrial revolution was the first time when the information age set in, but also the era of large-scale low-cost manufacturing, the shifting of the global engines of economic growth from traditional areas in North America and Europe to parts of Asia, that was a real opportunity for creating a level playing field. But as globalization has developed, a very large part of the global economy has slipped through the cracks and not benefited equally from the third industrial revolution. The most insidious one is round the corner, the one with quantum physics and artificial intelligence and big data. And this discourse is greatly complicated by the real possibility of decisions not being made by nation states, but also being driven by transnational entities, big tech, big business, where the fundamental principle is profit. It is not values. So what we need to create is a structure at the global level where big tech acts responsibly without curbing their sort of animal instincts to create innovation and new technologies. They have to be reined in a bit.
So how would we amend it? For example, the G20 now led by India this year. How would it amend it such a thing? Because you said our sort of mission is to leave no one behind, which you're saying now is increasingly difficult because of all these things. So how, in a as concrete way as possible, could nation states avoid this?
I would believe that to some extent, technologies have to be made profit agnostic, and that we must learn to share technologies. And this is going to be relevant to the discourse, particularly with regard to climate action. For if we keep speaking about mitigation without heeding the major challenge of adaptation in the global south, we are not going to be able to handle the great commons of the air that we commonly breathe or the water that we commonly drink. It's not going to be enough for one part of the world to be devoting resources to make the necessary transitions and a very large part of the world not making those transitions. So it's in our interest today to de-link certain technologies from being profit-oriented to making them profit agnostic in the larger interests of mankind. If we're able to do this, and particularly without weaponizing technologies, mankind, as in humankind, I should say, will progress more rapidly.
May I come?
Oh, right, yes. Please, Julia first and then me.
If they're not going to be profit-driven, who drives them, right? So if it's not going to be the private sector that has the incentive to develop emerging technologies because there's a benefit on the other side, the only alternative to speak of is that they're state-run, no? If they're going to be profit-agnostic.
Well, I'd say that states have the wherewithal, and so also the private sector, to devote a certain part of the gains that they have made through certain technologies, through certain iterations of technology, to be devoted back to serve humankind. Because if we don't do this in our own interest, we will leave a very large chunk of humankind behind. When you have transnational entities making profits using your data, for instance, they also have a certain responsibility towards the people around the world. So we have to think a little deeper and more charitable terms. I think the world today needs not just vaccines against, as I've said earlier, against the COVID-19 pandemic or any other pandemic, but a fairly liberal dose and a vaccine of morality as well. And unless if we find that, we will not be able to do better.
Continue. Please, Dong Xiao, you wanted to...
I even do not know where I should comment Ambassador Chinoy's remarks, but I think I generally agree with his ideas that, this is a world of a multi-stakeholders involvement. This is also the idea that, this is also the main rationale why I attached greater importance to inclusiveness. Because all those stakeholders are involved. Public sector, private sectors, civil societies, markets, governments, etc. They are all involved to manage those, including those technologies breakthrough, but also need to work together to address those problems. So I think that inclusiveness is definitely very important here. And the digital economy or digital technology has its uniqueness. That is, as an ambassador has just mentioned, that it always produce kind of a winner takes all, and which will properly that it will make those biggest IT companies or technology companies to take almost all of those benefits. And if we would not have those governmental intervention, maybe it will be a problem. At the same time, I fully understand that those private sectors, we should provide incentive for private sectors to invest for those technology breakthrough movement. But I think that given the fact that those private sectors has no interest in those basic knowledge, basic science foundation. So I think that these kind of basic science foundation and education need to be invested by government. So in that case, the partnership, the public and the private partnership, it is the way for a move forward of those technology movement.
All right. So just as an info, so we have another 12 minutes. We're going to start wrapping up a little bit. I see that there's a lot of ideas still for discussion. But let's go a little bit back to the values, the interdependency. You mentioned inclusiveness. You said we're on the same boat. But it sounds to me a little bit that we're maybe in the same storm, but not necessarily on the same boat. So how do we get more trust? How do we get more inclusiveness? How do we maybe redistribute power in a way that is the recalibration that we were talking about in the beginning? How do we find an interdependency that works for everyone in a way? What are your thoughts on that?
So I'll give it the first shot. If we look at the trajectory of international relations over the past 30 years, 1991, there seemed to be quite some consensus around global mobilization to push back Iraq from Kuwait. Fast forward to post 9/11, and there's a fracturing of global alliances. And if you look even further, what you find is the diminishing currency of hard power as the means through which to advance influence. And I'm sure that if that same reading was shared, we might not have ended up with a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Because obviously, if you look at the recent history, there's not much of a positive outcome to that. The second is the growing capacity to actually use and deploy smart power, which is actually about collaboration and that redistribution that we are talking about. And looking from the African perspective, three key aspects, I think. The first is demographics. Africa is sitting at approximately 1.5 billion inhabitants now, with the potential to hit 2.1 billion by 2050. With the youngest population globally. How do we collectively think through pushing Africa towards its demographic dividend? That's a key question. And it takes, in this storm, I think it takes us all to reflect on this issue. The second here it's more of the global problem, the question of climate. How do we collectively have as we often talk about the responsibility of each country to act, or each actor to actually work towards climate mitigation. But how do we move towards climate mitigation collectively? And I would end on one note, the international financial system. The past panel was looking at that. How do we make that system fairer to ensure that Africa has access to the financing that it needs to be a full participant in the global economy?
Thank you. I want to take the keyword climate as a global public good. The minister mentioned India in her keynote as a key partner on climate, and I think there is a general agreement that this is something that we all need to work on and that is sort of like an important value maybe for everyone, and yet we don't manage somehow to make it happen. What do you think?
I think the approach to climate action is also different. An ancient country like India looks at climate action as not just a responsibility of governments, but also of the individual. And that is why the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, has proposed at COP26 in Glasgow an idea called Lifestyle for Environment, which is essentially about creating pro-planet people. And the way to create pro-planet people is to make every individual sensitive to this task and to further what we call sustainable consumption. At whatever level of standard of living that he or she may have in any part of the world, it is possible to act responsibly. Whether you have 3 6-cylinder SUVs in your garage or whether you have none, it is possible to act in a responsible manner. So curbing what we call mindless, profligate consumption is something that we should look at. And I think that's also something that speaks to the theme of circular economy and repair, reuse, recycle kind of stuff.
But beyond the individual responsibility, at the G20 level, for example, do you all see it the same way?
I think in the G20, the task will be to build better consensus because the approach points are different. Some may favor mitigation, others may favor adaptation. We've heard that in the course of the last 2 days. So the point is there will have to be some kind of halfway house, some kind of compromise. But just because the G20 doesn't have a magic wand doesn't mean that we regard it as irrelevant. It's the only place today where without a privileged veto power or absolute great power exceptionalism, you can put some of the most important economies and countries in the world together in an inclusive manner by inviting, as India has done, special invitees, 9 of them, and actually have a dialogue where even the contestants, those that are engaged in major power contestation, may see the benefits of pulling away from the gridlocked traffic jams on the highways of multilateralism to engage in a genuine dialogue and see if something can be done. However incremental. A G20 is not to be seen as a 100-meter dash.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing process. We have to pass on responsibly the baton to the next runner in the relay.
Julia, do you agree with that? Do you think more like-minded groups like the G20 are, maybe also based on common values, are the answer to find solutions more quicker?
I think there's a bit of a game of chicken, and it has to do with economic competitiveness, that no country is willing to take a hit without another agreeing to at the same moment. And so we still haven't hit the point where we're all ready to cut the bottom line on GDP growth in the name of climate protection. I think what many, at least in the developing country perspective right now, it's about what the role of the government is actually going to be to sort of cut the competitiveness price, to incentivize the private sector and incentivize the individual to take responsible decisions. And that is sort of a redefinition of, I think, what the role of the state is going to be in promoting climate change adaptation and in industrial incentives. And I think, based on the last panel, there's also, I think, an adaptation that needs to be made with international financial institutions to put many fewer conditionalities on lending. In this regard, because when I look at some of the contracts that have come out of the IMF or specifically out of the World Bank and its affiliates, right? There's an alphabet soup there that's very hard to follow, and puts so many catches and backdoors and things that I think makes it very hard for countries to take advantage of those.
Yeah, I think that I share many of their points. Climate action needs technology, needs finance, needs political will of each economies. But fundamentally speaking, if we are going to have a climate action, collective action, move forward sustainably, it is about development. We should not forget that large number of developing countries in their transition, are still in the process of modernization and try to catch up this modernization trend. they need some time to industrialize their economy. And I think that whether there's enough leadership among all those most advanced economy playing the leadership role, that's the key.
Any comments?
Well, I mean, I hope that we are not looking at industrialization as a dirty word, right? Because given advancement in technologies, we should be able to industrialize while at the same time going green. And without necessarily upsetting the political economic apple carts as well, because in fact, a lot of production systems are built on sort of rudimentary systems at the moment, and upsetting those would basically create the kind of instability in these transition processes. So there is a cost-benefit analysis to be done, and there is equally, in terms of power distribution, the necessity not to push incentives which basically are described in the global, in some parts of the African continent as using the green agenda for a new kind of colonization.
Thank you. So yeah, there is the danger of that. We have 2 minutes left. That was quick. So I want to use the 7 Ts that we had and maybe ask you as a last question before we leave, if you had, if there was a genie that could grant you a wish, so to say, in international relations, what is the one value that this genie could grant you so that we could tackle these problems of the 7 Ts, etc., together?
Inclusiveness.
It stays inclusiveness. Perfect. Julia?
For me, I think it would be honesty, to be honest in international fora about what a country's capabilities actually are versus letting the rhetoric drive the agenda.
Perfect.
Well, I'd say that the most important thing for the road ahead would be the responsible exercise of power, whoever has it. Whether it's political power, whether it's economic power, this power, this word itself is very potent. And one must realize that to best appreciate power, one must also know the limits of power. So the exercise of power must come with great responsibility. Absolutely. It must be done in good faith. And one must also acknowledge the relative rise of others. So power is something that is fundamental, responsible exercise of power for the benefit of humankind.
Thank you. Last words.
In terms of global solutions, trust is key. And you cannot talk about trust without looking at history and memory and acknowledging it as a way of moving forward.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, we will end this session 14 seconds before the clock ends. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, and thanks also to the 4 of you. Also, actually, for the extra 14 seconds. I think I know what to do with that, because this is time to say goodbye to you for today. We've heard many times that this cannot be the end to anything. We've heard so many starting points over these days, and I cannot thank you enough for the spirit and the open mind, and especially the insights all of you brought. Ooh, you don't need to run. I can talk for a very long time, as you know. But I won't, I promised you. This is not the end of anything. Please keep the spirit. Thank you all for the insights you brought to us at the Global Solutions Initiative and also to each other. I've seen and heard you do that many times. And the personal farewell of the Global Solutions Initiative team comes to you from our Secretary General. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Markus Engels.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, if I may say, dear friends. I mean, I have to admit I'm really touched. I see all of you and I see many, many friends. And that is really good news that I see friends from around the world. And therefore I hate to say the following sentence, but I have to say it. We come to the end. That's true. As in the past, the 7th Global Solution Summit has brought together exceptional people who have one thing in common: to work together to protect our world, to overcome obscene wealth inequalities, and to promote the development of sustainable and justice society. Only through the different perspectives we will be able to meet the challenge. Our diversity is a strength that gives us courage and hope. My favorite line from a song from 2022 is the following: I stopped hoping, I'm learning to trust. And this summit has also strengthened my confidence that we can overcome all global challenges. We can do it if we are willing to accept the perspectives of the others. We can do this as long as we listen, as long as we prepare to learn, and as long as we work together. I want to thank all of you for being here today. Special thanks goes, as always, to all speakers, to all panelists, and to all participants, to the Young Global Changers. Thank you for the wonderful experience I have had with you for the last few days. Thanks, of course, go to our partners. Their creativity, their enthusiasm, their commitment, their friendship, and their support make the work of the Global Solutions Initiative possible. Thanks, of course, goes to the Indian T20 and to the Japanese T7 presidency, and to all other engagement groups, and to all people who are supporting the functioning of the international institutions and fora. Thanks go to all those who have made this summit possible through tireless work. This applies in particularly to the Global Solutions Initiative Fellows, to the GSI Advisory Board members, and of course to our President, Dennis Nauer. I thank the staff here in the room, working since 2 days, the caterers, the cleaning, and the security staff. And I thank the wonderful GSI team. I would like to mention colleagues. Thank you, all of you, you made my day. Please come home safe and sound. We will see each other again at latest the 8th Global Solution Summit in 2024, which will then support the Brazilian G20 and the Italian G7 presidency. The summit will be held in May here in Berlin, here at the ESMT, so you're all welcome. You know that, you are all invited. Details will follow the concrete date. And again, I have to say it, the Global Solution Summit 2023 is now and here was closed. Thank you.
So with this, we're going to say goodbye to everyone dialing in from all over the world. Thank you so much for sticking with us and for following us up to here. Let us hear and read your thoughts, please, using the hashtag GSS2023. And we say farewell and auf Wiedersehen to you for now.